Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe and let's dive into today's story. 076 Liu Sheng's sense of relaxation, breakthrough, subtlety, and agility. 4. Past. A confused and tentative voice. After a few seconds, the voice became high-pitched and excited. Past. Liu Sheng passed. Liu Sheng has completed all the agility training of the second stage. Except for a few people who were excited, many people were dumbfounded, looking at each other, and hadn't reacted yet. They didn't really realize it until the words "ready to enter the third stage of training" popped up on the small display screen outside the room. Yes, Liu Sheng's second phase of agility training is over. Already, all done. Boom! The crowd roared, and then a fierce exclamation broke out. Damn, the second stage of agility training is just like that? I didn't even pay attention. Me too, I feel that the Kung Fu is over in a while, it's too fast. How does it feel different from the second stage I've seen before? Yeah, I feel that Liu Sheng's second stage is very simple. The onlookers talked a lot, apart from being surprised, they were more surprised and puzzled. In their view, Liu Sheng's second stage of agility training just now is completely different from the second stage of agility training in their impression. $718. It was especially easy. Someone faintly said, "It's so simple, it's just that Liu Sheng's 577 is very relaxed." The crowd quieted down, and many people suddenly realized it. It seems to be the case. It is precisely because Liu Sheng lives too easily and casually. So much so that when they entered in the age of onlookers, they unconsciously had the illusion of "damn, it's so simple, it's so easy, and even I can do it myself." This is true of many things in life. Watching the plenary session, everything was done. There is a reason. It's not that the agility training in the second stage has become easier, but that the strength and level of the objects they watch have become stronger. I used to find it difficult to practice by myself or watch others practice. Looking at Liu Sheng now, it is natural to feel that the difficulty of the second stage has been reduced. After careful consideration, a trace of a huge sense of shock gradually emerged from the bottom of my heart. Looking at the calm Liu Sheng in the room, everyone's eyes suddenly changed. How powerful is the attainment of body skills, to give us such a sense of ease? Someone murmured, and all the onlookers had complex expressions and were speechless. This is over? Meng Jinhe is still in a state of bewilderment. Standing there blankly, unable to accept what he saw in front of him. He has worked so hard for the second stage of body training for 9 years. It was Liu Sheng's first time entering, and he finished it so easily. This feeling is like taking a fancy to an expensive toy and saving pocket money for a long time. Seeing that he was about to save enough money, one day he saw a child who was about the same age as him, and he took out more banknotes than the pocket money he had saved for several months, and bought the toy with a relaxed expression. The huge psychological gap caused Meng Jinhe to lose almost all his fighting spirit in an instant. It seems that I can't find my goal and direction all of a sudden, and I don't understand the meaning of my hard work all the time. The blow was too great. Now if Meng Jinhe enters the agility training room again, it's hard to say whether he can achieve his previous results. Not far away, Qin Shaojun, Dong Qingxiu and Xiaolin were also watching this scene. Dong Qingxiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she said, "Did you see it?" Qin Shaojun nodded, and replied with a somewhat complicated expression, "Perfect state of movement, and not ordinary perfect state of movement, probably has entered the perfect state for a while, otherwise it would not be so easy." Dong Qingxiu couldn't help sighing, perfect boxing skills, plus perfect body skills. How did this kid cultivate? He has never been on a battlefield, and the safe zone can practice to this extent at this age? Qin Shaojun said helplessly, "You have to admit that there are indeed a small group of people in this world who have several times, even 10 times more talent than ordinary people in a certain aspect. Do you still think Charlene can defeat him? Dong Qingxiu didn't answer, but said indifferently, let's continue reading. Charlene next to her trembled visibly when she heard these words. She cautiously raised her head and glanced at Dong Qingxiu, as if she wanted to say something, but she closed her mouth again. At this time, in the training room, Liu Sheng has already started to face the third stage of agility training. From the perspective of onlookers, it is obvious that the sense of relaxation on Liu Sheng's body is rapidly disappearing this time. The difficulty of training in the third stage is several times higher than that in the second stage. Those red rays crisscrossing and elusive, even if you look at them, you can feel a great pressure coming towards you. Many times, almost everyone thought that Liu Sheng was going to fail. But in the next second, I saw him dodging dangerously and dangerously. The whole process was full of dangers, and people couldn't help but sweat for him. Liu Sheng is reaching his limit. Dong Qingxiu suddenly spoke. She observed Liu Sheng's current state more clearly through her spiritual power. Obviously he has reached the limit of his body's reaction. As long as the difficulty of the next wave of rays is a little bit higher, it will have to fail. There is no need to continue watching. Qin Shaojun glanced at the training progress and said, it's amazing too, it has set a new record in the agility training room of the training camp, tisk tisk. The two were about to look away when they suddenly heard Charlene beside her exclaiming yet. Then, there was a commotion among the crowd gathered outside the practice room not far away. Dong Qingxiu suddenly revealed her mental power. Surprised to find. Liu Sheng continues. This kid. Qin Shaojun was also a little surprised, and hurriedly looked at the monitoring screen on the screen. Soon, his eyes opened wider and wider, and a trace of shock climbed up his pupils. Finally, Qin Jingjun raised his head. Facing the shocked Dong Qingxiu, she slowly spit out a few words. Into the micro level. In the distance, Liu Sheng in the training room seemed to have regained the sense of relaxation he had experienced in the second stage. Finally broke through. Liu Sheng heaved a sigh of relief, and his brows were filled with joy. He deliberately pressed himself just now, without using additional means, and simply relying on body skills to avoid the rays. As a result, he successfully broke through the second bottleneck period of agility. With this level of agility, his body's reaction instincts can reach an unimaginable height. It even surpassed the speed of neural response. With almost no need to think, the body subconsciously avoided it perfectly. With such agility, in the dream space, I can even try to challenge a master-level zombie. As Liu Sheng thought about it, he carefully felt the different experience brought by this realm of physical skills. After breaking through in body skills, the training in the third stage also became easier. 60% complete. 70%. 80%. Drop. With a bang. The third stage of agility training is over. Liu Sheng stopped the swing of his body, breathed gently, and silently regained his strength. He was starting to get a little excited. He wants to know now. If I use all the remaining methods, plus the agility after the breakthrough, how far can I pass this agility training tutorial? It's been a long time since I encountered such an interesting game in real life. Compared with the roughness of the gravity training room, Liu Sheng still prefers this kind of technical content and extremely challenging things. My dear. Outside the training room, a group of onlookers had been shocked to the point of numbness. The third stage of agility training has been completed. These words made them dizzy. When the vast majority of people were struggling in the first stage, a monster who had completed the third stage suddenly appeared. That kind of feeling really makes people doubt life. It is estimated that the previous record holder in the Shenfa training room will come here now, and seeing Liu Sheng, he will also doubt life. Meng Jinhe has completely stopped talking. His expression was numb, like a walking dead. Cao Yang was watching him specially. Seeing him like this made me feel a lot better. Liu Sheng is a fucking monster, monster. And the huge oppressive force from evildoers must not be allowed to bear by him alone. Yang Yuan and other students in Beihe City were going crazy with excitement. Although they don't know what they are excited about. Euro. Liu Sheng broke the records of the two major training rooms, the gravity training room and the body technique training room, and they broke them hard. As a person from the same Beihe City. Proud of them. The halo on Liu Sheng's body covered them. They stood among the crowd, looking at the shocking faces beside them, they felt that they were also shining brightly. Liu Sheng awesome. Shirakawa City is awesome. Qin Shaojun and Dong Qingxiu are also full of shock now. I just finished talking about Perfect Realm 3.3. How long is it? Liu Sheng broke through right under their noses. Breakthrough to the sublime state of agility. Into the micro realm. That's a microscopic realm. Even veterans who have been on the battlefield, those 4 or 5 level warriors. How many people can temper their body skills to the subtlest level? And Liu Sheng amazingly achieved it like this? Easily. It's as simple as eating and drinking. I remember when I was 22 years old and only broke through to the subtle realm. Qin Shaojun spoke. Dong Qingxiu glanced at him and said indifferently, I am 25. But I'm a fucking speed type talent fighter. Speed type. I'm born with a bonus to body skills. Qin Shaojun became frantic and wanted to scratch his head with his hand. How old is this kid? 17. It's also a fucking strength talent. Is this reasonable? Does that make sense to you? Dong Qingxiu was silent for a while, and said, You said it yourself, there are a small group of people in this world who have several times, or even 10 times more talents than ordinary people in a certain aspect. Qin Shaojun was choked by Dong Qingxiu's words, and he froze in place. A few seconds later, he cursed in a very depressed voice. Depend on 077 breath of the wind, sense of time, among the third-level spiritual masters. 5. Ignoring Qin Shaojun who was full of depression, Dong Qingxiu thought about it and looked down at Charlene. Do you think, if you formally break through to the first-level psychiatrist, you can skillfully manipulate 6-star cones, and if you meet Liu Sheng, would it be? There was a trace of expectation in Dong Qingxiu's words. But Charlene shook her head immediately before she finished speaking. Like a rattle. Impossible, Instructor Dong, I'm still far behind. Charlene is not stupid, she can guess what Dong Qingxiu means. Let her challenge that Liu Sheng? She refuses. She might have had some thoughts before she came, after all, the other party was a loophole in her mental power, and she always wanted to make up for it. But that's just an idea. Now, do not make jokes. She doesn't want to fight such a perverted guy. She can clearly see Liu Sheng's performance in the Shenfa training room with her mental power, especially in the third stage. The dense ray network, even if he thought he could control the star cone, he might not be able to avoid it. But Liu Sheng passed. Such a big living person, he just didn't get hit a bit. It's outrageous. How can such a perverted and terrifying guy be regarded as an opponent? Mental vulnerability? Don't make it up, don't make it up. If you don't mend it, you won't die, but if you mend it, he might be beaten to death by that guy. Just like the instructor during the camp assessment. Charlene still clearly remembered the day of the camp assessment, the young man who was grabbed by Liu Sheng's 02 leg and lay on the ground like a dead man. Thinking about it now, I still have lingering fears like that. Dong Qingxiu saw the determination on Charlene's face, and suddenly felt a little helpless, so she could only nod her head and said, Okay. Charlene breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Liu Sheng in the training room has already begun to face the 4th stage of agility training. Dozens of rays are densely intertwined into a net shape, and the grid between the rays is no more than the size of a square. The speed is also amazingly fast, almost instantaneous. Liu Sheng, who had just broken through a new level of body skills and regained a sense of relaxation, immediately felt bursts of pressure. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and the rhythm of his breathing changed wonderfully at this moment. Switch, breath of the wind. In an instant, Liu Sheng seemed to be surrounded by a breeze, and his already extremely fast speed suddenly became a little faster. This is the second special breathing method that Liu Sheng has comprehended during more than a month of retreat. Breath of the wind. In the eyes of outsiders, Liu Sheng's speed at this time has already become a phantom. They couldn't see Liu Sheng's body movements clearly. Only glimpses of ray webs emerged, fleetingly. Liu Sheng's body seemed to shake. Then it passed. As for how it passed, there is no way of knowing. Many people looked at the ray net as fine as a fishing net, with shocked and confused expressions. They can't understand it at all. Such a small distance, and you can't touch a little bit, if you dodge it by body skills alone. How did Liu Sheng get through? Zoom out for a split second, get bigger for a split second through the grid? Please, this is not a fantasy movie plot. At this moment, Liu Sheng's figure quickly became tall and distant in the eyes of all the students, and a strong sense of mystery lingered all over his body. The unknown is the most awe-inspiring thing. This kid, not only his body skills, but also his physical fitness and physical reaction speed are frighteningly fast, which is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary third-level warriors. Qin Shaojun smacked his lips and sighed. Dong Qingxiu didn't speak. At this time, she had already spread her spiritual power throughout the practice room, observing Liu Sheng from all angles. She tried to dig out something from Liu Sheng. If it wasn't for the fear of affecting Liu Sheng, her mental strength would have climbed onto Liu Sheng. It's getting harder and harder. It became more and more difficult for Liu Sheng to dodge. Every time the ray grid sweeps, he needs to make a few or even a dozen evasive moves in less than a second. It is impossible for outsiders to know that there are actually gaps in space between the rays that seem to be like a net. They seem to be swept at the same time, but in fact there is still a difference in speed. What Liu Sheng has to do is to use this time difference to quickly dodge one ray after another. One can imagine how difficult this is. The speed bonus of breath of the wind is almost not enough. Liu Sheng's breathing became more and more rapid, and more sweat oozed from his body, but his crystal clear eyes became brighter and brighter, like stars in the sky. It's nearing my real limit. Liu Sheng narrowly missed a round of rays again. He glanced at the data on the wall of the room. The completion of the fourth stage was 23%. So. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and a bright light suddenly burst into his eyes. Just go all out. With the next breath, the huge mental power in his mind exploded. The two spiritual forces entrenched in the air around him were forcefully squeezed out by his sudden outburst. Inside the chest, two hearts were pounding, and the blood roared in the blood vessels. At this moment, Liu Sheng felt that the wall seemed to be moving away from him rapidly. Everything in front of me is zooming in, and the speed is slowing down. Liu Sheng could clearly see rays of red light moving towards him at a rather slow speed. This feeling is very wonderful, as if the flow of time has been slowed down. A burst of enlightenment rose in Liu Sheng's heart, and he recalled the information about the spiritual teacher he had inquired through the optical brain in the dream space. This state, if I remember correctly, to use the terminology of a psychiatrist, it should be called sense of time. The feeling of time being stretched. Spiritual power has achieved a qualitative change. And this kind of qualitative change usually only happens when on the third-level psychiatrist. That is to say, Liu Sheng, who has worked tirelessly for more than a month in the advanced chapter of Crystal View Thoughts, Diamond View Thoughts, has finally officially stepped into the ranks of the third-level psychiatrist. At the same time, outside the training room. Boom! A huge roar alarmed everyone in the venue. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound explosion in surprise. I saw Dong Qingxiu, the chief instructor of their genius training camp, standing not far from them at this time, staring blankly at the direction of the training room with a strange expression. Under Dong Qingxiu's feet, the hard floor tiles shattered into large pieces like spider webs, bursts of terrifying and huge energy and blood fluctuations were erupting wantonly from Dong Qingxiu's body. Are you crazy? Qin Shaojun let out a low cry in disbelief, and didn't notice Xiaolin beside him at all. At this time, her mouth was wide open and her eyes were wide open. Dong Qingxiu stared blankly at the training room for a long time, turning a deaf ear to the reactions around her. It wasn't until the strange brilliance in her eyes slowly subsided that the fluctuations in her body's energy and blood subsided little by little. Dong Qingxiu turned her head slowly, looked straight into Qin Shaojun's eyes, and then said softly in a low and strange tone, "Liu Sheng turned out to be a spiritual teacher. And his spiritual strength? Not inferior to me." Ah! Qin Shaojun let out an ah, as if he didn't understand. 3 seconds later, a loud fuck resounded through the venue. Boom! Another terrifying qi and blood fluctuation erupted. Large pieces of tiles on the ground were shattered. Only this time, all the cracks came from Qin Shaojun's feet. The students in the distance looked confused and puzzled, not knowing what happened. It can make the two chief instructors make strange behaviors like taking too many drugs one after another. A round of raynets swept quickly. Liu Sheng's body suddenly froze, and then quickly relaxed, standing quietly in place. Failed. Liu Sheng's expression was a bit regretful, but he also realized that he had indeed reached his limit. Although he has already turned on the time sense, he still uses the breath of the upper wind and the qi and blood increase of the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra. But the hard power 587 is still a bit worse. Being able to see the trajectory of the ray clearly does not mean that you can avoid it. The time was stretched, but Liu Sheng's own movements were also slowed down. In the end, the speed of ray was getting faster and faster, and he really couldn't keep up. Unless I continue to make breakthroughs in my vitality and physique, this is my real limit. Liu Sheng looked at the final grades on the wall of the room. The training is over, and the results of this training, the completion of the 4th stage is 56%. Congratulations to warrior number RU285632, your agility has surpassed 97% of trainers. A pleasant reminder sounded in the room. Listening to the final grade report, Liu Sheng secretly reminded himself. There are still a full 3% of people who are stronger than me in terms of body skills. How many percent of warriors are there in the world? There must be hundreds or even thousands of squares. I am still very weak, and I need to work harder. Thinking about it, Liu Sheng pushed open the door of the agility training room and walked out. The crowd at the gate had already petrified. All of them opened their mouths wide, with expressions as exaggerated as if they had just been punched hard on the forehead. They watched Liu Sheng come out of the training room, the sound of the result announcement just now echoing in their minds. 56% completion of the 4th stage. Agility surpasses 97% of warriors in the world. How many warriors are there in the whole world? There must be hundreds of millions of people. Liu Sheng is already ahead of hundreds of millions of people. Especially Meng Jinhe was dizzy. He remembered that his previous performance report surpassed 52% of the warriors in the world, while Liu Sheng's was 97%. There is a 45% difference between him and Liu Sheng. 45% of the total number of warriors in the world. That is to say, in terms of body skills that I am most proud of, there is a difference of hundreds of millions of rankings between myself and Liu Sheng. Meng Jinhe's pride and self-esteem were completely broken. 078 Breath of Flame, Liu Sheng and number 039, S Ultimate Punch. 1. Liu Sheng casually took a towel from the hand of a girl with a blank expression beside him, and slowly wiped the sweat off her body. He looked over the crowd and looked directly at Dong Qingxiu, who was tens of meters away. Huge mental power came out through the body. The invisible wind blew up the clothes of the crowd around them. At this moment, they felt that the light in front of them dimmed rapidly, and large shadows rose from behind Liu Sheng. Above Liu Sheng's head, there seemed to be an invisible tornado raging and roaring. This. The expressions of each student changed from shock to horror, subconsciously stepped back, looking at Liu Sheng as if seeing a ghost. At this moment, Liu Sheng gave them a terrible feeling, just like the dark clouds before the storm. Terror was bred in the silence, accompanied by low air pressure, making people breathless. Liu Sheng's expression was calm. The powerful spiritual power that belongs to the third-level psychiatrist, the impact on the people around him is the result of his efforts to restrain it. He looked at Dong Qingxiu from afar. Although the two of them are still the students and chief instructors of the training camp, after stepping into the third-level psychiatrist, even if they are not as good as Dong Qingxiu, they still have the qualifications to talk to them on an equal footing. Dong Qingxiu was also looking at Liu Sheng, her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. She knew exactly what Liu Sheng meant by releasing his mental power. This is an ancient etiquette between spiritual masters, just like shaking hands in modern society, and it's like shaking hands between ancient martial artists. But this feeling is quite strange. Dong Qingxiu never thought that one day she would be able to perform this kind of etiquette with a boy who was only 17 years old, and it was still in an almost equal attitude. Beside Dong Qingxiu, Charlene curled up behind Dong Qingxiu like a frightened little white rabbit. Her mental power, which was less than the first level, was sandwiched between Dong Qingxiu and Liu Sheng, trembling. In Charlene's eyes, Liu Sheng at this time seemed to be surrounded by thunderstorms, and his posture was like a demon king. The shadow area in her heart is constantly expanding, due to expansion. XDAJ. Dong Qingxiu's mental power was about to be absorbed at the touch of a touch, and she turned and left immediately. Liu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dong Qingxiu recognized his existence. His whole card of the third-level psychiatrist was exposed, and there should be some different treatment in the future. Liu Sheng thought, casually holding the towel after wiping off his sweat. At this time, a pair of girls' small hands suddenly reached out, quickly took the towel from his hand, and handed over a bottle of water. Liu Sheng looked up and found that it was Yang Yuan. Liu Sheng, where shall we go next? Yang Yuan's fair and delicate pretty face flushed slightly because of the excitement. Looking at Liu Sheng, her eyes were full of admiration and anticipation, and she suddenly looked like a fangirl. Practice training room, or... Yang Yuan announced the names of all the practice rooms in one breath. Liu Sheng was taken aback for a moment, then scanned around and found that other people were looking at him with the same eyes. It's like a group of soldiers with high morale, waiting for the general to lead them to conquer new continents one after another. Liu Sheng laughed dumbfoundedly and shook his head. Not going anywhere. Well. Yang Yuan froze for a moment. Liu Sheng looked up at the huge electronic clock on the far wall, and said, "It's time for dinner, and the most important thing is to eat." After speaking, Liu Sheng turned and left with a calm face. Behind him was a group of stunned students. After lunch, Liu Sheng didn't go to the training room again. His goal of verifying his own strength has been achieved, and there is no need to waste time on other things. Liu Sheng has studied it, and the training rooms that are valuable to him in the training camp are the gravity training room and the agility training room. Back in the dormitory, Liu Sheng continued to stay behind closed doors, silently doing his original homework. With 411 level exercises in his body, his time became more and more urgent, and he couldn't even sleep at night. Liu Sheng has made a plan. From now on, he only needs to take 1 to 2 hours a day to soak in the gravity and agility training room. I practiced the star body training technique several times, and in the evening, a soldier came to inform me. Liu Sheng, the chief instructor invites you to come over. It's finally here. Liu Sheng was not surprised, he tidied up a little and followed the soldiers out. Along the way, Liu Sheng found that all the soldiers standing guard and patrolling in the base were staring at him in awe. It seems that his performance in the training venue has spread throughout the camp. Warriors already worship the strong, let alone in the military camp. Dong Qingxiu's office is located in the deepest part of the training camp. When Liu Sheng arrived, he saw Charlene coming out of Dong Qingxiu's office. Charlene's original expression and posture were quite calm and quiet, giving people a calm and well-behaved feeling. But as soon as she saw Liu Sheng, her body immediately tensed up. His walking posture also became unnatural, with his head lowered, getting closer and closer to the wall. When Liu Sheng passed her by, Charlene even managed to bury half of her face on the side of the wall, as if she was being punished to face the wall and think about her past, and she didn't dare to move. "Do I look so scary? Why are you so afraid of yourself?" Liu Sheng was quite speechless, but he had always had a good impression of Charlene. Seeing Charlene's appearance, Liu Sheng had a bad taste in his heart. When he walked to Charlene, he deliberately coughed and stomped his feet heavily. This foot seemed to be on Charlene's tail. Charlene's whole body trembled violently, as if she had been electrocuted, and she ran out, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Ha ha!" Liu Sheng couldn't help laughing. "Don't tease her all the time, you are the one who frightened her out of her spiritual loopholes." A voice came from the front. Liu Sheng looked up and saw Dong Qingxiu standing at the door with her arms folded. "Hello, Chief Instructor." Dong Qingxiu nodded at him, and greeted him, "Come in." Liu Sheng followed Dong Qingxiu into the office. Dong Qingxiu's office is much bigger than Liu Sheng imagined. Entering the door is a 5-meter-long and 2-meter-wide slate desk. A handsome young man with a melancholy expression is leaning on the edge of the table with a cup of coffee in his hand. Qin Shaojun. At the end of the office is a huge instrument with a huge screen and console. This instrument alone takes up at least 1/3 of the office space. Even so, there is still an open field with less than 1,000 square meters of cars reserved in the middle. When Qin Shaojun saw Liu Sheng coming in, the coffee cup in his hand shook violently, and then his eyes fixed on him, as if seeing an alien. "Hello, Chief Instructor Qin." Liu Sheng greeted him politely. "Well." Qin Shaojun's expression was complicated, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. "Sit whatever you want." Dong Qingxiu called Liu Sheng to sit down, and then said, "Please come here, the main thing is to give you a simple strength test, and then discuss something with you." Before Liu Sheng came, he probably guessed that there would be such a step, so he stood up readily. "Can." Dong Qingxiu has professional testing equipment in her office. A blood tester, a combat index tester, and one he hadn't seen before. Dong Qingxiu fetched a disposable blood collection needle, handed it to Liu Sheng, and asked, "Have you tested it yourself?" Liu Sheng shook his head, "No." Dong Qingxiu felt strange, aren't the student dormitories equipped with blood measuring instruments? Liu Sheng hesitated for a moment, and then replied truthfully, "The blood needle can't go in." Puff. Qin Shaojun next to him spit out a mouthful of coffee when he heard this, and then pointed at Liu Sheng and shouted at Dong Qingxiu, "Let me just say, this kid has definitely entered the 3rd level, and he has started to beat his muscles and bones, his skin is so hard." Dong Qingxiu took out a pack of new blood collection needles from the drawer with a complicated expression, and handed it to Liu Sheng. "This is a blood-taking needle specially prepared for 5th-level warriors, it should be able to pierce your skin." Liu Sheng was thoughtful. It seems that both Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun should be level 5 warriors, otherwise they would not be equipped with level 5 blood-taking needles. The needle of the 5th-level blood-taking needle was beautifully bright gold, and it easily pierced Liu Sheng's skin that had been initially tempered by the advanced chapter of Star Body Refining Technique. A drop of bright red blood rolled down the blood test tank, and a blue light fell. Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun stared at the display screen of the blood tester unconsciously. Soon, a value popped up on the display. 123.651. Hiss. A slight inhalation sound came from Qin Shaojun's mouth, and he couldn't help sighing. I haven't seen such a young third-level warrior for almost 10 years. Dong Qingxiu's eyes also contained a trace of shock, but the expression was not calm. Test the combat power. She greets Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng was not surprised by the result of his promotion to the third-level martial artist. He had already had a premonition in his heart after the cultivation of the advanced chapter of stellar body refining technique became regular. But how much combat power, Qian Zhao Zhao, he really can't estimate the specific value. I only know that it must have reached the 4th-level warrior, but it is not clear how much the minimum combat power standard of the 4th-level warrior is exceeded. Just took this opportunity to test it together. Liu Sheng walked to the equipment for testing combat power and took a deep breath. There seemed to be fire in his eyes. Switch, breath of flame. Boom. In an instant, it was as if a flame exploded in Liu Sheng's chest, and even his breathing became a little hotter. Breath of flame. The stellar body refining technique made his physique blazing like fire, and a star-like seed was planted in his body. Comprehending the breathing method of inflammation is a matter of course, and it is a matter of course. Therefore, the breath of inflammation is also the earliest comprehension of Liu Sheng's practice of natural breathing method advanced chapter, and it is also the deepest breathing method. But he never used it in combat. The breath of inflammation affected Liu Sheng's whole body, as if there were streams of heat flowing in the blood vessels along with the blood. 2 hearts pounded. Qi and blood roared. Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra. Breath of flame. Perfect boxing. 8 times the power of stars. Since you want to test, go all out. Let's see how big my ultimate combat power is now. Liu Sheng punched hard at the fist groove of the force measuring instrument. At this moment, his eyes were as bright as stars. Boom. 079 270,000 combat power, 5 times the purity of mental power. 2. A value pops out from the screen. 271920. Crack. The coffee cup in Qin Shaojun's hand was crushed by him, and his expression was even more exaggerated as if someone had punched him hard in the stomach. Dong Qingxiu was slightly better than him, but the sudden constriction of her pupils still betrayed her restless mood at this moment. A total of more than 270,000 combat power. A terrible value. Infinitely approaching the category of a 5th-level warrior. Even if this kid doesn't have the talent of a psychiatrist, he's still a monster. Qin Shaojun pointed to the number on the force measuring instrument and exclaimed, "Is this something that a human 3rd-level warrior can do? It is said that the strength-type talent warrior is fierce in the early stage, but I have never seen such a fierce one." Xiang Peng back then was a scumbag compared to him. Dong Qingxiu's expression was extremely complicated. As Qin Shaojun said, with Liu Sheng's abnormal progress rate and ridiculously exaggerated combat power index, even if he is not a spiritual teacher, he is definitely the top martial arts seedling. Strength talents are not as good as speed and defense talents, but if they are as strong as Liu Sheng's. Those two said. Those who can break the rules cannot be judged by common sense. The most important thing is that Liu Sheng was born to be a spiritual teacher, and the talent of the spiritual teacher is extremely powerful, almost reaching the level of his own. With the superposition of the two phases, it simply cannot be described as horror. To use Qin Shaojun's words to describe it, if you don't see it with your own eyes, it's really hard to believe that humans can give birth to a monster like Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng himself was a little surprised. He knew that his current combat power would be very high, already breaking through tens of millions. But 857 did not expect it to be so high, reaching a full 270,000, almost comparable to a 5th-level warrior. A 3rd-level warrior has a combat power close to that of a 5th-level warrior, spanning 2 levels, and no one will believe it. The main reason is that the power of the stars has broken through to 8 times, plus the effect of increasing the energy and blood of the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra, all kinds of 11th level skills and secret arts are added together. It's strange that I can't do this. Liu Sheng thought to himself. It took Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun a long time to calm down the shock on their faces. You are now enough for the standard of a third-level official warrior. Dong Qingxiu turned on the printer in the office, and said to Liu Sheng, the military region is still qualified to evaluate the strength of warriors. I will make a report for you, and I will go to the Wushu Association later, and then I can directly report to the Wushu Association. The level of registration has been raised. Thank you, Instructor Dong. Dong Qingxiu signaled that she was fine, and then said to Liu Sheng, is it convenient to test your mental strength here? Liu Sheng was taken aback, and subconsciously looked at the first instrument in the room that was placed together with the dynamometer. Just as he had imagined, Dong Qingxiu walked up to the instrument and said, yes, this is the instrument developed by the Psychiatrists Association for professional testing of spiritual strength. Dong Qingxiu gently placed her hand on a raised light yellow hexagonal crystal in the instrument. This is called energy crystal. It is a special crystal ore discovered in the Ansturla Canyon of the Lion Country more than 100 years ago. It has a strong adsorption to spiritual power and was later developed to test the spiritual power of a psychiatrist. The transmission tool of strength. During the test, you only need to concentrate and pour part of your mental power into it. Like me. As Dong Qingxiu said, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Immediately after that, the pale yellow crystals under her hands began to glow, emitting a beautiful warm yellow light. From Liu Sheng's point of view, Dong Qingxiu seemed to have pinched a fluorescent tube. Did he? Accompanied by the prompting sound from the instrument, two values popped up on the display screen of the instrument. Mental strength, 143.24 tons. Psychic purity, 4.2. Your strength has improved again, and even the purity of your mental power has improved a lot. I remember you were only past 3 o'clock last time. Qin Shaojun leaned over, looked at the value on the instrument and sighed. Dong Qingxiu glanced at him, and said lightly, do you think I'm you? You eat and die every day. Qin Shaojun jumped up, Dong Qingxiu, you can insult me, but you can't insult my way of life. Liu Sheng watched the conversation between the two from the side. He could see that whether it was Dong Qingxiu or Qin Shaojun, the family background should not be simple. In addition to being able to become a school officer at such a young age and serve as the chief and deputy chief instructor of a provincial-level training camp, their own conversation and temperament are also different from ordinary people. Noticing Liu Sheng's thoughtful gaze, Dong Qingxiu realized that she and Qin Shaojun were acting a little bit less dignified. She coughed lightly and straightened her posture, and said to Liu Sheng, come on, try it. Try. Liu Sheng nodded and walked to the instrument. Following Dong Qingxiu's demonstration just now, she put her hand on the light yellow crystal column in the middle of the instrument. Qin Shaojun also hurried over. Although Dong Qingxiu had clearly stated to him that Liu Sheng possessed an extremely powerful talent as a spiritual teacher, and his mental power was not even inferior to her. But after all, I didn't see it with my own eyes, and I still had doubts in my heart. How old is Dong Qingxiu? How old is Liu Sheng this year? It's true that Liu Sheng is a genius monster, Dong Qingxiu can't be worse. There is still a gap of more than 10 years between the two. If you say that Liu Sheng has half your strength, I will believe it, not weaker than you, I really can't accept it. Shut up. Dong Qingxiu gave the murmuring Qin Shaojun a hard look, and said coldly, don't disturb the test. Qin Shaojun quickly shut his mouth and stared at the instrument obediently. At this time, Liu Sheng had injected mental power into the light yellow crystal in his hand as Dong Qingxiu had taught him before. The crystal began to emit a warm light like a fluorescent tube, but it did not have any temperature itself. The tentacles were cold, and Liu Sheng seemed to be holding an icicle that couldn't be warmed. Soon, Two values jumped out on the instrument. Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun hurriedly looked up. With just one glance, the expressions of the two were as if they had seen a ghost. How can this be? This time, it was Dong Qingxiu who cried out uncontrollably. Dong Qingxiu stared at the two numerical values on the instrument, her beautiful eyes widened, full of shock and disbelief. Mental strength, 113.56 tons. Psychic purity, 20.3. The first value is nothing. Dong Qingxiu had already sensed it when she was practicing in the gymnasium. Liu Sheng's spiritual power was very strong, and she had already stepped into the ranks of a third-level spiritualist. Now the test results came out, proving her judgment was correct. What really shocked Dong Qingxiu was the second test result. Purity of mental power, 20.3. It is 5 times as much as hers. What kind of concept is this? This means that Dong Qingxiu has compressed and purified her current mental power by 5 times, almost like Liu Sheng. But is it possible? It is extremely difficult for a spiritual teacher to purify a little bit of spiritual power, let alone remember it all at once. Just like what Qin Shaojun said before, Dong Qingxiu's spiritual purity has increased from more than 3 points to 4 points. Don't look at the improvement of only a few tenths in the middle, but Dong Qingxiu spent 2 full years of hard work. One can imagine how shocked Dong Qingxiu was. At this time, the way Dong Qingxiu looked at Liu Sheng had completely changed. If before, Dong Qingxiu thought that Liu Sheng was a monster, because of the group. So now she feels that the calm and handsome boy standing in front of her is an out-and-out pervert, freak, and inhuman. A 17-year-old third-level psychiatrist is exaggerated enough, and the purity of mental power is 5 times that of an ordinary third-level psychiatrist. Oh no, not an ordinary psychiatrist. She, Dong Qingxiu, can be regarded as the best among the third-level psychiatrists, okay? Then the purity of Liu Sheng's spiritual power, compared with ordinary spiritual masters, the multiples drawn will be even more outrageous. For a moment, Dong Qingxiu even had the urge to cut open Liu Sheng's brain and study it carefully on the spot. Obediently. Qin Shaojun also looked dull. Although he is not a spiritual teacher, but with an excellent family background, and Dong Qingxiu beside him, he still has some insight under the influence of his ears and eyes. He didn't know the specific concept of the mental strength of 20 points. But he knows. Liu Sheng is awesome. Very awesome. It's so awesome that it's about to go to heaven. Do you have a teacher? Have you learned the practice of spiritual power before? Dong Qingxiu stared closely at Liu Sheng's eyes and asked quickly. Liu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I have a teacher. My teacher taught me a technique for cultivating spiritual power. Liu Sheng knew his current level of mental power, and it was hard to explain it with talent as an excuse. It's better to admit it openly. And in a sense, Liu Sheng is not lying. He does have a mentor. His teacher comes from 10,000 years in the future. Strength reaches level 11. Name is Duan Yifeng. Ask for a monthly ticket evaluation ticket and flowers, please book in full, thank you. 080 Kaiming General Star, 3. Really? When Dong Qingxiu heard Liu Sheng's answer, her eyes were obviously relaxed. It is only normal to have a teacher. If Liu Sheng did not have a teacher, he would have come to this point entirely by his talent. She really can't accept it. Actually, the purity of my spiritual power was not so high. After practicing the practice method given by the teacher, I broke through twice before reaching this level. Once, he successfully visualized the crystal human form. One was successfully transforming the crystal humanoid into a diamond humanoid. Liu Sheng thought to himself. That is enough to prove that your own talent is strong. Dong Qingxiu couldn't help sighing. You should have awakened your talent not long ago, right? Less than 3 months. There is nothing to hide about this point, as long as you check your own information a little bit, it will be clear at a glance. Tisk tisk. Dong Qingxiu looked at Liu Sheng with a bit of envy. As soon as I wake up, I have a mental strength of level 2 or even close to level 3, and the purity is so high, even the Psychiatrists' Association has been out for decades. Not many monsters like you. Psychologists also have associations. Liu Sheng couldn't help asking. You do not know. Dong Qingxiu was a little surprised, but quickly realized, it is estimated that your teacher did not tell you on purpose, for fear of affecting your practice. After all, the more you understand, the more distracting thoughts you will have, which will affect the purity of your spiritual power. But since I mentioned it, I will mention a few words to you by the way. Psychic masters also have associations, but not many people know about them, and their positions are more hidden than ordinary warrior associations. The strength of a psychiatrist can also be officially recognized. You are now qualified to participate in the certification assessment of a spiritual teacher. If necessary, I can write you a letter of recommendation. Of course, it must be under the premise that your teacher does not object. Dong Qingxiu emphasized the last sentence emphatically, as if she was very taboo about it. My teacher should not object. In fact, I have never seen what he really looks like. Every time I accept his teaching, the way is very mysterious. Liu Sheng didn't even bat an eye. He has mastered the skill of making up nonsense. Every sentence is true, but every sentence is very different from the real situation. Your teacher is probably a great person. Dong Qingxiu was in awe. This can be seen from the attitude towards Liu Sheng and the way of teaching Liu Sheng. With such a powerful talent like Liu Sheng, most people would have already praised him as a gold bump after discovering it. The teacher in Liu Sheng's mouth is still allowed to develop freely. Unwilling to show up. Only characters with a very high level of hierarchy can behave in this way. Thinking about it this way, Yi Qingxiu felt much better. Liu Sheng is very evil, but his evil is still supported by external conditions. Sure enough, there are no unprovoked geniuses in this world. Even Liu Sheng, who has a simple background, has a powerful and mysterious spiritual teacher behind him. Actually, I invite you here today, mainly to discuss a few things with you. Dong Qingxiu calmed down a little, regained her composure, and sat down at the desk. Qin Shaojun also put away his foolish look and sat aside in a well-behaved manner. Two chief instructors, please speak. First thing. Dong Qingxiu gave Qin Shaojun a look. Qin Shaojun took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Liu Sheng. Here is 5 million, which is your number 1 training camp this time, plus extra rewards for outstanding performance. Although the training camp is not over yet. But with Liu Sheng's performance today, his dominance has been completely established. Unless some of the remaining students suddenly have a big, very big breakthrough, it is impossible to shake Liu Sheng's position. But the size of this possibility. It's not much more likely than Qin Shaojun's possibility of never salting fish from tomorrow. Don't be dissatisfied, this is already the maximum amount we can apply for. The Eastern Military Region has always been tight on military expenditures, and most of the funds for this training camp are spent on providing 3 days a day for you little guys. For dinner. Qin Shaojun looked at Liu Sheng and curled his lips and said, your boy is famous in the whole training camp for being able to eat, and counting the money you ate, it must add up to 10 million. Liu Sheng. Are you kidding me? Dong Qingxiu glared at Qin Shaojun, and said to Liu Sheng seriously, Student Liu Sheng, although the money is a little short, it is enough to prove the sincerity of our Eastern Military Region. Liu Sheng caught the word Eastern Military Region in Dong Qingxiu's words, and said thoughtfully, is this considered solicitation? You can understand it that way. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Dong Qingxiu nodded and said, martial arts geniuses like you will go to the battlefield no matter what. You can't raise a real dragon warrior in the safe zone. The support and privileges given to martial artists by the country and the Martial Arts Alliance are not for free. Sooner or later you will get to this point. What we hope is that when you face the choice of military region, you can give priority to our Eastern Military Region. The Eastern Military Region is good, all the female soldiers have long thighs and smooth hair. Qin Shaojun sang loudly. Lu Sheng. Okay. Lu Sheng accepted the bank card and said seriously, I accept this sincerity, and I will consider it carefully. Dong Qingxiu seemed to be waiting for his promise, with a smile on her face. Then let's talk about another thing. Dong Qingxiu looked directly into Lu Sheng's eyes, and said seriously, Major Qin Shaojun and I have decided that you represent the talent training camp of Dongning Province to participate in the selection of Kaiming generals in the entire Eastern Province. The selection of Kaiming generals. Lu Sheng's expression was shocked. Yes. Dong Qingxiu explained, all the provinces in the east, each province holds a talent training camp like ours every year. The purpose is to select real geniuses with the potential to be a general star. You should know that a general star represents what? Lu Sheng nodded and said 2 words. Grandmaster. Yes. Dong Qingxiu continued, the general star of Kaiming is the future master, the general star who is preparing, there is only one such person in the entire East every year. And this one was selected from the chiefs of many provincial talent training camps. Although there is only one Kaiming general, and even if he becomes a general, he is not necessarily destined to be a master. But as long as you get it, you will definitely be able to leave a strong mark on your resume. Anyone who participates will have this resume. And this resume will be very helpful to you no matter where you go in the future. Think about it, St. There's nothing to think about, I'll go. Lu Sheng agreed without hesitation. Since we live in this era, some things are unavoidable. Lu Sheng had a big heart, and he tried to change the fate of the entire human race with his own power, turn the tide, and act as a prairie fire. From the moment this belief was planted, it was doomed that he could not choose peace in the future. 0. Asking for flowers. Since sooner or later, you will have to go to the battlefield to fight against alien beasts, and now there is such a good opportunity in front of you, why should you consider it? Okay. Dong Qingxiu was very satisfied with Lu Sheng's attitude, and praised, Major Qin and I both believe in your ability. If you are not good enough, then there will be no one in Dongning Province this year. By the way, forgot to tell you. For the selection of Kaiming generals, the rewards are directly issued by the Eastern Military Region, which is much richer than what our small talent training camp can offer. I see. This is also the purpose of Lu Sheng all along. Show more talents and get more resources. There are still a few months before the start of the selection of Kaiming generals, and the official start will not begin until the training camps in all provinces are over. I will let you know when exactly. Anyway, it won't make you miss the college entrance examination. Dong Qingxiu blinked and said with a smile, in fact, with your current ability, it doesn't matter whether you take the college entrance examination or not. You can choose the martial arts universities in the entire East. So do I still need to stay in training camp? Lu Sheng asked. 00. Dong Qingxiu replied, look at yourself, you can stay if you want to stay, and you can leave whenever you don't want to stay. After thinking about it, let me have time. Although the training camp is meaningless to him, at least there are gravity training room and agility training room that are of great help to him. And the food here is really good. This kid definitely stayed here for food. Qin Shaojun secretly said to Dong Qingxiu. Lu Sheng. After listening to Dong Qingxiu explain everything, Lu Shi took his leave and left. Seeing Lu Sheng's back disappearing through the door, the complexities in Dong Qingxiu's eyes finally surfaced bit by bit. I never thought that I, Dong Qingxiu, would be jealous of someone because of my talent. Dong Qingxiu sighed and said softly. Yes. Qin Shaojun couldn't help sighing, Lu Sheng is such a monster, we should be glad we didn't join him in the same class, otherwise it wouldn't be comparable to the little psychological shadow left by the original item. I really feel sad for the other youngsters in this year, I guess everyone will be hit to the point of doubting their lives. Qin Shaojun had a gloating expression on his face. Dongqing gave him a white look, but did not speak. Oh, right. Qin Shaojun suddenly remembered something, and said with a smile, with Liu Sheng in the Kaiming general selection, isn't it a sure thing for us to win? We will both be rewarded by then. I didn't expect to go out for a vacation and get a lot of merit for nothing. I, Qin Shaojun, am indeed a winner in life, ha ha ha. Dong Qingxiu was not as optimistic as him. Don't be too happy, although Liu Sheng is a monster. But with a population of hundreds of millions in the entire East, and a huge base there, it is not impossible for a few monsters like Liu Sheng to appear every year, or even worse than him. You have heard a sentence. It is easy to get a title on the gold list, but it is difficult to win the title in martial arts. In this world, there are too many geniuses, evildoers, and monsters. Qin Shaojun was silent. After a while, he said solemnly, Qingxiu, your pretending to be deep is so sexy, I almost fell in love with you. Dong Qingxiu. Qin Shaojun, do you want to die? Just kidding, kidding, don't slap your face. 081 If I knew it earlier, I would have asked Charlene to take care of you. 4. Beihai City, Martial Artists Association. In the president's office, Xiao Yuhi led an old man in a Chinese tunic suit to sit down in front of the tea table. Sit down, Lao Xia. Xiao Yuhi's face was full of red, and he was quite happy to make tea for the old man in the Chinese tunic suit. It's rare to come to the door, but you still want to come and see me, not bad, not bad. Drink tea. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit took a sip from the teacup in front of him, and said in surprise, Oh, Xiao Yuhi, even this top-quality mother tree de Hongbao is willing to entertain me. It seems that something good has happened recently. Why, the old tree sprouted and replaced it. Baba. What do you call it? What's the change of mistress? I don't have any mistress. Xiao Yuhi's old face was dark, and he said angrily, You and my old comrade in arms of more than 30 years, it's rare to come here once, why don't I treat you well? The old man in the Chinese tunic suit gave a long cry, but didn't answer, just looked at Xiao Yuhi quietly, waiting for his next words. Sure enough, Xiao Yuhi chuckled, pretending to be reserved and said, But, there is indeed a good thing. What a good thing, let's hear it. The old man in the tunic suit took a sip of his tea and said slowly. This action undoubtedly scratched Xiao Yuhi's itching spot. Xiao Yuhi's whole body suddenly became excited, 257, and said with a smile, I found a good seed in martial arts this year, a genius. Guess what? 17 years old, a talented warrior, his blood value has reached the 2nd level standard, and his combat power index has even broken through the 3rd level. Great, isn't it? What kind of strength did you have when you were 17 years old, and your blood value probably didn't break too? Coincidentally, this good seedling is coming to me today, and I will let you meet later. What does my top genius in Beihai City look like? Xiao Yuhi spit out all the joy in his heart in one breath, his face was slightly flushed with joy, and he sat on the chair expecting the old man's various expressions of shock and envy. But to his surprise, the old man in the Chinese tunic suit was there, with no emotion on his face, and even let out a rather disdainful snort. Old Xiao, that's it. The old man looked at Xiao Yuhi with the eyes of a country bumpkin, and said contemptuously, a 17-year-old 2nd-level warrior with a 3rd-level combat ability should be a talented warrior of strength. That's it? Is this the top talent in your Beihai City? Isn't that enough? Xiao Yuhi became anxious, and said a little unconvinced, then call one and show me, what is a real martial arts genius? The old man in the tunic suit looked down at the tea leaves in the cup and blew gently. I can't call out now. Then what a fart! Xiao Yuhi was amused. But the old man changed the subject and argued, I can't call out now, but it doesn't mean I won't call out in a while. Xiao Yuhi was taken aback, what do you mean? The old man didn't answer directly, but looked at Xiao Yuhi and asked, if I'm not wrong, the top genius in Beihe City you mentioned should have been sent by you to participate in the talent training camp in Dongning province a while ago. Bar. Right. Xiao Yuhi nodded, he just came back from the training camp today. And shit. The old man said, do you know why I have time to visit you this time? Don't you miss my old comrade in arms? Xiao Yuhi wondered. I don't think you will call you. Why did you come all the way to Beihe City just for you, an old man? Then what are you doing here? The old man raised his chin slightly, with a look of pride on his face, and said arrogantly, I am sending my precious granddaughter to the training camp, and by the way, I am traveling nearby, and I have come to Beihe City by the way, and I will come to see you. Your granddaughter? Xiao Yuhi frowned, sensing something was wrong. Sure enough, the old man said with a smile, yet, my old Xia family managed to produce a psychiatrist, who was specially recruited by the training camp to participate in some kind of training, I have no choice. If it gets bumped, I'll be so heartbroken. Psychologist. Xiao Yuhi stood up from his seat with a swish, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Your granddaughter is a psychiatrist? Is it true? Seeing Xiao Yuhi's reaction, the old man almost turned into a smile on his old face, and said, then it can be falsely estimated that he is an official 10th level spiritual teacher from the training camp. Hey, I don't know if a 17-year-old first level spiritualist can compare to a 17-year-old second level martial artist. 17 years old is a second level martial artist, really amazing. The old man heaved and sighed strangely. Xiao Yuhi's face was as black as a pot of charcoal, extremely ugly. But he could only swallow the breath abruptly, and sat back on the chair angrily. Psychic masters are not the same concept as ordinary talented warriors. Psychic masters are much rarer than ordinary talented warriors, and they can almost be regarded as strategic talents. This kind of rare talent like a giant panda has not been produced in the whole Beihe City, but I didn't expect that old man Xiao's family would come across one. What's really amazing is that the ancestral graves are smoking. No wonder he came to see him with such good intentions. It turned out that he had been waiting to show off in front of him. Liu Sheng's talent is good, but compared with Xiao's granddaughter, it really can't be compared. Almost all of them are ordinary people. A 17-year-old first-level official spiritual teacher. Xiao Yuhi looked at old man Xiao's smug old face, gnashing his teeth with envy. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. The old avatar in the Chinese tunic suit thought of something, and added, the talent training camp in the provincial capital of Dongning never ended. My granddaughter played video with me yesterday, saying that it will be at least another month. That genius of yours in Beihe City came back early. Do you understand what I mean? When Xiao Yuhi heard these words, his complexion became even darker. Of course he knew what it meant. That is to say, the top talents in Beihe City are not strong enough, and they were eliminated early by the training camp and came back. Fortunately, I wanted to use Liu Sheng's talent to show off in front of the old man, but I didn't expect that in the end, the other party took out his granddaughter to mock and humiliate him, and rubbed him on the ground in various ways. Damn, this time I was slapped in the face, and I couldn't understand it. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands of god characters away from the Grand Master. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuhi felt as if his chest was holding his breath, and he couldn't breathe it out. He could only sit in a chair and drink tea without saying a word. I said, Old Xiao, don't be too angry, think about it. Not everyone can be as good as my precious granddaughter, there are many people who are worse than my precious granddaughter Charlene, not bad for you in Beihe City. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit comforted Xiao Yuhi zero. Xiao Yuhi's complexion became more and more ugly. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Xiao Yuhi suppressed his anger and shouted. Soon, the door of the office opened, and the secretary led a handsome and tall young man in. "President, Liu Sheng is here." "Oh, really? Liu Sheng, come in quickly." Xiao Yuhi forced a smile, and waved to Liu Sheng who was standing at the door. "Hello, President Xiao." Liu Sheng walked into Xiao Yuhi's office and noticed that there was another person in the office. It seems that he is Xiao Yuhi's friend. "Old Xiao, this is the top genius in Beihe City that you have been telling me to show me." The old man in the Chinese tunic suit saw Liu Sheng stand up quickly, with a big smile on his face. Sure enough, he is a young talent, not bad. Only Xiao Yuhi could hear the sarcasm in the old man's words, smiled at Liu Sheng with an ugly face, and then waved the secretary to go out. "This is my old comrade in arms, you can call him Mr. Xia." Xiao Yuhi introduced. "Hello, Mr. Xia." "Hello." The old man in the Chinese tunic suit smiled brightly, patted Liu Sheng on the shoulder and said, "I'm about the same age as my family Charlene, if there is a chance, I can pull it out and meet together, you say yes, Lao Xiao." Xiao Yuhi said with a dark face, "I don't think this is necessary." "What, you still think that the humiliation is not enough, and you want to call everyone together and smear him in front of you? Look at my brain." The old man patted himself on the forehead with a smile, and said to Liu Sheng with a smile, "Liu Sheng, you just came back from the training camp in Dongning province." Although Liu Sheng felt that the atmosphere in the office was not right as soon as he entered the door, and Xiao Yuhi's face was also not right, but since Xiao Yuhi himself said that the old man was his friend, he didn't think much about it, and nodded, "Yes, Mr. Xia. My training session when it's over, come back. It's good to end, it's good to come back early." The old man said leisurely, "That kind of place is really not suitable for ordinary people like you to stay. Although my family Charlene is excellent, she often complains to me about the hard work. Why do you say that there are many monsters 3.4 in the training camp? Even my family, Charlene, felt like a monster. Do you think normal people can bear it? They must be hit. Oh, by the way, young man, do you know our Charlene?" Liu Sheng was taken aback. The old man said something he didn't quite understand for a long time, but it turned out to be Charlene's grandfather. "Thinking of the Charlene in my memory who was either running or pretending to be a quail every time I saw her, and then looked at the old man in front of me." A strange look appeared on Liu Sheng's face, but he still nodded. "Yes, Charlene is still very famous in the training camp." This sentence immediately comforted the old man, and he couldn't help laughing and said, "Our Charlene must be excellent everywhere she goes. It's a pity, young man, if I had known that you were a talent Lao Xiao valued, I would have asked Charlene to take care of you more in the training camp. In this way, you will not be eliminated so early. Say yes, old Wei." Xiao Yuhi looked at the old man's hypocritical expression, snorted coldly, and said nothing. But Liu Sheng seemed to hear something, thought for a while, and tried to explain, "Actually, I'm not." But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xiao Yuhi. 082 convinced the entire training camp a month ago. 5. Liu Sheng, you came to see me just after you came back, what's the matter? Xiao Yuhi winked wildly at Liu Sheng, implying that he should not give old man Xiao another chance to pretend, and said quickly. Liu Sheng was amused, but he still took out a document sealed with craft paper from his backpack and handed it to Xiao Yuhi. "The chief instructor Dong Qingxiu of the training camp asked me to give it to you. I hope you will approve it. Can the chief instructor of the training camp have any documents to give you a little Beihe City Martial Arts Association president for approval?" Before Xiao Yuhi could speak, the old man Xia next to him moved his head closer. He glanced at Liu Sheng and said with a strange look in his eyes, "Young man, did you make a mistake in the training camp and let Lao Xiao, the recommender, give you the blame? Dr. Lu didn't even bother to talk to him. He could see it. This old man is really annoying, no wonder Xiao Yuhi's face was so stinky when he came in, probably because of him. None of your business, shut your mouth. Xiao Yuhi scolded old man Xia angrily, then tore open the craft paper and took out the documents inside. Xiao Yuhi's eyes quickly scanned the contents of the file. It was quiet at first. When scanning to a certain position, suddenly, Xiao Yuhi's hand holding the document shook violently. He suddenly raised his head to look at Liu Sheng in front of him, his eyes widened, and an expression of extreme shock and disbelief appeared on his face. You. Xiao Yuhi said a word with a trembling voice. When did you break through to the third-level warrior? Standing beside Xiao Yuhi, old man Xia stopped serving water and drinking tea for an instant. He raised his head, fixedly looked at Xiao Yuhi with an expression of doubting that his ears had misheard, and said, "Hey." No one paid him any attention. Liu Sheng said calmly, "It was more than a month ago. The chief instructor of the training camp helped me test it. She said that the military region has the qualifications to certify the strength of warriors. I just need to ask you to stamp it afterwards." Qualified? Of course qualified. Too qualified. Your chief instructor represents the Eastern Military Region. Xiao Yuhi lived instantly. His back was straight, his face was shining brightly, and his eyebrows were flying so high that he was almost dancing. The same depressed look as before. Different from each other. I'll stamp you now. Xiao Yuhi raised his eyebrows, his face was flushed, he surrounded the documents and was about to go behind the desk to find the official seal. But he was grabbed by old man Xia. Etc. Old man Xia pinched his tongue and shouted, "Show me the document." 17 years old, a third-level martial artist, is it real or fake? Could it be a fake document from somewhere to fool you? Old man Xia looked Liu Sheng up and down with suspicious eyes. A 17-year-old third-level warrior. It's not a concept at all with a 17-year-old second-level warrior. Although the difference between the two is only a mere level, but there is a full 90 points of vitality in the middle difference, which is not something that can be crossed casually. The difference in talent represented between the two is vastly different. If he was really a 17-year-old third-level martial artist, his martial arts talent was terrifying, almost comparable to his granddaughter Xiaolin's spiritual teacher talent. Can this ordinary kid in front of him be a third-level warrior? Can he be comparable to his precious granddaughter? Old man Xia couldn't accept it and was full of doubts. Before Liu Sheng opened his mouth, Xiao Yuhi retorted first. You can't see the big steel stamp of the Eastern Military Region. Fake documents? Go get me a fake document and have a look. Old man Xiao's face was flushed red by Xiao Yuhi, and he couldn't help shouting, so what if it's true? There are third-level warriors all over the street, aren't they just a little younger, and still don't have my grandchildren? Xiao Yuhi squinted at old man Xia, and said with a sneer, then what if it's a third-level warrior with a combat power index of more than 270,000, almost reaching the 5th level standard? 270,000 combat power. Old man Xia almost didn't come up in one breath. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he said in disbelief, bring me the document, let me see it. Xiao Yuhi didn't stop him either, and let Zhen Honest grab the documents. Old man Xiao's eyes quickly scanned the document, and shock gradually crept up on his face. Finally, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Liu Sheng with disbelief. You, a guy who was eliminated early by the training camp, how can you have a combat power index of 270,000? Liu Sheng looked directly into old man Xiao's eyes and said calmly, I didn't say I was eliminated from the training camp, it's just that you always think so. Then why didn't the training camp end and you came back early? Old man Xia asked. Liu Sheng said flatly, for me, the training camp could have ended a month ago, but I chose to come back now. Oh, yes, Chairman Xiao. Liu Sheng turned his head to look at Xiao Yuhi, and said, "The chief instructor asked you to call her back, she is afraid that you don't believe this document, and wants to confirm it with you in person." "Ha ha ha, how can I not believe it, I am such a suspicious person." Xiao Yuhi laughed loudly, and when he said suspicious ghosts, he even took a special look at the old man next to him. "But this call still needs to be made." Xiao Yuhi took out his mobile phone and said with a smile, "It is said that the chief instructor of this training camp is a well-known genius in the Eastern Military Region, so let's take a look at it and play a video." After finishing speaking, the video call on Xiao Yuhi's mobile phone has been broadcasted. Old man Xia fixed his eyes on Xiao Yuhi's phone screen without blinking. Soon, the video was connected, and Dong Qingxiu's figure appeared on the screen. Dong Qingxiu didn't seem to be in the office, and there were strange noises around her from time to time. It was a slight cracking sound like something flying by. "President Xiao Yuhi of Beihe City." Dong Qingxiu's expression was a little surprised, but she quickly returned to normal, and greeted Xiao Yuhi seriously. "It's me, I'm Xiao Yuhi, hello, East Chief Instructor." Xiao Yuhi responded with a smile. "Hello, President Xiao. Liu Sheng has returned to Beihe City, right?" Dong Qingxiu's eyes fell on old man Xia who was poking his head out, and couldn't help frowning. "Who is this?" Old man Xia straightened his shriveled chest and said, "I am Xia Wixing from Baoding City." Dong Qingxiu shook her head, "I don't know." "Old man Xia." The old man Xia felt awkward, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and said quickly, "I am Xiaolin's grandpa." This time it worked. Dong Qingxiu showed a look of surprise on her face, and said lightly, "Grandpa Xia, hello." Old man Xia breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a little helpless in his heart. "I have lived most of my life, but I didn't expect to have to rely on my granddaughter's name to be recognized by people when I was old. It is really sad." At this moment, a small head popped out from behind Qingxiu in the middle of the screen, and she cried out in surprise as she looked at the screen. "Grandpa! Where are you? How did you communicate with the instructor of Dong Zone?" When old man Xia saw Charlene, he immediately became excited. But before he could say a few words to Charlene, Dong Qingxiu turned her head and scolded coldly, "Charlene, have you achieved the goal I set for you? Are you still distracted? 10 times more training today." "Yes, Instructor Dong." Charlene replied weakly and disappeared from the screen. Old man Xia looked distressed, but he was embarrassed to say anything, and even if he said it, considering the character of the chief instructor, he might not give him face. "Okay, I'll talk about business with the Dong Zone instructor, and your grandparents want to chat and go talk on your own." Xiao Yuhi squeezed old man Xia away angrily, and said to Dong Qingxiu on the screen, "Instructor Dong, I have read the document you asked Liu Sheng to bring to me. The matter will be settled for him soon." "Good." Dong Qingxiu nodded, "President Xiao, please. What trouble are you talking about? Liu Sheng is the pride of our Beihe City." Xiao Yuhi laughed loudly, and asked again, "By the way, Instructor Dong, I think the training camp is not over yet. Why did Liu Sheng come back early?" The old man Xia next to him immediately pricked up his ears when he heard this. Then I heard Dong Qingxiu reply indifferently, "Oh, that's right. We decided a month ago that Liu Sheng would represent Dongning Province Tian 577 before the training camp to participate Indiana the selection of Kaiming generals in the entire eastern province. He is recognized as the strongest talent in this training camp, so this training camp is over for him ahead of schedule, and he only needs to prepare well for the selection of Kaiming generals." Xiao Yuhi and old man Xia couldn't hear a word of Dong Qingxiu's words. Their brains were as if someone had knocked hard on their ears with a gong and drum. Buzz buzz. Only a few words are left to echo in it. Kaiming General Star. Recognized as the strongest. Xiao Yuhi suddenly turned his head to look at Liu Sheng, his eyes completely changed. He already thought that Liu Sheng was talented and good enough, but he still underestimated Liu Sheng. Of course Xiao Yuhi knew what the existence of Kaiming's selection of generals was. Compared with this grand selection event, the talent training camp is nothing. It was a grand event in the East where only the top talents were eligible to participate. Only one person per province is eligible to participate. There are only a few dozen people in the entire East. And Liu Sheng is the only one in their entire Dongning provincial capital this year. The most important thing is that this was decided a month ago. What does this mean? This shows that Liu Sheng had conquered the entire training camp a month ago, and he directly asked the chief instructor to determine the candidates. There must be such a big gap in strength and talent that the situation can be established so early. At this time, Xiao Yuhi is like drinking a glass of century-old Chenbing town wine in the scorching heat of summer. An old face quickly flushed with excitement, but it was extremely refreshing from the inside to the outside. Good Dongning instructor, during this period of time, I will definitely supervise Liu Sheng's practice seriously, and try to let him get a good ranking in the selection of Kaiming generals, so as not to embarrass our entire Dongning province. Xiao Yuhi's words were coherent, extremely beautiful. There seems to be wind in every gesture, and the indescribable spirit is soaring and round. 083 U and number 039, a psychiatrist and you and number 039, hiding it from me. 1. Look at old man Xia again. At this time, old man Xia was completely frozen, his mouth was opened unnaturally, and his expression was shocked and astonished. Although old man Xia didn't know what the selection of Kaiming generals was, he could hear the weight of certain words in Dong Qingxiu's words. On behalf of Dongnin province, the whole East. None of these words did not show Liu Sheng's position in the training camp and in the mind of the chief instructor, Dong Qingxiu. Moreover, he could clearly hear the meaning of Dong Qingxiu's whole sentence. The talent training camp in Dongning province was specially established for the purpose of screening the candidates for the so-called Kaiming General Star selection. The candidate was determined to be Liu Sheng more than a month ago. The purpose of the training camp has long been achieved. It doesn't matter when it ends. That's probably what it means. Old man Xia was a little confused. At this time, he heard Dong Qingxiu's cold voice coming from the screen of the mobile phone in Xiao Yuhi's hand. As if reprimanding someone. Charlene, get up for me, I can't bear the difficulty of such training, I don't want to beat Liu. Who, Instructor Dong, I don't want to defeat Liu Sheng at all. I've seen him run before. Can I run away when I see him in the future? You're going to piss me off, Charlene. The voice from the phone was clearly audible, and old man Xia's body trembled slightly. Okay. The monster in the training camp that the granddaughter complained about in the video before. So this is Liu Sheng. Okay, Instructor Dong, then I won't bother you, I'll hang up the video first. Xiao Yuhi was about to hang up the phone with a smile on his face, but he never thought that Dong Qingxiu would suddenly yell. Don't hang up, President Xiao, I'll have a few words with Liu Sheng by the way. Xiao Yuhi was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood. Oh, good. Xiao Yuhi pointed the phone screen at Liu Sheng. Dong Qingxiu's cold and handsome face appeared before Liu Sheng's eyes. Liu Sheng, you asked me to help you find the crafting materials for the exclusive weapons of the psychiatrist. I have found almost all the materials that can be found. I have sent you the specific list and prices in a form. If you need me to help you buy something, just tell me when the time comes. Xiao Yuhi, who was holding up his cell phone, was giving a proud and flaunting look to the old man Xia whose face was frighteningly dark beside him. In just a few minutes, the faces of the two of them immediately dropped, completely reversed. Even Xiao Yuhi himself couldn't help sighing in his heart that the world is wonderful, and feng shui takes turns. But listening to what Dong Qingxiu said to Liu Sheng, Xiao Yuhi felt that something was wrong the more he listened. Old Xia next to him obviously felt something was wrong. The two looked at each other, and looked at the mobile phone screen in Xiao Yuhi's hand almost at the same time. Just right, Dong Qingxiu said at this time. Speaking of which, you still have to pass the assessment of the psychiatrist as soon as possible, so that you can be eligible to log on to the Star Network to buy it yourself, saving you from having to trouble me every time. Well, I'm done talking. Tell Chairman Xiao, I'll hang up first, I'm still busy here. Beep beep beep. Video hangs up. Xiao Yuhi and old man Xiao looked like they had seen a ghost. Lu Sheng. Xiao Yuhi swallowed his saliva forcefully, thinking about opening his mouth. The tone of the voice was slightly distorted, as if he was suppressing some emotion. Just now, what did instructor Dong Qingxiu tell you? Xiao Yuhi's voice began to tremble a little. What do you mean, let you take the psychiatrist assessment quickly? After asking, Xiao Yuhi and old man Xiao stared straight at Lu Sheng, expecting his answer. Lu Sheng replied naturally, oh, because I was detected to be mentally gifted in the training camp, the chief instructor Dong Qingxiu wrote me a letter of recommendation, allowing me to have time to participate in the psychiatrist assessment. That's all. That's all? What do you mean? Xiao Yuhi almost exploded. The whole person jumped up almost on the spot. He has always admired Lu Sheng's calm personality, but now he feels that Lu Sheng's appearance is particularly deserving of a beating. It's fine if you don't talk about such a big thing as becoming a psychiatrist, why are you still acting so calm, kid? Could it be that if Dong Qingxiu didn't say anything, you weren't going to mention it? You have been hiding it from me, the president of the Martial Arts Association? Damn, can it still be good? I thought so in my heart, but when it came to my mouth, there was only one sentence left. Okay, okay. Lu Sheng, I really didn't misread you, you are the top talent in Beihe City that hasn't appeared in 100 years. Xiao Yuhi was so happy that his heart was trembling. 17 years old, a third-level martial artist, with a combat power of 270,000, and the key is that he has the talent of a spiritual teacher. This is simply the addition of countless halos, so dazzling that it cannot be more dazzling. In addition, Lu Sheng is about to represent Dongning province to participate in the selection of Kaiming generals. If he is selected, then Kama. Xiao Yuhi took off completely. Maybe before Lu Sheng grows up, he will be able to improve his status in the Martial Arts Association and thus gain the opportunity to be promoted to Grand Master. Even if you don't choose the General Star. With Lu Sheng's growth rate, as long as he has a good relationship with him, he will definitely benefit in the future. Anyway, I am still young, and it will take several years for my body's vitality to slowly decline, so I can still afford to wait. In other words, how should I develop a relationship with Lu Sheng? By the way, old man Xia has a granddaughter. He is not as old as him, but he has a niece. Although the nieces are not very talented and not very good looking, but find a chance to try it. Sometimes, it's hard to tell the taste of a monstrous genius, maybe it's just right. When Xiao Yuhi thought about it, the more he looked at Lu Sheng, the more he felt pleasing to the eye, and a smile bloomed on his face. On the other hand, old man Xia had a stiff face and his lips were trembling. Lu Sheng is also a spiritual teacher. It seems to be better than granddaughter Charlene's talent. The last trace of pride in old man Xia's heart was completely shattered at this moment. Do you really need me to send you a car to take you home? Xiao Yuhi sent Lu Sheng to the gate of the Wuxi all the way, and put him in a taxi. No, I'll just go home by myself. Thank you President Xiao. Lu Sheng politely declined Xiao Yuhi's offer. Xiao Yuhi didn't try to force it either, but his expression was still full of regret. Then come to my house for dinner when you are free. I will cook some dishes for you to taste. By the way, I will introduce some children to you. Those who are about the same age as you should have something in common. Must. After getting out of the rough car and starting, Xiao Yuhi waved his hand at Lu Sheng, and then turned around. Immediately, his back straightened up, and the corner of his mouth was smiling, and his spirit became different. Now he can't wait to go back and call his old comrades, old buddies, and old colleagues to brag. Tell me how powerful a martial arts genius has been under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Association, and by the way, let me talk about how dark the face of the old man surnamed Xia is today. Haha, it's cool to think about it. Liu Sheng watched Xiao Yuhi go away from the window, and when he looked back, he found that the taxi driver was looking at him curiously through the rear-view mirror. Noticing his gaze, the driver couldn't help but said, "Young man, who are you from President Xiao? I don't think he is so polite to you." Liu Sheng smiled and said, "I'm not anyone, I just know him. President Xiao has always been very polite to people." "Yeah, that's rare. President Xiao is a 6th-level martial artist, so he didn't expect to have such a good temper in private." "Young man, I think you look familiar." The taxi driver stared at Liu Sheng for a while, then suddenly slapped his thigh, almost throwing the steering wheel. "I recognize you, your name is Liu Sheng, right? The martial arts genius reported on the TV news 2 months ago. No wonder even President Xiao is so polite to you. I heard that you are only in the 3rd year of high school this year, and you are already a 2nd-level martial artist. Be good, my daughter adores you, can you autograph it for me? I don't need to charge you for the car." Listening to the taxi driver's chatter, Liu Sheng felt a little helpless. Is it true that taxi drivers all over the world are talkative? Fortunately, this road is not too long, and I will soon arrive at my own community. By the way, do you have any unique skills in martial arts? Can you teach me a few, and I will teach my daughter when I go back." The taxi driver was still talking to himself, when he suddenly heard Liu Sheng say something in a low voice. "Master, please stop the car first." The sound was not too loud, but it exploded in the driver's ear like a thunderbolt. The driver shuddered, slammed on the brakes, and looked back at Liu Sheng. At this moment, Liu Sheng was staring out of the window. It was a rather grand store, the door was open, half of the glass door fell to the ground, and broken glass slag was scattered everywhere. There was still a smashed signboard lying on the ground at the door. A few words can be vaguely seen on the signboard, Hongchuan Wuguan. Many people are standing far away to watch the excitement. Liu Sheng threw down 100 yuan, got out of the car and left. "Just go here, thank you master." The taxi driver grabbed the 100 yuan in a daze. Suddenly he remembered something and shouted quickly. "Sign, the signature hasn't been signed yet." It's a pity that Liu Sheng, dragging his suitcase, has already gone a long way. 084 Kick Pavilion, 2. Why do people fight every day in this martial arts gym? Who says it's not? People are injured every day, and people are sent to the hospital every day. The beatings are too fierce. Who dares to send children here like this? You said that these martial arts practitioners are capable of fighting their own people, why don't they go to the battlefield to fight strange beasts, so as not to disturb the people? It's just. Several ants in their 40s and 50s were holding vegetable baskets in their hands, standing not far from the gate of the martial arts hall, talking in a low voice, talking non-stop. Suddenly, a voice came in. "Ant, is this martial arts gym like this recently?" Several ants looked up and saw a tall boy with a tall figure and fair skin standing in front of them at some point. The boy looked clean and handsome, dragging a suitcase in his hand, as if he had just returned from a trip. A pair of dark eyes are clear and deep, shining like crystals. The ants were stunned for a moment, and subconsciously replied, "Isn't that right, it happened half a month ago. Every day people come up to kick the gym, one batch after another, and both sides injured many people. I heard that the master of the martial arts gym they're all hurt." The handsome boy frowned, then asked, "Do you know why?" An ant quickly said, "I know this, it seems that this martial arts school borrowed the name of a martial arts genius, recruited many students, and robbed other martial arts schools of business. The other martial arts schools were not angry, so they joined hands come to rectify it. It is estimated that it will be collapsed in a few days. The signboard has been broken several times in the past half-month. Hey, what's the name of that martial arts genius? He seems to live in a neighborhood near here. An aunt next to her couldn't help interjecting, "Young man, don't you want to sign up for this martial arts gym? Listen to my aunt's advice, you should change to another martial arts gym. This place is a troubled place now, don't be implicated." Went in. The young man smiled and said, "No, I'll go to the martial arts hall and find someone from 213. "Oh, that's all right. But you'd better come another day, or wait a little longer, and then go in when they're done beating." Where's the person?" The aunt was halfway through speaking, when she looked up, she suddenly found that the boy standing in front of her had disappeared. Not far from the entrance of the martial arts hall, you can still see a suitcase being slowly pulled in. Hey, young people just don't like to listen to what their elders have to say, and if they make it clear that they have to jump into a fire pit, they will suffer sooner or later. At this time, suddenly an ant stared at the direction the boy left and yelled loudly. "Ah! I remembered, isn't this kid the high school martial arts prodigy that was reported on the TV news more than 2 months ago? I remember, it was this white and clean look. These martial arts fights are all for him." The other ants were taken aback, and only then did they realize that they just accidentally came into contact with the person at the center of the incident. Immediately, the fire of gossip was burning again, and there was another heated discussion. Sheng dragged his suitcase and stepped into the gate of Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. The scene inside the door is even worse than outside. The entire front desk table in the martial arts hall had been kicked over and smashed to the ground, a pile of decorative indoor potted plants had been beaten to pieces, there were fragments of flower pots and soil everywhere, and the floor was in a mess. A large group of people surrounded the martial arts hall, and it seemed that two sides were confronting each other. Sheng saw faint blood stains on the ground and some places on the wall, it seemed that someone had already fought here. Sheng put down the suitcase casually, and slowly moved towards the crowd. Now all the Akba people are looking at the center of the crowd and no one notices him coming in. Sheng walked around behind a group of people, and patted the shoulder of a pretty girl who was looking around on her feet. The girl turned her head and saw Sheng froze for a moment. Then a look of great surprise and excitement appeared on his face, and he turned around and was about to call out. But before she could cry out, a long, white hand gently covered her mouth. "Hush!" Sheng made a silent gesture to the girl, shook his head slightly, and reminded her to keep quiet. The girl nodded obediently. Sheng let go of his hand and raised his eyes to look at the center of the crowd. This beautiful girl who recognized his identity is the front desk of the Hongchuan Martial Art Museum. www. The two groups of people stood facing each other in the lobby of the martial arts hall, and some equipment and furniture that were originally placed in the lobby were roughly pushed aside. One of them was wearing a bright red martial arts uniform with a big Chuan printed on the back. This group of people stood in the lobby, a chair was placed in front of them, and a middle-aged man with a square face and a dignified appearance sat on the chair. Judging from his appearance and imposing manner, he should be the real owner of the Red Martial Art Museum. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. A fourth-level martial artist who has long been famous in Beihe City. But at this moment, Ni Hongchuan seemed to be seriously injured, his face and lips were slightly pale, and he stretched out his hand to cover his chest from time to time. Standing beside Ni Hongchuan was a man and a woman, one of them was Ni Shuang whom Sheng knew, and the other was a short and thin young man whom he had never seen before. There are not many people in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall, and almost everyone has some injuries on their bodies, some are just bruised and swollen, and some even have plaster and bandages on their hands or feet. This look of an old, weak, and remnant soldier is far worse than the group of guys in dark blue martial arts uniforms on the opposite side in terms of momentum. "Lin Tishan, isn't it too much for you to do this? My Hongchuan martial arts school has promised not to recruit students within a year. What else do you want? Ni Hongchuan stared at a man wearing a black martial arts uniform, and spoke in a deep voice. The man in the black martial arts suit is close to 2 meters tall, with a slender body, dark skin, and muscles on his body that are lumpy like rocks. The people in dark blue martial arts uniforms are faintly headed by him. Hearing Ni Hongchuan's words, he grinned showing his neat teeth. Master Ni, today we don't talk about business, we only talk about martial arts. We, Tishan Martial Arts, came here specially to ask your Hongchuan martial arts for advice today. Lin Tishan, thanks to the fact that you are still a 4th-level martial artist, taking advantage of my father's injury and coming up to kick the gym, why don't you show some shame? Before Ni Hongchuan could speak, Ni Shuang who was beside him had already cursed. Lin Tishan laughed, and said, Ni's words are really interesting, whether it is possible to kick in the martial arts competition depends on the day. Your father Ni Hongchuan's injury is his business, and it is my business that I come to kick the gym. Since you Hongchuan Wugwan dare to hang up the signboard, you must be prepared to be smashed at any time. As he said that, Lin Tishan's aura was released, causing a group of people in the Hongchuan martial arts school to change their expressions slightly, and they all took a few steps back. Ni Hongchuan's face was like water, and he nodded slowly, you are right, since the signboard has been revealed, you must be able to keep it. I, Ni Hongchuan, came to Beihe City 20 years ago. I was alone, and I built this foundation with a pair of fists. It was possible then, and it is the same now. Ni Hongchuan stood up suddenly, and an unnatural flush quickly appeared on his face. He was already injured, but this time it affected the injury even more, and he coughed violently. Dad! Master! Seeing this, Ni Shuang and the short and thin young man quickly reached out to support him, their faces full of worry. Fine! Ni Hongchuan reached out to block the hands of the two, shaking his head to indicate that he was fine. Lin Tishan on the side laughed when he saw this, and said coldly, since you don't have the skills, don't make such a big deal, a 17-year-old 2nd-level martial artist. Is that a student you Ni Hongchuan can teach? It deserves to be beaten and disabled. As I said earlier, Liu Sheng is not my dad's student, he is just a member of ours. Ni Shuang tried to explain. Lin Tishan waved his hand and said indifferently, I don't care about that, I only know that you have robbed more than half of the business of our martial arts gyms by using the name of that kid named Liu Sheng. If you dare to stretch your claws into our pockets, don't blame us for chopping them off. Students return their cards and want to come here, who do you blame? I know, that's why we decided to tear down the signboard of your Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Your martial arts hall is down, and the students have no place to go, so they will naturally come back. You! Ni Shuang gritted her teeth in anger, unable to speak a word. Lin Tishan clapped his hands and said, okay, enough nonsense. Send someone up quickly. I packed them up together, you guys go to the Martial Arts Association today to cancel the Martial Arts Hall. There was grief and indignation on the faces of the people in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Since half a month ago, people have come to kick the gym almost every day. It was okay at first, and everyone was able to cope. But then it became more and more violent, and the owner of another martial arts gym personally brought people up. Ni Hongchuan played a few games in person, and was seriously injured, almost unable to fight again. Now there is another 4th-level warrior-level gym owner who came to kick the gym, and their Hongchuan martial arts gym may really be forced to cancel and close the gym. I'll fight you! Ni Shuang gritted her teeth and walked out. Ni Hongchuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Ni Shuang, you come back. You are only level 3, and you are not his opponent. Ni Shuang shook her head and said with a firm face, Dad, I caused this incident, and I should be responsible. Don't worry, the worst thing is to get hurt. Maybe he dared to beat me to death. Junior sister, I'm with you. The short and thin young man standing on the other side of Ni Hongchuan also stood up. Although the young man was unattractive, he had a calm demeanor. He looked at Lin Tishan and said, Master Lin, you are a 4th-level martial artist and bullying my junior sister, a 3rd-level martial artist, is it unreasonable? Lin Tishan nodded with a smile and said, Don't worry, as many people as you Hongchuan Martial Arts School want to attend, feel free to attend together. I follow along. 085 How are you going to teach me, on your knees? 3. Joining hands with senior brothers, we may not have no chance. Seeing that Lin Tishan agreed to come down, Ni Shuang showed a bit of joy on his face. Ni Hongchuan shook his head with a wry smile. No chance, Lin Tishan has a lot of hard work, and he is still a 4th-level warrior. If I don't get injured, I can only fight with him at a 50-50 odds. What's more, you, Dad, you really underestimate me and senior brother too much. My strength may be a bit weak, but no matter what my senior brother said, I am also a top student of Dongning Wuda University. The two of us join forces, are you still afraid of Lin Tishan? Ni Shuang said confidently. The short and thin young man next to him also said in a deep voice, Master, junior sister is right. If you don't fight hard, who knows if you have a chance, and. The young man stretched out his hands to Lin Tishan ping ping. Lin Tishan was stunned for a moment, and soon his face showed surprise, and he said in the original voice, Have you made a breakthrough? The young man shook his head, and said, It's still a little short of training internal strength, but the blood value has reached 200. Isn't it half a foot into the 4th level? Ni Shuang was overjoyed. Ni Hongchuan was also quite excited. Okay, let me tell you that you have always had a calm personality, so why did you act impulsively with Ni Shuang today? It turns out that you are sure. Dad. Ni Shuang frowned. Ha ha. Ni Hongchuan laughed, and most of the depression on his face disappeared, and it seemed that even his injuries had healed a bit. I said, when are you going to discuss it? Lin Tishan's voice came, if you drag it any longer, the Martial Arts Association will be closed. Do we have to make another trip tomorrow? Shut up. Ni Shuang glared at him, and said coldly, I'll beat you down later, I want you to carry the signboard of our Hongchuan Martial Arts School through the streets. Lin Tishan smiled slightly, with a cold light in his eyes. A sharp-mouthed little girl, really annoying. In the next second, Tishan's figure suddenly disappeared. Ni Shuang was shocked, and then heard the voice of a short and thin young man next to her ear. Junior sister, be careful. Immediately afterwards, the two figures collided fiercely. A figure suddenly stepped back 7 or 8 meters, revealing the slightly pale face of the Faxia youth. Brother. Ni Shuang hurried up and asked eagerly, Are you okay? Only then did she realize that it was the short and thin young man who blocked Lin Tishan's blow for her just now. Don't worry, I'm fine. The short and thin young man squeezed out a smile and shook his head. Ni Shuang didn't see that the right hand of the short and thin young man quietly hid behind him was trembling constantly. Witnessing this scene, Ni Hongchuan looked solemn and slowly frowned. It turned out to be such a trick. Lin Tishan glanced at the short and thin young man, showing some surprise. That's just right, they will be scrapped together, so as to save me from getting revenge on me in the future. If you get sick, you will die of sickness. Lin Tishan took a step forward, and in an instant, his whole body seemed to swell slightly. The muscles all over his body were knotted and swollen, and his skin had a faint iron-colored luster. A mountain-like momentum rolled towards the short, thin young man and Ni Shuang. The faces of the two changed drastically. Lin Tishan at this time, and Lin Tishan before. Almost look like two different people. Ni Hongchuan suddenly stood up from his chair with a shocked expression on his face. Lin Tishan, have you broken through level 5? Lin Tishan grinned ferociously, and said, It's still a bit close, but my Tishanjin has already achieved great success. Ni Hongchuan, you are a coward, you dare not compare yourself, so you sent 2 little dolls to die. Then I will fulfill you. As he spoke, Lin Tishan stretched out both hands. The 2 black fleshy palms are like palm leaf fans, which are several times larger than ordinary people. They make a whirring sound in the air, and even scrape the curtains a few meters away. The momentum is extremely frightening. Ni Hongchuan was startled and angry, and wanted to stop him, but his injury was affected, his face turned pale and he collapsed on the chair suddenly. Ni Shuang and the short and thin young man were enveloped by this aura, their faces turned pale, but they could only grit their teeth and press on. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the short and thin young man screamed and flew upside down, hitting the ground. One arm was bent at a strange angle, the pain made cold sweat break out on his face, and his lips were trembling. Ni Shuang is slightly better. Most of Lin Tishan's strength was used on the short and thin young man. She only had one arm pinned by the edge of the iron palm, but it was still dislocated. Just a face-to-face. The 2 big and third-level fighters under Ni Hongchuan in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall were all injured and fell to the ground, completely losing their fighting power. Lin Tishan was so powerful and terrifying that everyone could barely breathe. Anyone else? Lin Tishan twisted his neck, smiled and glanced at everyone in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Anyone caught by his gaze lowered their heads in fear, and no one dared to look at him. Enough! Ni Hongchuan's chest heaved violently, he stood up slowly, and said word by word, "Don't you just want our Hongchuan Martial Arts Gym to be closed?" "Yes, I will do your wish. Go to the Martial Arts Association to cancel the Martial Arts Gym now." Qualification. When Ni Hongchuan said this sentence, he seemed to be 10 years old in an instant, and even his back was bent. Dad! Ni Shuang's eye circles turned red all of a sudden, and the self-blame and guilt in her heart flooded up like a tide. Everyone in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall was downcast and desolate. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lin Tishan smiled and said, "I can still trust the character of Master Ni. If this is the case, I will bring someone back first." Etc. At this moment, suddenly 10 voices came from the crowd. Everyone was taken aback and looked subconsciously. A well-proportioned, tall, fair-skinned, handsome young man came out. "A good martial arts gym will not open if it can't be opened. Where can I go to exercise in the future?" The boy glanced at Ni Hongchuan and said calmly. Ni Hongchuan looked shocked and did not speak. Ni Shuang, however, recognized the boy's identity at a glance, and said in shock, "Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng nodded at Ni Shuang. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Lu Sheng, and their eyes were miraculous. So he is Lu Sheng. It is he who caused our martial arts hall to be reduced to this point. Shut up! The people in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall became commotion and discussed a lot. Many people glared at Lu Sheng, as if blaming him for everything in front of them. 0. Asking for flowers. Even Ni Hongchuan's face was complicated after knowing Lu Sheng's identity. Lin Tishan's eyes lit up, he looked Lu Sheng up and down, and said, "So you are the signboard we snatched? Not bad, you are really imposing and talented. Is little brother Lu worried that there will be no place to practice after the Hongchuan Martial Arts School closes? Don't worry, we Tishan Martial Arts Hall welcomes you anytime." Lin Tishan pointed to Ni Hongchuan and the short and thin young man on the ground, and said with a smile, "You have also seen that the Hongchuan martial arts are all rubbish, even I can't catch them at once. What can this kind of martial arts teach you? Come to our Tishan Martial Arts Hall, I can teach you Tishan's secret skills in person, and I will never hide my secrets." Iron Mountain Secret Technique. Lu Sheng seemed to be a little interested. Seeing this, Lin Tishan hurriedly hit the rails while it was hot. Tishan's secret technique is a non-inherited technique in our Tishan Martial Arts Hall. After practice, it will become invincible horizontally. I'm not bragging. Lin Tishan patted his chest and boasted confidently, in the same level, there are few who can break my defense, not Ni Hongchuan, nor the others. Ni Hongchuan's face was a little ugly, but he was powerless to refute. Lin Tishan has shown his strength just now, his defense is like iron, and his momentum is like a mountain. It is indeed not what he is capable of fighting now. Such a powerful exercise, are you willing to teach me? Liu Sheng said lightly. Lin Tishan felt that Liu Sheng seemed to be a little moved, and the smile on his face was even bigger. He hurriedly said, of course I am willing. As long as you join our Tishan martial arts school and take Lin Tishan as your teacher, I will definitely support you with all your money. Liu Sheng took 2 steps forward, looked at Lin Tishan calmly, and said casually, then how are you going to teach me? Lin Tishan frowned, thinking to himself why this kid has so much shit, but considering the identity of the other party, he patiently said, if you come, I will. Lin Tishan hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, Liu Sheng in front of him suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying momentum like a volcanic eruption swept across the sky. Lin Tishan's scalp went numb in an instant, his hair stood on end all over his body, and a great sense of life and death crisis surged out from his heart. Hey! He shouted wildly, the muscles all over his body turned black and swelled, his whole body swelled suddenly, and then he pushed his palms forward fiercely. But a white fleshy fist easily swung his palms away, drove straight in, and landed on his chest. Kika-kika. The sound of bones breaking. Boom. The terrifying power contained in the fist exploded, and Lin Tishan's mountain-like body flew backwards with a swish. He smashed through the crowd and flew straight to the side wall of the martial arts hall entrance. With a boom, a big hole was smashed into the wall, deeply embedded in the wall. Tat-tat-tat. The sound of crisp footsteps sounded in the quiet lobby. Liu Sheng walked step by step, with a casual posture and an indifferent expression. He stopped in front of Lin Tishan, whose face was full of pain, shock, and fear, condescendingly, and said lightly, how are you going to teach me, on your knees? At this moment, the entire martial arts hall. There was no sound, deathly silence. B. 086 Challenge, Grandmaster Zombie. 4. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, their expressions were in a trance, like a dream. Ni Shuang's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth was wide open, enough to stuff a duck egg in. Even Ni Hongchuan was shocked, sitting on the chair, holding on to the armrest with both hands. It seemed that only with such support, he would not slip and fall to the ground. Lin Tishan, defeated. A 4th-level martial artist has achieved great success in Kung Fu. Invincible, tyrannical, Lin Tishan is like a devil. To be punched by Liu Sheng. It was blasted into the wall abruptly. The powerful defense he was proud of was as fragile as a piece of paper under Liu Sheng's hands, and it was broken without even blocking Liu Sheng's punch. Everyone looked at the ground. On the floor of the martial arts hall, there is a trace of dragging that is more than 20 meters long and very clear. That was the trajectory where Lin Tishan was blown away by Liu Sheng's punch. Terrible. It is impossible to imagine how such a terrifying punch came out. Most importantly, this punch came from Liu Sheng's people. To be able to instantly kill Lin Tishan, who is at the peak of level 4, so easily, must a level 5 warrior be able to do it? 17 years old, high school student, 5-level martial arts 237. When these words were connected together, everyone felt their scalps go numb and their bodies trembled violently. Not out of fear. It is a kind of guessed reaction caused by the brain stimulating the body after being too shocked. It seems that the Iron Mountain secret technique that you have blown up to the sky, doesn't seem to be very good. Liu Sheng shook his head and stopped looking at Lin Tishan. Behind him, Lin Tishan's black face was almost distorted, but there was still a lingering deep shock and fear. This kid. This kid. Simply a monster. Liu Sheng casually picked up the suitcase that had just been placed at the entrance of the lobby, and said to Ni Hongchuan calmly, "Don't let the martial arts hall close, otherwise I will find it very troublesome to find another one so close to home." Ni Hongchuan stood up from the chair with a swish, his face was full of excitement. "Sure." Liu Sheng ignored him, turned around and left with the suitcase dragging. Behind him was a look of awe and shock. Liu Sheng has no special feelings for Hongchuan martial arts. This time, the main reason for making the move was because I had received the naming fee from Ni Shuang. Not much money, Tian Wan. But after all, the other party's misery now was indirectly caused by him. But only once. If similar things happen to Hongchuan Wuguan in the future, Liu Sheng will ignore it. He can protect the other party once, but he cannot protect the other party forever. In this world, after all, it is still above martial arts, strength. If you don't have enough strength, you can't keep some things, and if someone takes them away, you can't blame others. Thinking about it, I have already reached the door of the house before I know it. Open the door, and a smell of meat and coriander blows in your face. Mother Zheng Yufen heard the door open and came out of the kitchen. When she saw Liu Sheng, she hurried up to help him with his luggage. "Why is it so late? Didn't you say you can arrive in the morning? It made me cook a table of dishes at noon, and no one helped me eat it." Before Liu Sheng came back, he called home. "Oh, I went to the Martial Arts Association, and I have something to do with Chairman Xiao. On the way back, I saw a group of people bullying a few old, weak, sick and disabled, so I helped them out." Delayed. Liu Sheng explained a little apologetically. When Zheng Yufen heard this, her expression immediately changed, and she looked at Liu Sheng up and down with great vigor. "Fighted with someone? Did you get hurt? Let me take a good look." "No injury. Mom, you underestimated me too much. Anyway, I am also a formal warrior now. I went to a training camp and became even stronger. How did a few punks hurt me?" Liu Sheng stretched out a finger to lift the suitcase, moving up and down easily, showing that he is very strong now. "Only you can. No matter how good you are, you're still just a high school student. There are plenty of people out there who are better than you. Don't try to be brave again, you know." Zheng Yufen babbled a few words, reached out and pinched Liu Sheng's arm, and said with satisfaction, "It seems to be a lot stronger." Liu Sheng walked into the living room and found that his mother was the only one in the house. "Where are King He and Dad?" "One went to school and the other went to work, but didn't come back." Liu Sheng frowned, and said, "Didn't you tell Dad not to be a porter anymore? His body can bear it for a few years, and he will be full of injuries when he grows old. What else can he do if he doesn't move?" Zheng Yufen comforted, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it for you. Since eating the meat you sent back last time, your father is in much better health." Liu Sheng nodded, his expression relaxed a little. Relying on the care of Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun in the training camp, Liu Sheng sent back some of the exotic animal meat eaten by the training camp students. Not much, dozens of catties. Enough to feed the whole family for a long time. The nutritional value of exotic animal meat is tens to hundreds of times that of ordinary beef and mutton, and it is much better than some health medicines on the market. "How's King He's recent grades?" "I have made a lot of progress, and my blood is almost 1.1. Liu Sheng casually asked his mother about the situation at home, then went into the room to put down his luggage, and then took a shower. In the evening, Liu Dahai and Liu Qinghe came back one after another. Because of Liu Sheng's return, this small family was complete again, and the whole family was very happy. Liu Haihei even had a drink or two during dinner. Hearing that Liu Sheng had taught a few gangsters a lesson on the way back, Liu Dahai was even more blushing with joy. This is how martial arts should be practiced. Seeing injustices in the road, weeding out the strong and supporting the weak, and taking action when it is time. Otherwise, why do you still practice martial arts? You can just find an office building to work. His mother, Zheng Yufen, scolded him, if you drink 2 cups, you won't know who you are. What if your son gets hurt? You don't feel bad, do you? Boy, it's no big deal to get hurt and bleed a little bit. My Lu Haihei's son will go to the battlefield to kill strange beasts and defend his family and country. Lu Dahai tapped the wine glass with his chopsticks, shook his head and began to sing. Be in command, put on armor and go into battle. Lu Sheng watched this scene, his brows and eyes gradually softened. He has a big heart and a lot to do. But so far, this home is all he wants to protect. Turning around, he found that Lu Qinghe was secretly looking at him. Lu Qinghe took a mouthful of rice, twitched, and said in a low voice, "Brother, how are you doing in the training camp?" Lu Sheng smiled slightly and said softly, "It's okay, the instructor takes good care of me." "Have you worked hard?" "It's not hard work." "What is the daily training?" "At night, the night is as cool as water." Lu Sheng sat quietly on the yoga mat in the middle of the room. The mental power slowly circulated in the mind, bringing a sense of coolness. Soon, Lu Sheng fell into a dream. On the dilapidated street, Lu Sheng's figure quietly appeared. Lu Sheng looked calm as he strolled through the desolate streets. He started walking in the direction of the city center. Go to the next street. A series of wandering figures appeared in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's expression was calm, and the powerful spiritual power of a third-level psychiatrist came out through his body. Those zombies who tried to get close to him were thrown out instantly, like straws that were uprooted under the tornado storm. The zombies weathered in the air and turned into black lines of smoke, which belonged to Lu Sheng. As the zombies along this street were cleaned up, more and more smoke was generated from these black lines, and the speed of absorption could not catch up with the generation. These black lines of smoke gathered behind Lu Sheng, like a scarred black cloak. Boom! A zombie was thrown away by the mental force, but it shot back at a faster speed in an instant. Lu Sheng's eyes were as bright as morning stars. His feet kicked heavily on the ground, and he leaped high. Lu Sheng raised his right fist in the air, and the breath in his mouth was as hot as fire. Heroic spirits are immortal. The not-so-big white fleshy fist slammed down, smashing into the zombie's body. The tall zombie roared and exploded into a cloud of dust, and a thick black line of smoke came out. Level 6 Warrior. After punching the zombie blocking the way, Lu Sheng's face remained unchanged and he continued to move forward. With his current strength, this kind of zombie who was a 6th-level warrior in his lifetime can be dealt with just one punch. Lu Sheng 3.4 has been going forward, and gradually penetrated into the city. At least hundreds of zombies were sent away along the way. The memory fragments of these zombies gathered together and filled Lu Sheng's mind. It made his brain ache, and the urge to vent continued to emerge in his heart. The desire to destroy everything. Lu Sheng knew that this was the after effect of absorbing too many battle memories in one go. You only need to sit down and practice the crystal concept for a while, and the sequelae of this point will be eliminated immediately. But Lu Sheng still doesn't want to. What is he looking for? Boom! Suddenly, a thin figure landed in front of Lu Sheng. Large cracks appeared on the hard street floor under the figure's feet. Lu Sheng's pupils contracted and he stopped abruptly. Lu Sheng looked at the uninvited guest in front of him who was attracted by him, stretched out his hands to rub his swollen temples, and grinned. He found what he was looking for. Why didn't he choose to clear those complicated memories in his mind? Because he is afraid. He was afraid that he would lose the desire to fight and destroy caused by going crazy. You will lose yourself. The guts to fight this master-level zombie in front of you. 087 Powerful Grandmaster Force Field, Martial Arts Treasure, 5. Liu Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the appearance of the zombie in front of him. He is about 1.75 meters tall and thin, but it gives people a sense of solidity made of steel. The appearance is very ordinary, wearing a rather delicate streamlined battle armor. This zombie is like an ordinary middle-aged man in his 40s. If you don't look at his completely out-of-focus eyes and dead grey skin, it is almost no different from normal people. The mighty power of time washed over its body, it seemed that it just took away some of the moisture in its body, making it shriveled and covered with dust. Compared with the decayed and broken zombies that Liu Sheng has seen before, this zombie is extraordinarily new and complete. Grandmaster's blood is as thick as mercury, and his body is like fine steel. It is not comparable to warriors of level 6 and below. It is too powerful. But it is such a powerful Grandmaster level zombie, but a large hole with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters is broken in the heart. The inside is empty, and you can clearly see the scene on the opposite side. It's hard to imagine what kind of terrifying beast was able to poach the heart of this martial arts master in the first battle when the base was destroyed. At this time, this Grandmaster level zombie was standing in the distance and watching him quietly, as if waiting for something. Let's fight! Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and the rhythm of his breathing changed quietly. Switch, breath of the wind. A faint wind lingered around Liu Sheng's body. Liu Sheng turned around and disappeared in place in an instant. With the subtlety realm movement technique fully deployed, he was at an astonishingly fast speed, like a cloud of green smoke. He approached the zombie in just a few breaths. The Grandmaster level zombies seemed unaware and stood still. Liu Sheng whipped and kicked the head of the master level zombie viciously. Driven by the strong qi and blood of the third level warrior, this whip leg was like a steel knife, tearing the air and making a sharp whistling sound. Boom! It fell silent. The master level zombie still stood still, but raised his right hand at some point. The palm is in a naturally stretched state, gently blocking the side of the face. But it was such a casual gesture similar to raise your hand to speak in class, but it forcibly blocked Liu Sheng's powerful whip kick. There was shock in Liu Sheng's eyes. He felt as if his leg had kicked an extremely thick cushion, and all the strength was absorbed into it, completely dispelled. The huge strength contained in the legs fell on the palm of the master level zombie, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea, without causing any waves. Liu Sheng flew back immediately, his face still deeply moved. The kick I just did, although I didn't go all out, but it also used 6 times the stellar force, and the bonus of the perfect leg skill. How come the combat power index is more than 100,000, and even it can't be shaken with one hand? Grandmaster level zombies are indeed terrifying. And this is only the master level with only fighting instinct left, if it is a real martial arts master. The strength is so powerful that it is simply unimaginable. Liu Sheng did not hold back. 10 times the strength of the stars, the perfect boxing technique, the breath of flame. Except for not using the qi and blood boost of the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra, he almost went all out. But no matter what kind of attack he has, the master level zombie in front of him can always easily resolve it. Liu Sheng had a faint illusion. What he is facing now is not an ordinary person who is more than 1.7 meters tall. It's a wall, a mountain. Can't be broken, can't be surpassed. Hoo! Liu Sheng stood tens of meters away from the Grandmaster level zombie, breathing heavily, with a dignified expression. There's no way to beat it, and you can't even hurt it. Liu Sheng felt that there seemed to be an invisible film on the body of this master level zombie. All his attacks hit this layer of film, and the calendar was directly removed by 9. So much so that although Liu Sheng's combat power is as high as hundreds of thousands, he doesn't even have the qualifications to let the opponent move his position. This probably is. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and slowly uttered a word, Grandmaster Force Field. It is rumored that the martial arts master has an invisible force field, even bullets can't pierce it. After shooting into the force field, it will be blocked by stagnation and completely turned into useless scrap iron. I saw it today, and it really lives up to its reputation. This is still the meager force field left by the dead Grand Master outside his body. If it's a martial arts master in its prime, I guess I won't be able to get close to the opponent, let alone attack. The strength of the Grand Master's force field exceeded Liu Sheng's expectations, and he was almost at the end of his skills. Now I understand why there is only one level difference between the 6th level and the 7th level, but the status is very different. The 7th level can be called a master, but the 6th level can only be called a warrior. It is because the gap between the two is too great. That is a qualitative difference, a gap in the level of life. Reaching the realm of a 7th level Grand Master can almost be regarded as another kind of life form. However, there is good news. This master level zombie doesn't seem to regard me as an opponent at all, and only passively resists my attacks, never actively attacking. Otherwise, I should have been beaten to death on the spot. Liu Sheng now has a feeling that he seems to have become a low-level number who strayed into the high-level monster map again. In the face of the huge level gap, even if the monsters in the high-level map stand still and let themselves chop, they cannot break the opponent's defense by themselves. I can't even do a forced blood deduction -1 to 1. Liu Sheng was a little helpless. No, it seems that there is blood loss. Liu Sheng tried a few more times, and unexpectedly found that the invisible force field outside the body of this master-level zombie seemed to have weakened a little bit. Although very little, only a trace, almost negligible. But definitely weakened. Liu Sheng has attacked nearly 1,000 times, and he already knows the defensibility of the master-level zombies like the palm of his hand. If you grind a little bit, you may have a chance, but I'm afraid that when you grind it below the killing line, you will suddenly go berserk. And this is too slow, I estimate that it will take millions of attacks to grind this force field. Liu Sheng already felt that his physical strength was exhausted. This is because he has been using the natural breathing method to recover. It is not known how many times he got tired and fell down if he was replaced by other third-level fighters. Or, retreat first. When I am stronger, come to solve this tough bone. Liu Sheng flinched in his heart. But some are not reconciled. Level 6 zombie fighters have almost lost the value of actual combat training for him now. After reaching level 3 mental power, hunting zombies below level 6 is like mowing grass. Etc. Liu Sheng suddenly thought of something. Mental strength. Yes, divine attack. He hasn't tried it yet, attacking directly with mental power. I haven't practiced the real psychic combat skills yet, so I have always used spiritual power as an auxiliary means, and the fuel for the increase of Qi and blood by the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra. I almost forgot that I am still a third-level psychiatrist. Compared to my strength in martial arts, my strength in the field of spiritual masters is even stronger. After thinking this through, Liu Sheng suddenly felt a bright light before his eyes. Although Liu Sheng has not learned the corresponding mental power combat skills, his mental power is strong enough. It was as if Liu Sheng was holding a piece of iron in his hand. Although he hadn't learned how to forge this piece of iron into a sword to slash people, the power of swinging the piece of iron and throwing it out was quite impressive. Try. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. There is another benefit of using mental 0-20 force attack. After my mental power is exhausted, I replenish it quickly, because there are zombies everywhere, as long as I absorb some memories casually, and then use the crystal concept to purify it. Much faster than recovering physical strength. Thinking about it, Liu Sheng immediately condensed his mental power into a ball, and ruthlessly punched out the Grand Master level zombie in front of him. Just like a physical attack, the moment the mental power touches a Master level zombie, it's like touching an invisible barrier. The mental power hit it and disappeared. But at the same time, part of that invisible barrier was also consumed. So much better than physical attacks. Liu Sheng was surprised and delighted, and after thinking about it, he quickly understood. The Grand Master Force Field is the externalized manifestation of the Grand Master's will, and the Grand Master's will is simply the spiritual power of the Grand Master. Using mental power to consume mental power will naturally come quickly. Hey, I'm so stupid, I should have thought of this earlier. Liu Sheng didn't delay any longer, and quickly manipulated his mental power to attack the force field of the master-level zombies again and again. The Grand Master force field of the Grand Master-level zombies was consumed rapidly, and the invisible barrier rapidly weakened and thinned at a speed that Liu Sheng's spirit could perceive. Halfway through, Liu Sheng's mental power was exhausted twice, but fortunately, he harvested a lot of ordinary zombie memories before him. As soon as the idea of crystal conception works a little, a steady stream of spiritual power emerges. During this process, Liu Sheng's Shiquan martial arts has grown again. More than 80% of martial arts skills have broken through a bottleneck period, that is, they have reached perfection. This is a terrifying improvement to Liu Sheng's comprehensive combat ability. But Liu Sheng didn't have the time to pay attention to these things now, all his attention was on the master-level zombie in front of him. He is really looking forward to it. After killing this Grand Master-level zombie, what kind of martial arts treasures will be in the memory of the Grand Master that burst out? 088 Controlling Realm Boxing, Grand Master Technique, 10 days same day. 1. Boom. Liu Sheng bombarded the master-level zombie with a mental force. The body of the master-level zombie shook slightly, but there was no fluctuation. Its exterior looks unchanged from the original. But in Liu Sheng's eyes, this Grand Master-level zombie has become extremely dark. It is like a light bulb that is gradually going out. It looks like the outer shell has not changed, but in fact the tungsten filament inside is rapidly dimming. Boom! Another mental attack. With the continuous use of mental power, Liu Sheng became proficient in using this simple and crude technique. And he can feel his mental power attack is getting stronger every time. This is because of the rapid consumption of mental power and the quick recovery by using the idea of crystal conception. If Liu Sheng takes another mental power test now, the strength of mental power will definitely far exceed before. At this moment, only a thin layer of force field remained around the body of the Grand Master zombie. Thin as a layer of window paper. It feels like it could be broken at any moment. Boom! A strange light flickered in Liu Sheng's eyes, and he didn't know how many mental power attacks were launched. This time, the mental power attack fell on the master-level zombie, and encountered a slight obstacle, and then passed through abruptly. It's done. Liu Sheng's figure instantly disappeared in place. Breath of the wind. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the master-level zombies. Compared with the initial stage, the Grand Master zombie at this time gave Liu Sheng a much weaker feeling. Divine illumination of Pluto Sutra, Qi and blood increase. Boom! Inside Liu Sheng's body, two hearts were beating violently, roaring with anger. 10 times the power of the stars. Switch, breath of flame. Perfect boxing. The light in Liu Sheng's eyes bloomed, and his right fist was raised high. At this moment, the killing line for the master-level zombies has arrived. This punch hit the head of the master-level zombie hard. The head of the master-level zombie exploded. Under the impact of Liu Sheng's fist, its not-so-stalwart body staggered backwards. A trace of guilt rose in Liu Sheng's heart. From the beginning to the end, this master-level zombie never attacked him once, and he was always attacking the opponent. Heroic spirits are not fire, your will be inherited by me. Liu Sheng was thinking silently in his heart. The body of the master-level zombie is rapidly weathering, leaving only a set of solitary combat armor. A black thread of smoke as thick as a forearm emerged from its body, like a black python, and slammed into Sheng's body. Liu Sheng retreated violently as if he had been hit hard. There is only one thought left in my mind. Grandmaster memory. Shi Sheng Ning, congratulations on reaching the 7th level. From today onwards, you can be called a master. The situation is getting worse and worse. Although the masters of the Star Realm have been running around, there are still bases falling. The top 100 bases are located in the center of Wumeng. It is the safest place in the whole world. I have already arranged the airship, and you will leave in the afternoon. Dad, won't you come with us? I am the Grand Master, I should stay at the forefront and shed the last drop of blood for the human race. The beasts of the 9th level are too scary, even if I just take a look at them from a distance, I still feel terrified. I am a master, I am strong in my will and I am fearless, why am I still afraid? Why work? Is there really hope? Where is the future of the human race? Master Wang He, who is known as East Pole Evil Sun, has come. He has descended on our number 1359 base. I am honored to see Master Wang He make a move. It is too powerful and shocking. With a powerful existence like Master Wang He, the human race will definitely win this battle. Definitely. The last time I saw Lord Wang He make a move, I got more insights, inspiration erupted like a spring, I should have a skill to conceive. I succeeded. Ha ha ha, it may not be impossible to aspire to the realm of the 8th level Grand Master in this life. It hurts so much, my heart has been dug out. Is this what it feels like before death comes? I heard that the Martial League has launched the Fire Seed project, intending to gather the power of the entire human race to create an unprecedented 12th level powerhouse. It should work. Too bad I can't see it anymore. It is bigger than any memory absorbed by Liu Sheng in the past. Countless broken pictures quickly passed through Liu Sheng's mind. What a legendary and wonderful life of a martial arts master. The idea of crystal conception has already been in operation, and the diamond figure has been dyed pure black. A large amount of martial arts experience and fighting skills in memory were quickly absorbed by Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng was lucky. This martial arts master named Sheng Ning, his major was boxing during his lifetime. Liu Sheng could feel that his attainments in boxing were improving crazily. Perfect Realm's boxing skills quickly improved to the bottleneck of Perfect Realm. Then, break through. Get into it. Then continue to improve rapidly. The advanced level of micro-level, the pinnacle of micro-level. Breakthrough again. Realm of control. Martial arts master Shenning's lifelong learning. The control boxing method refined in countless life and death fights with strange beasts is now perfectly inherited by Liu Sheng without omission. Liu Sheng was delighted. This harvest alone is enough to be called a treasure. Not to mention, he hasn't discovered the core treasure yet. Wang He. Liu Sheng captured the name in Shenning's memory. This name seems to be quite important to Sheng. In the last memory of Master Shenning's life, besides his wife and children, this name was mentioned the most by him. And just so. Liu Sheng knew the name. The creator of stellar body refining technique is called Wang He. He has been in martial arts for 10,000 years, and he is obviously a well-known super big man, nicknamed Dongji Ziyang. Even a 7th level martial arts master like Sheng is also his fanboy. Liu Sheng practiced the stellar body refining technique created by Wang He, which can be regarded as having a certain relationship with him. Now that I understand the legendary figure's scaly claws through the perspective of others, I can't help but feel a lot of emotion in my heart. Sheng seems to be inspired by Wang He's martial art because he saw Wang He's attack once, and created an extremely powerful martial art. Why can't I find it? Liu Sheng was a little puzzled, and kept searching Shenning's memory. At this moment, he saw a golden light spot suddenly appear in the diamond figure in his mind. With the continuous breathing of the diamond figure, this golden light spot also slowly melted. In an instant, a memory screen that Liu Sheng had never seen before appeared in Chao Chen. It was a vast and barren wilderness. Thick black mist filled the sky and the earth. In the black mist, a large number of uncountable strange beasts poured out from the earth and the sky, tearing apart the black mist. Like a tide, it's pouring over here. Liu Sheng perceived that his heart was trembling, his mouth was dry, and his legs were a little weak. I am a Grand Master, I am fearless, why am I still afraid? In this case, even a Grand Master will be torn apart in an instant. A deep sense of despair enveloped Liu Sheng's heart. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. This figure was extremely fast, and its body exuded brilliant golden light, like the sun rising slowly. Liu Sheng watched that figure. He vaguely saw that figure seemed to raise his right hand. Next moment, 10 suns appeared in the dark sky at the same time. Incomparably dazzling sun. Golden sun. The endless golden light shone down, and Liu Sheng's eyes were filled with tears. He tried hard to open his eyes, but he could only see a piece of golden light. I don't know how long it has been. The golden light gradually faded, and Liu Sheng's sight recovered. He sees. The countless strange beasts that were overwhelming before have all disappeared, and there is nowhere to go. The whole world is empty. All filth is washed away. Only the thin but stalwart figure was left, hovering in the distant midair. In the dream space, Liu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, his pupils were completely smudged into a brilliant golden color, like 2 rounds of stars emitting endless light and heat. Soon, the golden color slowly faded, and the stars disappeared. There was a strange light in Liu Sheng's eyes, and he said to himself, in ancient mythology, the son of the Emperor of Heaven is the Golden Crow. Jinwu has the responsibility of being on duty. Each golden crow represents a round of the sun. When the 10 suns appeared in the sky at the same time, the rivers dried up, the earth cracked, and the infinite light and heat burned everything. No living thing can survive 10 days. Martial arts master Sheng has spent his whole life to learn, painstakingly, and even intends to use it to aspire to the supreme master skill of the 8th level Grand Master. The name is 10 days, same day. Liu Sheng punched violently. With this punch, his huge mental power quickly shrank towards the center of the brain nucleus, and collapsed. 2 rounds of golden sun ignited in his eyes. A surging heat wave rushed out of his fist. The light and heat distorted the air, forming 10 rounds of illusory golden suns behind Liu Sheng's head. This style of master technique is in the same line as mine and complements each other. 10 days, same day. Now, it's mine. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for full orders. Every chapter is very attentive, the poor title is useless, let's book a full book, thank you. 089 The embryonic form of the master and number 039, S will, the spiritual power of transformation again, 2. Along with the comprehension of this master skill, Liu Sheng felt a drastic change in his mental power. The huge spiritual power shrank sharply, condensed into a point, collapsed inward, and emitted a golden glow. It's like a small sun floating in the heart of the diamond figure visualization. With every breath of the diamond figure, the light of the sun changes accordingly. The countless black spiritual impurities in the diamond human figure are also fading away under the golden sun. Conversely, this little golden sun is slowly rising bit by bit. My mental strength has undergone a qualitative change. Liu Sheng was a little shocked. After visualizing the diamond figure, the purity of his mental power was already very high, 5 times that of Dong Qingxiu. Beyond the ordinary spiritual teacher does not know much. But compared with the present, his previous mental power seemed mixed and loose. Liu Sheng can feel that the total amount of mental power he has now has not changed much, but the quality is completely different from before. If Charlene's mental power is air, then Dong Qingxiu's mental power is water, and my previous mental power is ice. The difference between the 3 is like gas, liquid, and solid. But now, my spiritual power is like a steel ball made of pure steel. Although it is still the same shape, its quality and hardness are many times higher than before. Great progress! With the thought in Liu Sheng's mind, his mental power radiated out. In an instant, with him as the center, cracks appeared on the surrounding street ground. A cement-like concrete block with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a thickness of 4 to 5 meters was slowly suspended. 770. But it didn't take long for the mental power to drain, and the huge clod fell back to the ground. Liu Sheng's eyes were burning. The grasping power of mental power is dozens of times stronger than before. If the total amount is not too small, it is not impossible to achieve imperial flight as described in the novel of Cultivating Immortals with mental power alone. Liu Sheng felt that in a certain sense, he had completely stepped into the level of an extraordinary life form, which even ordinary warriors could not imagine. He is confident that he can crush a 3rd level or even 4th level warrior to death with just relying on his mental strength. This is a completely different concept from ordinary psychiatrists sweeping warriors of the same level with the help of weapons or challenging high-level warriors by leapfrogging. The latter mainly relies on attack methods, and it is pure force crushing. Now I have a force field similar to that of a master-level zombie. Liu Sheng clearly felt that a faint film appeared on the surface of his body. This film comes from his spiritual power Sun core. If you don't deliberately control it, there will only be a very weak layer. If you increase the output of mental power, it will become much stronger. Even if it is enhanced to the limit, the thickness of this scene is less than 1% of that of the capital-level zombies. But it does exist. It's equivalent to the embryonic form of a Grandmaster's will. Although it's just a seed now, sooner or later it will grow into a towering tree, from which it will transform into my own, true Grandmaster level martial arts will. People crawled on the ground. Now, he needs to find a few suitable subjects to test the master skill he just learned. The next day, Liu Sheng woke up earlier than usual because he spent a lot of time experimenting with Grandmaster skills in the dream space last night. Looking at the still dark sky outside the window, Liu Sheng simply practiced stellar body refining technique for a while. Immortal Golden Body in the advanced chapter of Stellar Body Refining Technique. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Every time you practice, you need to cooperate with your spiritual power. After the prototype of the Master's Will is formed, your spiritual power will transform again as a result. Liu Sheng's practice of this method has become much smoother. There is almost no need to think about the need to deliberately manipulate mental power to cooperate with movements as before, and it becomes more comfortable, and the efficiency of cultivation is at least 3 times higher than before. The movements in the advanced chapter of Star Body Refining Technique are more mysterious and in-depth than those in the introductory chapter. Liu Sheng can feel a different sense of stimulation in the fascia and bones of his whole body during and after each movement. Like tingling, like cold, like burning, like being cut by thousands of knives, like countless ants biting. At the beginning, this kind of stimulation made Liu Sheng feel overwhelmed with pain, and if it wasn't for his strong will, he would hardly be able to persevere. But then slowly get used to it. Now that the prototype of the Master's Will was formed, Liu Sheng even began to enjoy the excitement. The core of pain is transformation, evolution, and the process of growing stronger. If you think about it this way, this is the most wonderful feeling in the world. Liu Sheng exhaled slowly. The turbid air was wrapped in a roiling heat wave, and it blew to the desk more than 2 meters away, curling the pages of several books on the desk. As the spiritual power penetrated into his body, Liu Sheng could see every bone in his body began to take on a trace of gold, giving off a faint metallic luster. The fascia connected to the bones is like steel bars, extremely tough. The blood also became thicker, at least several times that of ordinary people. The external manifestation is that Liu Sheng's skin has become extraordinarily delicate and smooth, even surpassing most girls, and approaching the skin of a baby. From an outsider's point of view, the whole person seems to have added a layer of beauty filters, making his facial features, which are not bad, reach the level of richness and beauty. When I really reach the point of immortal golden body one day, the bones may really turn into pure gold. Acai, Liu Sheng thought of the figure in the memory of the master Sheng Ning who shot 10 rounds of scorching sun with one hand. East Pole Xiang Wang River. Sure enough, none of the existences who can reach the 11th level of martial arts and create 11th level Kung Fu is a simple character. Now that we've left the training camp and don't have the daily supply of exotic animal meat, we need tonics to assist in our cultivation. It's also time to get in touch with the people from Xing Shantang. Liu Sheng thought silently in his heart. He had already checked the history and future development trajectory of Xing Shantang in the dream space. The former is the focus of his attention. Historical data show that Xing Shantang still has a certain family background, and the family style is simple and honest, and it can even be said to be relatively old-fashioned. It is precisely because of this that Xing Shantang has only existed in history for less than 200 years before disappearing. Of course, since Liu Sheng chose it, it means that the history of this world-doing charity church will inevitably change. As for whether it is a short-term rise or a long-term prosperity, it depends on their specific performance. Jingle bell. The alarm on the phone by the bed rang. It's 7:30 in the morning. Feeling that it was almost time, Liu Sheng tidied up and walked out of the room. Breakfast has been cooked, and most of the tables are full, but my mother Zheng Yufen is still busy in the kitchen. Mainly there are 2 martial arts students in the family, their appetites are astonishing, and every meal is a big project. Fortunately, both Liu Sheng and Liu Qinghe are competitive. Before that, Liu Sheng also won a 1 million Martial Arts Association bonus, and now his mother Zheng Yufen feels full of motivation and energy when cooking. In her own words, tired is a bit tired, but I am happy in my heart. Others don't know how much they envy me. The son of Aunt Wang in the 3rd unit is a sophomore this year, and his blood value is less than 0.7. He cooks a table of dishes every day. Suppose 2 bites are full. The couple are almost dying of worry every day. Liu Dahai had already left for work early, only his younger sister Liu Qinghe was sitting at the table eating. Liu Qinghe is also particular about eating. Carrying a school bag, only half of her buttocks are placed on the chair, with both hands non-stop, stuffing buns and steamed buns into her mouth hungrily. It's exactly the same as Liu Sheng used to be late for school, and he hurriedly grabbed 2 breakfasts before leaving. It's just that Liu Qinghe is a student of martial arts, and her random bites are almost worth a serious meal for ordinary people. Why are girls so poor at eating? Who will dare to chase you in the future? Liu Sheng sat down beside Liu Qinghe, picked up the breakfast on the table and ate it slowly. His eating speed is not slower than Liu Qinghe's at all, even much faster. But the appearance of eating is much more beautiful than Liu Qinghe. Gentle and refined, like a modest gentleman. Liu Qinghe wanted to refute Liu Sheng, but her cheeks were stuffed with meat buns, so she choked and rolled her eyes. Liu Sheng looked at her unbearably, and kindly poured her a cup of hot milk. Don't rush, eat slowly. Liu Qinghe gulped down a glass of milk in one gulp, refilled another glass, slowed down, and ate other breakfasts slowly. I really don't understand, you have to sleep until 8 or 9 every day before getting up, and you have to catch up with sleep from time to time during the day. Why is your martial arts strength so high? It's unreasonable. Liu Qinghe muttered unconvinced. Liu Sheng swallowed a steamed stuffed bun elegantly, and said calmly, this is talent, you can't learn it. Liu Qinghe gave him 2 big eyes. Oh yes brother. Liu Qinghe suddenly remembered something, and asked curiously, our school's 3rd year of senior high school is about to suspend classes and go home for self-study. Does your school not have one? Liu Sheng shook his head, I don't know, but I guess it will be soon. Suspension of classes and self-study should be a unified high school in the city. By the way, how long has it been since you reported to the school? Liu Qinghe asked suddenly. Liu Sheng stopped what he was doing and thought about it. It's been a long time, let's go today. Ask for a monthly ticket, ask for flowers, ask for a full order. 090 Cha classmate boy, 3 seek full order, seek customized. Master, go to number 3 middle school. After breakfast, Lu Sheng took a taxi to Beihe number 3 middle school. Lu Qinghe's words reminded him. The college entrance examination is approaching, and the school will be closed soon. If he doesn't go to school again, if he wants to meet some people in the future, it will be very difficult to have another chance. The taxi stopped at the gate of number 3 middle school, and Lu Sheng paid the fare and got off. It was already past school time, so the school gate looked extremely cold and empty. Lu Sheng walked to the small security room next to the sliding door at the gate, knocked on the window, and half his head poked out from inside. How late are you? Call your homeroom teacher to come and pick up the person yourself. Master, I asked for leave before, and I just returned to school today. Oh. The security uncle in a military coat came out of the security room, holding a small notebook in his hand. Which class? I'll register first. Lu Sheng, Class 5, Grade 3, and the class teacher is Hong Jianjun. Senior 3, Class 5, Lu. Uncle Security suddenly stopped his movements, and raised his eyes to look carefully at Sheng through the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose. What did you say your name is? Lu Sheng. Is it this Lu Sheng? Right. Seeing Lu Sheng nodding, and seeing Lu Sheng's appearance and demeanor, Mr. Security's old face instantly became agitated. You're Lu Sheng? That martial arts genius who was on TV? From our 3rd middle school, wait a minute, I'll make a call. Before he finished speaking, the security guard hurried back to the security room. Lu Sheng was left standing at the school gate with a helpless face. Master, you let me enter the door first. Class 5, Grade 3, Math class. Class teacher Hong Jianjun was spitting all over the podium, and the students below were drowsy. Let me tell you, don't underestimate the results of cultural subjects. I know that many of you have applied for Wuhan University, but don't forget that cultural subjects are also included in the score of martial arts. Sometimes it may be just 1 point away, and you will miss your favorite Wuhan University. This point is converted into blood value, and you may have to spend several weeks or even months to exercise. But if it is in the cultural class, it will be a matter of several big questions. When can I finish class? Under the podium, a thin white boy wearing glasses muttered listlessly, then reached out and poked a little fat man in the seat next to him. Lu Kaiming, do you want to go online after school? I'm almost Beijing. The little fat man turned his head, shook his head and said, I won't go, you go, I signed up for a martial arts sprint class, and I have to go to extra training after school. Why have you worked so hard recently? It's not like you anymore. Brother, the college entrance examination is coming soon. I really don't want to go to the construction site to move bricks after graduation. Not so. The white and skinny boy was about to say a few words, but the head teacher Hong Jianjun's cold voice came from the podium. Zhu Xingji, Lu Kaiming, you two stand up for me. The white and thin boy and the little fat man suddenly looked bitter, and stood up slowly. Originally, I thought it was inevitable that the head teacher would reprimand and educate, but I never thought that someone suddenly waved at the head teacher at the door of the classroom, and Hong Jianjun glared at the two of them and hurried out. Wow, good luck, the school leader came just in time. The white and thin boy smiled openly. Lu Kaiming glared at him and complained, what's more, don't talk to me in class from now on. There are not many classes to talk about, and the class will be suspended soon. Yes, classes will be suspended soon. Someone on the side immediately picked up the conversation. Oh, classes are finally going to be suspended. Ah! After a while, the whole class became noisy. At this time, Hong Jianjun, the class teacher who went out to talk to the leader, walked back quickly. The huge classroom was silent for a moment. A few of the happiest mischievous people who had just made a fuss, shrank their heads, wishing to stuff their heads into the desks. But to everyone's surprise, Hong Jianjun didn't mean to be angry at all. Instead, his face was full of spring breeze, and his face was filled with excitement and joy. Isn't there a 10-level salary increase? Zhu Xingji muttered something in a low voice, and Lu Kaiming next to him gave him two big white eyes. Students, this class is suspended, everyone prepare. It turns out that the leader is coming to inspect. Zhu Xingji guessed with certainty. But Hong Jianjun's next sentence caused the whole class to fall into an eerie silence. Lu Sheng from our class is coming soon. After finishing speaking, Hong Jianjun ignored them, turned around and ran out of the classroom. In the next second, the entire class erupted into a burst of heated discussions, and everyone was boiling. Fug! Did I hear correctly? Lu is back to class. It's not like coming back to class. The class is about to be suspended and you come back to give a fart. It must be something to do when you come back. He came back to see us. God, I thought I'd never see him again. I heard that Lu Sheng was accepted as a closed disciple by the head of the Wushu Association. He practiced hard every day on the top floor of the Wushu Association building, preparing to hit the Grand Master level. I heard that the mayor wanted to marry his daughter to Lu Sheng, but Lu Sheng refused because he wanted to concentrate on martial arts and prepare for the college entrance examination. Sign. It's so easy to meet Lu Sheng once, and I must get him to sign. Where is my classmate record? Where is my classmate record? Fuck, I have to find out the test paper with the highest score, get Lu Sheng to sign it, frame it, and hang it on the wall at home. All of a sudden, the huge classroom was noisy and chaotic, and everyone was rummaging through boxes and boxes. Lu Sheng is coming. Lu Kaiming sat blankly in his seat for several seconds before he suddenly realized that he was busy looking for things. Although he didn't know what he was looking for. 10 minutes later, the boy who was standing at the door of the class inquiring about the news ran back quickly. Gesturing. I'm coming. The entire class 5 students were silent for a moment, sitting neatly in their seats, each with their backs straightened, their necks stretched out, and their heads neatly turned towards the door of the classroom. On the face, excitement, anticipation. Lu Kaiming was also looking around, expecting the appearance of a certain figure. Not long after, everyone saw a group of people walking towards him quickly. Homeroom teacher Hong Jianjun, practical class teacher Zhong Zhenqiu, principal, vice principal, teaching director. Almost all the leaders in the school came. Each of them has a smile on their face, and they are amiable and approachable. And the center they surrounded was a young man who was about the same age as them, about 1.8 meters tall and straight. The boy has a tall nose, star-like eyes, and fair skin. Although it is just a simple dress of white t-shirt and black slacks, it gives people a sense of sight of an idol star on TV and a schoolboy hero in comics. There is an indescribable demeanor and temperament in every gesture. 0. Ask for flowers. Even surrounded by a group of leaders who are much older than him, he still has a strong aura. Like the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, it is dazzling but not hot. The students in class 5 were stunned. Many girls stared at the boy, as if little stars popped out of their eyes. Lu Kaiming was also in a trance. The radiant and handsome young man in front of him was completely different from the ordinary best friend in his memory. He felt as if something was rapidly moving away from him and disappearing, he couldn't grasp it at all. Students, welcome back Lu Sheng. Class teacher Hong Jianjun strode onto the podium and said loudly with a red face. The students in the 5th class below were stunned for a few seconds, and then there was a burst of intense screams, cheers, and applause. Lu Sheng stood on the podium with some embarrassment and helplessness. He originally just wanted to go back to school to take a look, but he never wanted to make such a big commotion. He is not a leader, just an ordinary student. Liu Sheng thought for a while, raised one hand and pressed it down. The noisy classroom instantly fell silent. The students in class 5 didn't even realize that Liu Sheng seemed to have some kind of special magical power, which made people subconsciously want to obey. Teacher Hong. Liu Sheng turned his head to look at Hong Jianjun, and said, I want to have a culture class at the end, is that okay? Well. Hong Jianjun was stunned for a moment, then his face in Chinese characters flushed red, and he was almost incoherent with excitement. Yes, of course. Thank you, Teacher Hong. Liu Sheng stepped off the podium and found his seat. He saw Lu Kaiming staring at him blankly, and smiled at him. In the following time, Hong Jianjun seemed to be 20 years younger. On the podium, he was excited and frustrating, using both hands and feet, and gave the most outstanding lesson in his teaching career. And the students in class 5 have never listened so carefully. The bell for the end of get out of class rang once, and students from other classes came out. They unexpectedly saw that class 5 was quiet here, only the sound of lectures echoed in the corridor. And the school's top 1,000 leaders all stood at the door with smiles on their faces. Curious, I walked over and looked around. It didn't take long for the news that Liu Sheng, class 5, grade 3, returned to school spread throughout Beihe No. 3 Middle School. The whole school is boiling. Get out of class is over. Hong Jianjun swears that he has never said these two words so beautifully and reluctantly. Hong Jianjun looked at a certain position under the podium, and the students in class 5 also looked at that position. The bright boy who was sitting in his seat stood up and glanced at the whole class. It seems that he wants to keep every face here in his heart. Then I'll go first, goodbye everyone. Before leaving, the young man patted Lu Kaiming on the shoulder lightly, leaned down, and whispered in Lu Kaiming's ear, come on, if you have time, let's score points together. Lu Kaiming could not help but tremble slightly as if struck by lightning. He looked at the back of the boy leaving, and swore secretly in his heart. Lu Kaiming, even if he was desperate, he was exhausted. Also admitted to Wuhan University. Must. When I write this chapter, I think of my high school, with tears in my eyes. By the way, I would like to ask any big brother to give me a reward of 1 yuan, and I will break an egg in the new January, so I can ask for a good start, thank you. 091 I know far more than you think. 4. When Liu Sheng walked out of the school, there was still joy behind him. He found that he still underestimated his current influence. Or rather, he almost forgot. What is the concept of passing the second-level official martial artist assessment at the age of 17 for a group of high school students whose average blood value does not exceed 0.8 and are struggling to pass the undergraduate course? Is God be legendary? Especially for the students of their alma mater, Beihe No. 3 Middle School, that is their legend. And proud. They will become the class that will be included in the history of Beihe No. 3 Middle School. The school leaders of Beihe No. 3 Middle School also enthusiastically expressed that they welcome Liu Sheng to come back to the school to observe at any time. They have decided to make Liu Sheng an honorary alumnus of Beihe No. 3 Middle School. The deeds and experiences of Liu Sheng will be placed on the top of the alumni column for countless future students to look up to. There was a lot of delay in school, and it was almost lunchtime. Thinking that he still had something to do when he came out, Liu Sheng took out his mobile phone and made a call. Almost seconds to be connected. Liu Sheng said calmly, I'm Liu Sheng. A voice that was so excited that it was about to deform came from the other end of the phone. 977 I know, Miss He. If you want to talk about cooperation, in 20 minutes, ask the person in charge of your Xing Shantang to wait for me at Yinghe Restaurant in Century Square. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng hung up the phone before the person on the other side could respond. Exit skillfully and shut down. Liu Sheng stopped a taxi casually and went to the upper floor. Master, go to Century Square. The taxi driver looked at Liu Sheng through the rear-view mirror. Student, are you skipping class? Liu Sheng was stunned for a moment, then laughed, nodded and said, yes, if someone treats you to dinner, you have to skip class. It looks like a big restaurant. Yes, quite advanced. He Lingsu was sitting in the lobby of this high-end Western restaurant, wearing a black one-piece dress, no jewelry, just simple makeup, but still looked very beautiful. He Lingsu didn't know how many times he turned on the phone screen to check the time. She is in a hurry. It's just that 5 minutes have passed since the time agreed by the other party, but He Lingsu feels like a long time has passed. She has waited too long for this day. There is no hope. But he never thought that, in a turn of events, the other party would offer to cooperate with her again. He Lingsu was so ecstatic that it took her less than 15 minutes from putting on makeup to arriving at the appointed place. Before the other party comes, think about how to talk later. He Lingsu made a plan in his mind. After taking over the family business for so long, she has met many people and experienced many scenes, so she has rich experience. When it comes to cooperation, the most important thing is aura. As long as you overwhelm the other party in aura, you can naturally lead the conversation. This is what He Lingsu learned in a certain business management class. The other party is just a high school student, even if the martial arts talent is a bit stronger, but the momentum will definitely not be too strong. As long as I behave appropriately, it should be fine. I am afraid that it is not just the high school student who is here. He Lingsu frowned slightly. She knew very well how such a prescription could be researched by a high school student. There is a high probability that there is someone behind the opponent. This time I took the initiative to contact myself, probably at the behest of the person behind it. Ding ding dong dong. The phone rings. He Lingsu glanced at the caller's name and quickly answered the call. Ma Fei's voice came from the other end of the phone. Miss He, here we come. People are coming. Several people. He Lingsu asked. One, just Liu Sheng himself, didn't see anyone else. Good. He Lingsu hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just Liu Sheng, that high school student, then it would be easy to handle. She's absolutely sure of it. Thinking of this, He Lingsu regained his previous calmness and wisdom, checked his makeup and clothes a little, and sat quietly waiting for the other party to arrive. Not long after, Lingsu saw a tall and thin boy walking in from outside the restaurant. It is the same as on TV, to be precise, it is more dazzling than what He Jiangsu saw on TV. With the well-proportioned, tall, and slender body that martial arts students are accustomed to, coupled with fair skin and handsome facial features, for a moment He Lingsu almost thought it was some idol star who had appeared. The boy walked towards He Lingsu without any search after entering the restaurant, as if he knew she was sitting here a long time ago. The handsome boy walked up to He Lingsu, sat down casually, picked up the menu on the table, and said to He Lingsu like an old friend he hadn't seen for many years, I heard that the steak in this restaurant is pretty good. Don't mind if I talk over lunch. Certainly. He Lingsu faintly felt that this opening was a bit different from what he had expected. She was thinking about how to speak, when she heard the boy on the opposite side say to the waiter who had followed up earlier, which kind of steak is the best quality for you? 1280, sir. Okay, then give me 20 servings first, medium rare. Okay, yes sir. Well. He Lingsu choked for a moment, and looked up at the other party deliberately. Is it a pig? You have to eat 20 servings of steak in one go. That's right, the other party is a martial arts student, so it's normal to have a bigger appetite. 1280, 25,060. He Lingsu quickly calculated the account in his heart, feeling a little pain in the flesh. But when she thought that the other party ate so much, she might not be ashamed to let herself pay for it, so she felt relieved. Do you want to eat? Liu Sheng asked while holding the menu. He Lingsu shook his head. Things haven't started talking yet, How can she have any appetite? Okay, that's it for now. Liu Sheng waved off the waiter. Seeing that Liu Sheng didn't do anything else, He Lingsu straightened his mind and was about to speak. Land. He Lingsu, 22 years old, was born in Yuxian County, Guanglan City, Xing'an Province. His great-great-great-great-grandfather He Jiming was originally just a small apprentice in Laojian medicine shop. In the early decades of martial arts, relying on good martial arts talents and extraordinary pharmaceutical talents, he became a fifth-level pharmacist and founded the Xing Shantang. Xing Shantang was quite prosperous in the early years, with branches in more than 20 cities in Dongning Province, with a total of 213. It's a pity that due to poor management, it declined rapidly in the generation of your father He Hezi. Before He Lingsu had time to speak, he heard Oyu Yang talking about Tian Sanyao. After the initial astonishment, He Lingsu calmed down quickly, and said sarcastically, Mr. Liu just read such a large piece of information that can be found on the internet, what do you want to express? Is your memory amazing? No, it's not just that. Liu Sheng smiled and said, I also know that your mother, Chen Lan, has not come back to Dongning Province for 20 years due to family reasons, and has never seen your daughter once. And the reason why your Hejia Xing Shantang collapsed so quickly under your father's hands was that it was really old-fashioned and poorly managed. It is inseparable from your mother's secret suppression by the Chen family for many years. What? He Lingsu was taken aback, because he was so shocked that he even accidentally knocked over the lemonade on the table in front of him. Mr. Liu, what you said is true or false, you know that some things should not be said indiscriminately. He Lingsu stared closely at Liu Sheng's eyes, his complexion became ugly. But with her aura, Liu Sheng just made a slight movement of leaning forward, and it immediately collapsed. It's not true what I said, you can go home and ask your father He Hezi and you will know, thank you. 20 steaks from Liu Sheng arrived, and the table was full. After that, Liu Sheng didn't say a word, and concentrated on eating the steak in front of him. To Liu Sheng, the steaks are tasteless. What he fancy is the quality of the steak. The better the quality of the meat and the higher the nutritional content, the more energy it can provide for his martial arts practice. That's why he chose this restaurant on purpose. At this time, He Lingsu was in deep shock and doubt. What Liu Sheng said about her mother, she didn't even know many things about her mother. But her mother did leave when she was 2 years old, and her father He Hezi's answer was that the two had a disagreement, and they divorced and separated very early. When she was young, He Lingsu complained in her heart more than once that her mother was too cruel. Even if she was divorced, she lived with her father. Why didn't she even look at her for so many years? He Lingsu also often saw his father He Hezi hiding in the room alone and holding his mother's photo and crying secretly. His expression did not look like he was at odds with each other. Thinking about it carefully, during the 2 years when my mother had just left, my father traveled far away several times a year, almost every year. Every time I came back, I was tired, depressed, and embarrassed. These doubts buried deep in her memory were almost forgotten by her. Now, after Liu Sheng made such a small change, there is a sense of deliberation and fear when they are connected in series. The most crucial point is, the last point in Liu Meng's story is the reason why the business of the Hejiaxing Shantang collapsed so quickly. It was like a flash of light, awakening He Jiangsu suddenly. 092 Dominance, Control, Aura of Superiors, 5. That's right. The decline of the He family Xing Shantang seems to have happened in the past 10 or 20 years. It started slowly when my father took over. It plummeted. He Lingsu clearly remembers that at the most exaggerated time, the He family had shops closing down almost every day, which lasted for several months. Logically speaking, even if the management is not good and the products are not competitive, it is not so exaggerated. And his father's ability is clear to him. Not so stupid and incompetent. Think about the time when you took over the He family's business. He ran around for new medicines, but every time he talked about a good cooperation project, it would always be inexplicably yellow. Take the time when I found out about the new tonic in Liu Sheng's hands a few months ago. Obviously the other party had promised to let her go to talk about cooperation, but when she was still on the way, the other party suddenly changed her mind. And this is not the first time this has happened. It's happened many times before. He Lingsu used to think that he had bad luck, but now he understands. It turns out that everything is because there is a man behind the scenes. If it's really what Liu Sheng said, it's the mother's fault. He Lingsu broke out in a cold sweat in broad daylight, his hair standing on end. Seeing He Lingsu's appearance, Liu Sheng knew that she had already believed most of it. He found all these information from Curry, the kindling resource of the dream space. It has to be said that the Tinder resource library is indeed powerful. In the thick historical books, a person, a family, may be summarized by a sentence or even a punctuation mark. But because of the existence of 02 in the Tinder resource library, this punctuation can be refined to a very exaggerated level. Liu Sheng raised his hand and called the waiter, asking him to remove the discs from the table, then ordered another 20 steaks of the same order, and then turned his gaze back to He Lingsu. Miss He, don't blame me for being too in-depth and detailed. For a partner who may have a long-term cooperation in the future, a certain understanding is necessary. He Lingsu took a deep breath, barely calming down the restless heart. I will naturally verify what Mr. Liu said later, so let's talk about cooperation. Can. Liu Sheng nodded, and then said bluntly, I am responsible for providing prescriptions and corresponding technical guidance, and your Xing Shantang is responsible for production and sales. I will take 90% of the final profits. 90%? He Lingsu almost jumped up from his chair. More than sneer. Why didn't Mr. Liu say he wanted all of them? I think so, but I'm afraid you won't agree. He Lingsu's chest heaved violently with anger. Liu Sheng thought for a while and said, what is Miss He's psychological expectation? He Lingsu said without hesitation, 60%, at most 70%. 20% more, 10% is to guarantee the follow-up long-term cooperation, and the other 10% is. Liu Sheng smiled slightly, and said, help Ms. He deal with some troublesome extra rewards. What do you mean? He Lingsu spoke in a deep voice. Liu Sheng skillfully called the waiter to serve the 20 steaks that had been cooked again. Then one bite at a time, chewing quickly and gracefully. He Jiangsu's eyelids twitched. She had never seen a person who could eat so well, so fast, but not ugly at all. The He family has been punished by the Chen family in Kyoto province for so many years. Doesn't Ms. He want to take revenge? Even if she doesn't. Liu Sheng ate the steak with big mouthfuls, took a sip of the lemonade on the table from time to time, and at the same time said casually, can you make sure that they won't come to you again in the future? He Lingsu's face changed drastically. She didn't realize it at all. At this time, in this negotiation, she has completely fallen into the dominance of the young man on the opposite side who has been burying his head in eating steak. Okay, even if I think about it, how can you guarantee that you can help me seek justice from the Chen family? He Lingsu spoke coldly, almost acquiescing to the truth of everything Liu Sheng said about her mother before. When Liu Sheng heard these words, he suddenly stopped what he was doing. He put down the knife and fork, picked up the tablecloth at hand and wiped his mouth carefully. Then put his right hand in front of He Lingsu. Look here, Miss He. Liu Sheng said softly. He Lingsu was taken aback, not knowing what Liu Sheng wanted to do. But Liu Sheng's voice and movements seemed to contain some kind of special magic, making her eyes follow the past unconsciously. In the next second, He Jiangsu saw it. I just accidentally knocked over the lemonade that was poured on the table, and it floated up bit by bit. Just like the lens in a sci-fi movie, a transparent water ball quickly condensed under He Lingsu's eyelids, and finally converged into Liu Sheng's palm. He Ling's eyes widened suddenly, subconsciously wanting to exclaim. But Lu Sheng gently stopped him and made a silent gesture. Miss, he should understand what this means. The lemonade balls transformed into irregular shapes in Lu Sheng's hands, suddenly boiled, and finally evaporated without a trace. He Lingsa stared blankly at the water ball disappearing in Lu Sheng's palm, and the large piece of tablecloth that had just been soaked in lemonade was clean without any trace. He Lingsa is not an ignorant woman. She knew it wasn't magic, or sci-fi, but a representation of. You are a psychiatrist. He Lingsa said the word with a dull expression. Re-examine Lu Sheng's profile. 17 years old, a second-level martial artist, with the best martial arts talent in Beihe City. Now add a legendary psychiatrist talent. He Lingsa didn't know what to say anymore. Even if she is not a martial arts practitioner, she knows the weight of this qualification. Very exaggerated. Very exaggerated. Outstanding talent, coupled with Lu Sheng's skill, intelligence, and skills that have been displayed so far. Given time, who knows how far Lu Sheng will grow. Lu Sheng withdrew his hand, and said lightly, Miss, he also mentioned, you just now. It seems that Miss, he doesn't think that I researched this prescription myself. How can this be? He Lingsa blurted out. With such an exaggerated martial arts talent, if he also has such an outrageous talent in medicine, then do you still want to live? Absolutely impossible. That's right. Lu Sheng smiled and said, 10% profit, in exchange for me, and the support of my backing forces. Is there any more cost-effective business than this in the world? Miss He Lingsa's face changed color rapidly. If everything is as Lu Sheng said, then she will have to face the Chen family sooner or later. Even if she didn't have any complaints or revenge for the 20 years of experience. But the other party may not be willing to let her go. The cooperative prescription she and Lu Sheng are talking about now is the best excuse. He Lingsa still understands the truth of Hui Bai's crime. After some choices, He Lingsa finally made up his mind. Good. He Lingsa agreed, I hope that what Mr. Lu promised can be fulfilled. Must. Lu Sheng smiled, then took out a small memory card from his pocket, and handed it to He Jiangsu. Here is the prescription of Lingji's Wangxue decoction, please take the time to register the patent with the Pharmacists Association. Feel free to ask me if you don't understand anything during the preparation process, I don't care about the others, I believe in your ability. Also, I'm going to borrow your pharmacy dispensing room recently, please arrange the time. He Lingsa couldn't help nodding. She felt that from the moment the cooperation was formally negotiated, the aura on Lu Sheng's body changed. Become condescending. Become more oppressive, more aggressive, more assertive, and irrefutable. It was as if what she was facing now was not a 17-year-old high school student, but a certain high-ranking big shot. He even speaks in a commanding tone. Her address also changed from Miss He to you. But she still can't give birth to any rebellious heart. As if everything is in order. Okay, I'm full. If there's nothing else to do, I'll go first, happy cooperation. Lu Sheng stood up, pointed to the 20 empty plates stacked high in front of him, and said to He Lingsu, the quality of this steak is 707. I suggest you try it. After speaking, he turned and left. He Lingsa stared blankly at Lu Sheng's leaving back, and was in a daze for a while. Thinking of her meticulous preparations, but in the end she gave up 90% of the benefits, she felt like a dream. This is completely different from what she expected. Miss. A person's call interrupted He Lingsa's thoughts. He Lingsa looked up and found that the waiter in the restaurant was standing in front of him. Can I settle the bill, please? He Lingsa was taken aback, and immediately realized that Lu Sheng wanted her to pay. Although he was a little upset, He Lingsa still nodded, yes, how much? The waiter glanced at the bill and said, the total is 115,200 yuan, 200 yuan will be added to your change, and the total is 115,000 yuan. He Lingsu was about to pay, but was stunned when she heard the number. She wondered if she heard it wrong. How much? 115,000. Yes. He Lingsu was so anxious that he almost didn't cry out. Didn't he order 1,280 steaks, 40 servings in total? The waiter patiently explained, it's 1,280 steaks, that's right, but this gentleman ordered 90 steaks in total. 90 servings? Where did 90 servings come from? He ate 40 servings. He even said he was full. He also packed 50 copies and said he would bring them home for his family to taste. Ah! He Lingsu opened his mouth wide, and stayed in place, motionless. Immediately afterwards, her breathing began to rush, her chest heaved up and down rapidly, and there seemed to be an animation of burning flames playing behind her. Lu! Holy! He Lingsu gritted his teeth and said the name. In the end, he looked helplessly at the waiter in front of him. Do you accept credit cards here? Asking for monthly tickets and flowers, the grades of this book are too poor, no recommendation, no collection, please give me monthly tickets and flowers, let me list more flowers on the monthly ticket list, more exposure, thank you. 093 Endless Knife Wheel, Mithril Dense Iron, 1. Lu Sheng carried a full 50 packs of top-grade steaks and strolled on the pedestrian street of Century Square. It attracted passers-by to look sideways. Lu Sheng is quite satisfied with the results of the cooperation with Xing Shantang today. He got what he wanted and exceeded expectations. Lu Sheng's original idea was 80% of the benefits, and he shouted 90% of the benefits. He didn't expect that He Lingsu actually agreed with the addition of communication skills. When He Lingsu comes back to his senses, he might be able to regret all his intestines. Not to mention that before he left, he insisted on giving her a whole family bucket of steak. He Lingsu's family style is simple and honest, and his character is honest. Although his ability is not strong, I don't need someone with too much ability. Just be obedient. This point is very important. Lu Sheng also carefully studied the 3 generations of the He family before finally deciding to cooperate with He Lingsu. As for He Lingsu's own troubles, none of this matters to Lu Sheng. As long as the strength is sufficient, any trouble is not a trouble, as long as you can crush it at will. Although Lu Sheng's current strength is not strong, but he's talented. Talent itself is also a part of strength, and it can drive a lot of power invisibly. If the power driven by talent is not enough, then show more talent. Lu Sheng's way of thinking is so simple and rude. And he also checked. The Chen family in Kyoto province behind He Lingsu's mother is not too powerful, it is just an insignificant small family in Kyoto province. The reason why the He family can be organized like this. The main reason is that the He family is too weak. In fact, Lu Sheng didn't think too much about it. Since he shouldered the mission of reversing the fate of the human race, any conflicts within the human race are considered trivial to him. It was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I walked back home slowly. Mother Zheng Yufen had already left work early and was preparing dinner at home. After Lu Sheng came back, Zheng Yufen turned down most of her part-time jobs in order to free up more time to cook for him. What did you bring back? Why so many? As soon as Lu Sheng entered, Zheng Yufen smelled a tempting smell of meat, and followed the kitchen to find the living room. Lu Sheng put the takeout box on the table and said with a smile, "Steak, from a high-end restaurant. You don't need to cook at night, let's eat steak. If you want to eat steak, tell me. I'll go to the vegetable market to buy beef and cook it for you. Why go to the restaurant to buy it? It's expensive and the portion is small. How much does it cost?" Zheng Yufen's face was pained. Lu Sheng replied casually, "It's not my money, it's a friend's treat, rich second generation, rich. If I don't want it, I can't do it, people are in a hurry with me. I don't know how he Lingsu, who has just maxed out his credit card and walked out of the restaurant, will feel when he hears this sentence. That's it. Zheng Yufen's expression immediately relaxed when he heard this, but he still told him, don't do this in the future, even if it was given by someone else, it's not good to take other people's things. Then I'll stop cooking and warm up these steaks in the kitchen. Hey, this is too much to buy. Lu Sheng let Zheng Yufen to toss and go back to the room alone. Back in the room, Lu Sheng sat down at the desk, thinking about the next plan. Tomorrow, let He Lingsu buy the ingredients and make Lingji's Wanjertang and Maisui Dan. These two tonics have special effects on strengthening muscles and bones, and they are also the most cost-effective. As long as the quantity is enough, it should be enough for me to take it to level 4. Then there's the matter of the psychiatrist's weapon. Lu Sheng looked at the computer in front of him. This computer was bought by Lu Haihei for Lu Sheng on his 10th birthday, and he has been using it until now. The configuration is very old, and the operation is extremely slow. Lu Sheng used the optical brain technology of the next 10,000 years in the dream space, and then used this thing. It is as uncomfortable as driving a tractor for someone who is used to driving a sports car. Fortunately, what he has to do is not complicated, just log into the mailbox to receive the emails from Dong Qingxiu, and then check the information online. Because Lu Sheng has not passed the formal psychiatrist assessment, he cannot log into StarNet. Xinguang is similar to the Warrior's home website that Lu Sheng logged on once after obtaining the official Warrior qualification. A small circle dedicated to psychiatrists. Almost all the needs of a psychiatrist can be met on it. Find time to pass the psychiatrist assessment before Kaiming's selection, otherwise I can't bother Dong Qingxiu every time, and my own secrets will be easily exposed. Lu Sheng secretly made up his mind. Lu Sheng clicked on the email sent by Dong Qingxiu, which contained a clean and refreshing form. It lists the price of each kind of spiritual master weapon material that Lu Sheng wants to know, and introduces Lian in detail. Lu Sheng examined it carefully. The materials he asked Dong Qingxiu to inquire mainly came from two kinds of weapons. One is the endless knife wheel, and the other is the silver air shuttle. The names of these two weapons also represent the corresponding spiritual combat skills. These two are the strongest skills below level 6 that Lu Sheng found from the Tinder resource library. Although it has not been included in the Fire Seed project, it is still a recognized spiritual skill in martial arts for more than 10,000 years. Of course, these two weapons are not the only ones that are powerful, but Lu Sheng doesn't like other types of weapons very much. Like what kind of awl, needle, wire? It doesn't feel masculine enough and is used by female spiritualists. Lu Sheng quickly scanned the information recorded on the form, and at the same time quickly calculated the cost of building these two weapons in his mind. 5 minutes later, Lu Sheng looked a little disappointed. Too expensive to afford. Lu Sheng now finally understands why when Dong Qingxiu put the 5 million bonus in front of him, she told him not to think too little, mainly because of sincerity. At first, Lu Sheng thought it might be that Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun had extraordinary family backgrounds and their vision was too high, so he felt that 5 million was not enough. Only now do I know. It turns out that 5 million is really very little. Just counting the dense iron, which is the main material that consumes the most to make the knife wheel and shuttle, it needs 9,100 grams, nearly 10,000. No matter what, a piece of knife wheel must weigh a catty, which is more than 5 million yuan. Not counting other auxiliary materials. It is also impossible for me to build only one knife wheel. Moreover, the quality of my spiritual power is far superior to that of my peers. An ordinary dense iron knife wheel may be too light to use. It is best to use higher quality dense silver. That would cost more. The price of mithril of the same quality is 10 times that of mithril. It's too exaggerated. After Lu Sheng calculated it, he found that he couldn't even build one of the sets, let alone build a set of spiritual weapons. No way, I have no money so I can only dig in the wild. Liu Sheng frowned, and said to himself, it's unrealistic to dig all of them. It's better to dig a part and buy a part, gather all the materials, and then entrust a blacksmith to make it. Previously, Liu Sheng found a distribution map of strategic material resources for the 300 years of martial arts from Curry, which came in handy at the moment. It is best to find mithril or dense iron, the main materials are ready, and other auxiliary materials are easy to handle. And if you find enough mithril or mythite, you can sell them for money, killing two birds with one stone. Trademark. Liu Sheng cleared his mind and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the voice of younger sister Liu Qinghe shouting for dinner came from outside the door. Coming. Liu Sheng responded casually, got up, and walked out the door. A week later. Xing Shantang, the entrance of the medicine dispensing room. He Lingsu stood at the door and waited anxiously, looking at the watch on his hand from time to time. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the door of the preparation room opened with a creak. He Lingsu suddenly became energetic, even his back straightened unconsciously. Liu Sheng's figure appeared at the door. Liu Sheng, dressed in snow-white pharmacist uniform, has a tall and straight figure, with a calm face, and his increasingly handsome features against the backdrop of the pharmacist uniform give off a calm, rigorous and charming temperament. Although he knew that Liu Sheng was 5 years younger than him, He Lingsu was still in a daze, feeling his heart beating. All right. He Lingsu came back to his senses, and quickly opened his mouth to cover up his slightly developed cheeks. Liu Sheng nodded, and casually took off his gloves and pharmacist uniform. How much did this batch of materials cost? About 200,000. He Lingsu replied. Liu Sheng said lightly, record it in Zhao Ziahao's account first, and deduct it from the profit later. Yes. He Lingsu habitually responded with the tone of a subordinate. There was a burst of helplessness in my heart. The marketing of the new drug has not yet started, and the profit has not yet been seen. After this week, she has already spent nearly 1 million yuan just to advance funds to Liu Sheng. If it weren't for the other party's aura being too strong, I would have stood in front of Liu Sheng, let alone resisted, and would not have dared to say a word. And she also successfully used the prescription to prepare the perfect Lingji Zhuangxiu soup. It is estimated that the rebellion has long been unbearable. Liu Sheng seemed to see He Lingsu's little emotions, and comforted him casually, don't worry, I will go out in the next 2 days. If it goes well, there should be start-up funds for the listing of Lingji Zhuangxiu decoction. By then we'll call you. Demon. He Lingsu nodded obediently, and didn't ask what Liu Sheng was doing. Then I'll go first. Liu Sheng greeted He Lingsu and left quickly. He Lingsu didn't wait for Liu Sheng's back to disappear completely, so he took a deep breath and rushed into the allocation room quickly. There is a slight medicinal fragrance in the air of the mixing room. He Lingsu's eyes searched around like a radar, and soon, she locked on a small medicine bottle that had been used and hadn't been cleaned. Ask for a monthly ticket, ask for flowers. 094 He absolutely did it on purpose, Xian Linzai Tour Group, 2. He Lingsu almost threw himself in front of the medicine bottle. Some black powder was obviously left on the bottom of the completely transparent vial. He Lingsu picked up the small medicine bottle as if he had found a treasure, and carefully took out the black powder in it. Then start a series of skilled operations. Drug property analysis, drug effect analysis, pharmacological analysis. After half an hour, the results came out. He Lingsu raised his head in front of the analytical instrument, and said to himself with a complex expression, sure enough, it's still that kind of mysterious medicine. He has been preparing this medicine for a week. This mysterious medicine with black powder is the second treasure that He Lingsu found on Liu Sheng. And it is a huge treasure that far surpasses the Lingji Zhuangxiu soup. After analyzing the efficacy of the drug, Jiangsu found that the effect of this black powder drug was several times stronger than that of Lingji's Wangxue decoction. A lot of messy effects are missing, but an extremely powerful effect is added. Tempered bones. Lingsu is not a novice who has no understanding of martial arts. She is very clear that the third stage of martial arts, the main process is to temper the muscles and bones. In other words, this is a tonic specially developed for third-level warriors to break bones. Currently on the market, there are very few tonics that truly have the effect of quenching bones. Even if there is, it is a medicine of level 4 or 5. Not to mention the difference in effect compared with this black powder medicine. The difference in price is big enough. Any kind of level 4 or 5 tonic would cost millions. Ordinary people simply cannot afford it. However, the new type of bone-hardening drug in Liu Sheng's hands is much cheaper. Liu Sheng allocated for a whole week, and I don't know how much 440 allocated. I don't know how many false materials were mixed in the cost materials, and the total cost was only 1 million yuan. The value for money is simply heaven and earth. However, so far, Liu Sheng is unwilling to disclose any information about this new type of bone-quenching drug. It's fine if he doesn't say it, but the key point is that he deliberately keeps a little bit every time, a little bit. Deliberately luring Lingsu to find out by herself, it made her feel like a cat scratching her heart, which was hard to scratch. Lingsu is so angry. He definitely did it on purpose. Lingsu gritted his teeth and said. Liu Sheng made it clear that he wanted to tell her that he had many precious prescriptions in his hand. As long as she was obedient, there would be opportunities for cooperation in the future. It's not that Lingsu never thought about stealing lessons, but... Miss He. Ma Fei walked in. Is there any gain? Without. Ma Fei shook his head helplessly. I stared at the monitor the whole time, and the monitor was broken all the way, and I couldn't find someone to fix it. As soon as Liu Sheng left, it would return to normal immediately. Lingsu sighed, nodded, and Tong let Gong Fei out. I knew it would be like this. Liu Sheng is a spiritual teacher, who can make Lingsu's methods invalid at will, and make Lingsu completely cut off the idea of stealing. Forget it, let's follow him honestly. No matter what, the He family finally has hope of rising again. Lingsu shook his head, and casually threw the medicine bottle in his hand into the trash can. Package. A total of 93 marrow-nourishing pills, should be enough for me to use for a while. This is the result of Liu Sheng's more than a week's work. He spent a total of more than 1 million yuan, which translates to an average production cost of only more than 10,000 yuan for each pill of nourishing marrow. It can be regarded as very conscientious. Next, we should prepare to go to Kaiyaming City. Liu Sheng thought to himself. During this period of time, he looked at the resource distribution map every day, combined with the current map of Dongning Province, and finally found a suitable location. It is a small mithril kuang storage area, located in Kaiyaming City hundreds of kilometers away from Beihe City, hidden in a deep mountain. Because of its remote location, Liu Sheng speculates that no one has discovered it yet, and there is a possibility of exclusive possession. Back home, Liu Sheng booked the nearest high-speed rail ticket from Beihe City to Kaiyaming City online, then quickly packed his luggage, sent a message to his family members, and embarked on the journey to Kaiyaming City alone. Kaiyaming City, on a mountain road. On the tour bus named Zion Linzai 3-day 2-night tour group in Kaiyaming City, a young and beautiful female tour guide is enthusiastically introducing the itinerary and scenic spot information to the tourists in the tour group. Xianlin village is located in the depths of Nihutu mountain, with beautiful scenery and far away from human habitation. It is one of the few 5A-level scenic spots in Dongning Province. There, you can feel the warm and simple folk customs of the people in Xianlin village, taste the unique traditional food of Xianlin village, appreciate the quiet and magnificent scenery of Nihutu mountain, and even have the opportunity to buy mysterious and exquisite Xianlin village traditional handicrafts. The female tour guide was spitting, but the tourists below were not interested. Only a few ants wearing red travel caps listened seriously and asked a few questions from time to time. Are you going to force us to shop again? Where do we live at night? Are there many mosquitoes in the mountains? Is there a signal in the mountains? What if I encounter a lion? I am most afraid of wild animals. The female tour guide answered patiently one by one. Auntie, we are a conscientious travel agency and will not force you to spend. In the evening, we will live in a homestay in the stockade. The conditions are very good, with air conditioning and TV. There may be no signal in some places, but as long as it is not too deep, the phone can be guaranteed. Also, there are no lions in the mountains, and the lions are on the grasslands. It's so boring, what kind of nerve did I make wrong? I will accompany you to this ghost place to relax. There are still 3 days and 2 nights, how can I stay up? In the back row of the bus, a girl with silver earrings, sunglasses and a purple tight short sleeve howled, venting her dissatisfaction. Sitting next to her was a beautiful girl with long straight black hair, a good face, and a quiet temperament, who withdrew her gaze from looking at the scenery outside the window, and said softly, I didn't ask you to come, you insisted on coming. The girl in sunglasses replied angrily, please, it's because you were broken in love. I'm afraid you won't want to go to the mountains and old forests alone to seek suicide. I'm worried about you, big sister, and you'll be treated like a donkey. Okay, I know you're the best. The long-haired girl patted the sunglasses girl's hand, and coaxed with a smile, don't worry, I'm not that fragile, it's just that I haven't come out for a long time. Take this opportunity to relax. This tour group is a bit poor, the scenery of Nyudishan is still good, you will not regret it. You won't regret it. The girl in the sunglasses muttered something, but her eyes unconsciously looked to the side. There came the cheerful laughter of the little girl giggling, looking extremely happy. The long-haired girl looked along and saw a middle-aged couple sitting in the last row of the bus. The male has an elegant temperament, while the female is gentle and virtuous, looking at a little girl in a red dress in front of him with a smile. The little girl was playing a game of tossing a ball with a big boy in the right-hand seat in the penultimate row. Red plastic balls flew between the seats, making the little girl giggle and giggle. Feeling the gaze of the long-haired girl, the husband of the middle-aged couple looked up at the girl. The middle-aged man's eyes seemed to contain some kind of powerful aura, but with just one pair of eyes, the long-haired girl felt inexplicably flustered and hurriedly lowered her head. When she looked up again, she found that the other party had stopped looking at her. The long-haired girl was a little surprised, she was not an ignorant girl, she had only felt this kind of look in some big shots. Looking at the clothing and temperament of the family of 3, she immediately labeled each other as not ordinary people in her heart. Take me for a smash. At this time, a gentle and clear voice attracted the girl's attention. She followed the prestige and saw the scene where the boy in the penultimate row who was playing a ball game with the little girl raised an arm and gently knocked out the plastic ball. The boy was wearing a white lapel t-shirt, and the movement of raising his hand perfectly showed the shapely and strong muscle lines on his arms. Coupled with the other party's clean and handsome, white and tough side face, it looks like a male protagonist who came out of a comic. Even the long-haired girl looked dazed for a moment. Only then did she know what her best friend had been secretly watching. I see. I'll help you pick it up. At this time, the girl in sunglasses, who had been watching for a long time, finally couldn't hold back the commotion in her heart. She leaned back and reached out to stop the ball from the handsome boy, and began to join in the ball-throwing game between the boy and the little girl. The long-haired girl shook her head amusedly. Virtue. He turned his head and continued to stare at the passing scenery outside the window, no longer paying attention to this side. The bus staggered on the mountain road for more than an hour, and finally stopped in a rather lively cottage. A group of people got off the car one after another under the command of the female tour guide. It doesn't look very good, can this be regarded as a 5A level scenic spot? The girl in sunglasses got out of the car, glanced at the colorful, not modern, ancient cottage, and muttered. The long-haired girl explained, "This is just where we live. The places with good scenery are all in the mountains. You will know when you enter the mountains tomorrow. I heard that there is a big waterfall. As long as you like it." The girl responded, and immediately turned to look around. 095 each has its own identity, the purple-eyed spider, 3. Not long after, I saw a handsome boy with a tall figure, a backpack, and a suitcase walking out of the car. Behind the boy was a family of 3 with extraordinary status. The little girl obviously hasn't enjoyed the game of tossing the ball just now. She ran to hold the boy's hand as soon as she got out of the car, and said coquettishly, "Big brother, let's play with my aunt tomorrow, okay?" The boy bent down and touched the little girl's head with a smile, nodded and said, "Okay, I will play with you tomorrow if I have the chance." The little girl nodded happily. At this time, the girl in sunglasses leaned over and said, "Sister will play with you tomorrow with Big Brother, okay?" "Don't want." The little girl made a face at the girl in the sunglasses, and shouted, "The bad sister always grabs the balls from the girl doesn't want to play with you, the girl only wants to play with the big brother." The hand of the girl in sunglasses froze as she tried to touch the top of the little girl's head, her fair and pretty face was instantly filled with embarrassment. "Ha ha!" The middle-aged couple smiled and looked at the little girl dotingly. "Say hello to a few people, and the family leaves. I'm not happy to play with you, little brat." The girl in sunglasses muttered in the direction where the family of 3 left, looked at the handsome boy standing alone, rolled her eyes, pulled the long-haired girl's arm and walked towards him. "Hey handsome guy, can you add me as a friend?" The girl in sunglasses took out her mobile phone and said to the boy with a smile. The handsome boy hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Good. Soon the two added each other as friends on social software, and even the girl with long hair added it together by the way. Lu Sheng. The girl in sunglasses read it out to the phone, and said with a smile, "This name is really domineering, alright handsome guy, I won't bother you, see you later." The boy nodded at the two and watched them leave. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. When the girl with sunglasses and the girl with long hair went away, the smile on Lu Sheng's face disappeared little by little, and his eyes gradually became sharper. In just a few breaths, his aura changed from harmless to humans and animals to cold and elusive. "It's interesting, but I can still meet a psychiatrist here." Lu Sheng glanced in the direction where the middle-aged couple left before. The destination of Lu Sheng's trip was in the depths of Niudishan. Because he was not familiar with the place and it was inconvenient for him to be alone, he simply signed up for a tour group to Niudishan. Then there was the scene before. To Lu Sheng's surprise, there were actually 2 formal warriors and a second-level spiritualist hidden in this small tour group of no more than 30 people. The 2 girls who just made friends with him. The one wearing sunglasses is called Zheng Dandan, and the one with long straight hair is called Lin Zishan. Both of them are official fighters with blood value over 1.5. Especially Lin Zishan, who is still a second-level warrior. As for the little girl in the red dress who was holding his hand just now, her father, that elegant middle-aged man, was a rare second-level spiritualist. But he probably didn't discover my identity, at best he could only feel that I practiced martial arts. In this regard, Lu Sheng is still very confident. After forming the prototype of the Master's will, Lu Sheng's spiritual power was highly concentrated, and collapsed into the form of a golden sun in the brain nucleus. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to release it, ordinary people won't be able to discover the fact that he has a strong mental power. No matter what purpose these people come to Niudishan, as long as it doesn't hinder my purpose, if it happens to hinder, Lu Sheng said calmly to himself, that can only be crushed to death. With that said, Lu Sheng dragged his suitcase and walked towards Shankong BNB. Wow, the environment here is nice, and you can see the creek opposite. Do you think you can smell the fragrance of plants and flowers when you wake up in the morning? As soon as Zhang Dandan entered the room, he immediately threw away his luggage, took off his sunglasses and ran to the balcony of the room. His face was full of joy and happiness. Didn't you just complain about the backwardness here? Just now is just now, now is now. Zhang Dandan picked up the phone and shook it, then gave Lin Zishan a you understand look. Lin Zishan was speechless, and said angrily, I don't think the scenery is really good, but someone's heart has sprouted. Hey hey! Zhang Dandan said with a smile, it's hard to find such a high-quality handsome guy now, okay? Young, handsome, with good skin, good figure, caring and gentle, he is simply the best little milk dog. Don't say I'm not mean enough, let's have a girlfriend, if you like it, I'll let you. Lin Zishan shook her head, let's forget it, I don't like this kind of bad-tempered little boy, you can keep it to yourself. I will delete my friend later. Don't, you don't like it, I like it. Zhang Dandan exclaimed, maybe he will be my boyfriend in the future, you deleted him as a friend, how embarrassing I am. By the way, you still miss Fei Chen in your heart. Zhang Dandan changed the subject and began to comfort Lin Zishan. If you want me to say, there's nothing so sad about that kind of scumbag. Isn't it just that his martial arts talent is a little bit better, he's not handsome, and he's a playboy, flirting with girls everywhere. It's far worse than my Lu Sheng. Besides, you haven't even held hands with him before, what kind of boyfriend and girlfriend are you, what a sad fart. Maybe they don't have you in their hearts at all. Lin Zishan looked lonely and said nothing. She and Zhang Dandan are both students of Dongning Wuhan University, sophomores this year. The Fei Chen that Zhang Dandan was talking about was the president of the Wuhan University Student Union, and he was Lin Zishan's ex-boyfriend. As Zhang Dandan said, Chen Fei has a good talent in martial arts, has a sweet mouth, can coax girls, and can make troubles, so Lin Zishan, who was ignorant when she first entered college, was quickly deceived by him, and became the other party's girlfriend in a daze. But because of Lin Zishan's conservative personality, Chen Fei gradually lost patience with her. By the time Lin Zishan found out that something was wrong, Fei Chen had secretly changed several girlfriends. That's why we have this relaxing trip to Niudishan. Okay, isn't it just a man, there are plenty in the world. You are a second-level warrior with a beautiful figure and a good figure, are you afraid that you won't be able to marry in the future? It is true to grasp the present and enjoy youth. Zhang Dandan patted Lin Zishan on the shoulder, then took out her mobile phone and happily opened a friend contact, and used it with a message. Little big brother, are you in your room yet? Cute. 0. Asking for flowers. www. Lin Zishan watched her best friend's operation quite speechlessly, turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window, and suddenly felt that she was doing well now. At least, the sadness of losing was diluted all of a sudden. Run slowly, the floor is uneven, be careful not to fall. The middle-aged beautiful woman followed behind the little girl, exhorting her with concern. Beside her, a refined middle-aged man walked into the room, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and an invisible force spread out, instantly covering the entire room. After a while, the light in the man's eyes disappeared, and he said, there is no surveillance, and there is no tracker. This room is very clean. The beautiful woman coaxed the little girl into bed, turned her head and said softly, you are too cautious. Then, no matter how powerful Wu Zijing is in Baoding, can he still extend his tentacles to Niudishan? Take you and Nanan, there is nothing wrong with being careful. The elegant man said in a deep voice, don't forget that we are running for our lives now. Wu Zijing is a long-established third-level spiritual master, nicknamed Purple-Eyed Demon Spider, who is narrow-minded and will take revenge. 0. If you offend him, you will definitely be punished. I hope we can successfully escape his pursuit this time, as long as we hide in Xianlin village for a year or so, we should be fine. If he really accidentally catches you, with your dad around, we might be able to deal with him if we join forces. Of course, that was the worst possible outcome. Hey, I hope it will go smoothly and safely. The beautiful woman sighed softly, and said, I haven't seen my father for a long time, and I don't know how he is. The elegant man's eyes became gentle, he took a step forward and gently hugged the beautiful woman, and comforted him softly, your father is not weak in martial arts, he is still a second-level peak spiritual teacher, maybe he is now a third level, and he is in his prime, what could be wrong with the body? Don't worry, I will definitely not let you and your daughter get hurt. The beautiful woman nodded and leaned gently on the elegant man's chest, feeling a little relieved. Not far away, a little girl in a red dress was standing on the bed, bouncing around with a plastic ball in her arms, giggling non-stop. Liu Sheng walked into the homestay room arranged for him by the travel agency, briefly scanned around, found nothing unusual, and put down his luggage. He tidied up a little, then sat on the bed, and took out a glass vial from his pocket. The bottle contained a dozen small, pitch-black pills. Liu Sheng poured out one and threw it into his mouth. Feeling that the yang sui pill was cut open in his body, turning into streams of heat and rushing towards his limbs, he began to practice the movements in star body refining technique. This process continued until it was completely dark. Liu Sheng just stopped. Feeling that the value of qi and blood has increased, and the progress of the immortal golden body training has also moved forward, Liu Sheng showed a satisfied smile on his face. With the help of pills, it is indeed much faster. According to this progress, it is estimated that in less than 2 months, I will be able to completely complete the first stage of cultivation of the immortal golden body, generate inner strength, and officially step into the ranks of 4th-level warriors. 096 There are only some ordinary people around, and they can be killed easily. 4. Liu Sheng went into the bathroom to take a shower, and after coming out, he wiped his body with a bath towel, and picked up his mobile phone to check. His parting messages to his family were answered. Dad Liu Dahai and Mother Zheng Yufen told him to be careful when going out alone, pay attention to changing clothes, and be careful not to eat badly. In their eyes, he, a third-level martial artist, seemed to be just a child. The younger sister Liu Qinghe replied, run out to play again, hum. Liu Sheng showed a smile on his face, and jumped a satisfied expression to reply to the pressure. Liu Qinghe replied in seconds. Sister Yang Yuan is back at school today, and I want to ask you to have dinner together. To be honest, are you in a relationship? Curious. Liu Sheng thought for a while, and replied, concentrate on your own martial arts, and take care of other people's affairs. Remember to take the tonics I left for you every day, if your qi and blood value has not broken through 1.3 by the time I come back, then you can kill yourself to thank the world. Doghead warning. After waiting for a while, Liu Qinghe replied with one word, cut. Liu Sheng shook his head and did not reply. Before he left 20 bottles of Ling Mu Zhuang Shuetang for Liu Qinghe, plus the exotic animal meat in the refrigerator at home. As far as the cultivation conditions are concerned, Liu Qinghe, who is now on February 27th, is no better than many rich second-generation families are poor. As long as she works a little harder, the blood value will break through 1.3. Not difficult. Then Zheng Dandan, who just added during the day, sent him a bunch of messages. Little big brother, are you in your room yet? Cute. Little big brother, are you packing up? Cute. Liu Sheng, little big brother, can we travel together tomorrow? I am a formal warrior, I can protect you. Proud. Little big brother, it's time for dinner, do you want to have dinner together? Little big brother, why don't you reply to me? Did you not look at your phone all the time, crying? Liu Sheng stared at the phone in silence for a few seconds, and suddenly regretted adding him as a friend. Turn off the phone casually, no reply. Liu Sheng found clean and fresh clothes to change into, and walked out of the room. The tour group that Liu Sheng reported included board and lodging, but it was already past the meal time, and if Liu Sheng wanted to eat, he had to pay for it himself. When Liu Sheng went downstairs, he saw that some grandparents in the tour group were also going downstairs. Unlike him, they had already eaten and returned to their room to pack up and go out to visit the Shanzai night market. Liu Sheng walked to the dining hall on the first floor of the B&B. He thought he was the only one so late, but unexpectedly saw the little girl's family, Zhang Dandan and Yang Zishan sitting in the dining hall. As soon as Liu Sheng appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the two of them. Liu Sheng! This way! Zhang Dandan stood up and waved to him loudly, regardless of other people's eyes. Liu Sheng silently found a seat nearby and sat down. This location is not far from the little girl's family. The little girl's father smiled at Liu Sheng and nodded slightly. Liu Sheng nodded in response, then picked up the menu on the table and began to order. Why don't you sit on our side? It's lively when there are more people eating. Zhang Dandan pulled Lin Zishan, who was full of helplessness, over, and sat down beside Liu Sheng familiarly. Liu Sheng asked suspiciously, "Have you guys not eaten yet?" "Not yet." "Have eaten." The two voices spoke at the same time. Zhang Dandan gave Lin Zishan a hard look, and said with a smile on his face, "Just now I didn't have an appetite, I couldn't eat after ordering, but now I feel hungry, I just want to eat with you. I think it's beautiful and delicious, but the drunkard's intention is not to drink." Lin Zishan spoke leisurely. Zhang Dandan pretended that she didn't exist, and talked to Liu Sheng on his own. "Oh no, I heard that these dishes are pretty good, do you want to try them?" Beside, the little girl looked at Liu Sheng's table eagerly, raised her head and said to the middle-aged couple, "Dad, can I go and have dinner with the big brother? Isn't it the same for Nanny to eat here?" The beautiful woman patted the little girl's head and said softly. The little girl plausibly said, "My daughter thinks the meal will be more delicious sitting next to the big brother." The beautiful woman looked at her husband beside her. The elegant man smiled and said, "Let her go, she won't leave our sight, there is nothing to worry about." Seeing that her husband agreed, the beautiful woman couldn't say anything, so she could only tell her, "Then niece, be good after she passes by, and don't disturb the big brothers and big sisters for dinner." "My daughter knows." The little girl picked up the plate and ran quickly towards Liu Sheng's table. Seeing the little girl successfully join the table, the beautiful woman's eyes relaxed a little, she turned her head and complained to the elegant man, "Why do you let her go to the stranger's table?" The elegant man smiled and said, "You also said that I was too cautious, I think you are too cautious. Nanan likes to eat with that young man, so it's up to her. That young man has a good personality and pure eyes, so he won't be a bad person. And just a high school student, even if he has practiced martial arts for several years, his strength will not be that strong. As long as it is within my line of sight, and I have a thought, he will die." The elegant man's expression was flat, and his words revealed a strong confidence. The beautiful woman really believed in this. She knew that her husband was a powerful second-level psychiatrist. Although they were fleeing now, they were not something ordinary warriors could provoke. Instead, the other two. The elegant man's eyes lightly fell on Lin Zishan, and he said with great interest, "That long-haired one seems to have noticed that my body is abnormal, but she is very smart, so she doesn't know it. The other one is the big and brainless type, with average strength, only a first-level warrior. Anyway, they are ordinary people who can settle easily, and you don't have to worry too much when I'm watching your daughter." The beautiful woman nodded, completely relieved. "J." The elegant man patted the beautiful woman's hand, and said softly, "Now think about seeing your father tomorrow, what gift should I buy him?" The beautiful woman glared at him angrily, "I just remembered to buy a gift for my dad now? It's all in the mountains, what should I buy for him? Mountain products? The stockade is in the mountains. The elegant man was taken aback for a moment, and then an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Yeah, look at my brain. Forgot. Hee hee. Little big brother, you eat so much. Zheng Dandan stared at the table full of food that Lu had ordered, with a surprised expression on his face. Lu Sheng responded casually, and then gently said to the daughter sitting next to him, who will finish eating first? Okay. Good. Nanan responded with a milky voice, and began to work hard to pick rice into her mouth. Lu Sheng also quickly ate. Lin Zishan glanced at the table full of food, and looked at Lu Sheng with a slightly lighter look. Only people with average family conditions and who have not yet become a formal warrior would eat so much for a meal. After ordinary fighters have entered the level, those who have the conditions basically rely on tonics to supplement the energy needed for daily practice. Those who have no conditions will choose some higher quality ingredients instead. For example, Shi and Zheng Dandan carry synthetic compressed jerky with them. A first-level martial artist would be full after eating a few pieces every meal. Otherwise, eating so much food at once would take a long time to poop. However, Lin Zishan was relieved when she thought that the little boy named Lu Sheng was still very young. Zheng Dandan didn't dislike Lu Sheng eating too much, he did what he said, and Lu Sheng ate it. Seeing the three gobble up food in front of her made Lin Zishan a little hungry. If you want to eat more, and consider your own image as a lady, just think about it. After staring at the three people eating for a while, Lin Zishan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. There is one thing to say, this boy named Lu Sheng, his appearance is really impeccable, he can be called one in a million. Appearance, figure, temperament are all very good. Even eating so much and eating so fast, it still feels pleasing to the eye. It's a pity that the only thing left is the good appearance. Lin Zishan was muttering in her heart, and couldn't help but think of her scumbag ex-boyfriend again. Although he is not good-looking and his character is scumbag, but in other aspects, such as martial arts, he is truly brilliant. Full. Lu Sheng put down the tableware, picked up the tissue at hand, wiped his mouth, and said calmly. My daughter is full too. Nanan put down the plastic spoon in her hand, patted her round belly, and imitated Lu Sheng's way of speaking. Hi 3.5 Zheng Dandan also wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he was full of big hiccups. Pretty face suddenly flushed. In order to hide his embarrassment, Zheng Dandan quickly brought up the topic and said to Lu Sheng, Little big brother, why are you going after dinner? Go back to the room. Lu Sheng said calmly, watch TV, then sleep. Why don't we go to the cottage? It's very lively and fun, I heard that there will be a performance by the villager Wang Tuesday. Zheng Dandan looked at Lu Sheng expectantly. Lin Zishan interjected, before I called you to go, didn't you say that you must be bored to death? Those villagers are all pretending to be outsiders, bara bara. Zheng Dandan continued to pretend that Lin Zishan did not exist, and continued to stare at Lu Sheng helplessly. Lu Sheng is thinking about it. The girl next to her raised her hand. My daughter wants to see a performance. Lu Sheng looked at Nanan, then at Lin Zishan, and finally nodded, okay, let's go out for a stroll. Yeah. Zheng Dandan jumped up excitedly. Lin Zishan was speechless. Her best friend is really hopeless. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, thank you bow. 097 Crisis, Lu Sheng and number 039, S first death, 5. Xianlin village at night is quite lively. Walking along the village gate covered with ribbons and red lanterns, there are stalls selling all kinds of snacks and handicrafts on both sides. There are small lanterns hanging on every small stall, and there are a large group of indigenous villagers in colorful clothes and silver ornaments singing and dancing on the road. Lu Sheng held his daughter's hand and wandered among the various stalls, the elegant man and his wife followed them. Behind them are Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan walking side by side. You don't really like this Lu Sheng, do you? Lin Zishan asked Zheng Dandan beside her. Zheng Dandan stared intently at the sharp and eye-catching figure in front of him, and casually replied, "Isn't my performance obvious enough?" Lin Zishan frowned, "But he is younger than us. It's only 3 or 4 years old, and age is not a problem. Little milk dog, must be young first." The brilliance in Zheng Dandan's eyes flowed, and the corner of his mouth was smiling. Lin Zishan turned her head to look at Zheng Dandan carefully, and said, "Are you serious?" Zheng Dandan nodded and said affirmatively, "Of course, I believe in fate. I think I will accompany you to Niudishan this time. It was arranged by God to let me meet Liu Sheng here. This is fate." Lin Zishan frowned. She and Zheng Dandan are classmates in high school, and they have been best friends for 4 or 5 years, and they know each other very well. Don't look at Zheng Dandan's usual carefree, nonchalant scumbag appearance, always talking about handsome guy and little milk dog and little wolf dog 02, but he is actually a very pure person in his heart. She won't fall in love with someone easily. From high school to now, Zheng Dandan has never been in a relationship. Many people in the school chased after her, but none of them could catch her eyes. It's Zheng Dandan who fell in love with a high school student 4 years younger than her in less than half a day this time. This is what makes Lin Zishan feel the most incredible. But don't forget, the gap between you. Lin Zishan said seriously, "You are a high-achieving student from Dongning Martial Arts University, a first-class official martial artist. Liu Sheng is just a high school student. Judging by his appearance, he probably has poor martial arts qualifications and family background. How would you get along if you were together? Long-distance relationship? Even if your relationship is deep enough to survive these years in different places, what about the future? He's not a formal warrior, but after graduating, he's earning 5 to 6,000 a month's salary. Where is the house? Where is the car? Dandan, love is not a momentary passion, but life's necessities. Moreover, as your martial arts strength becomes stronger and stronger, the gap between the two of you will only increase. Contradictions will increase day by day, accumulate over time, and eventually explode one day." Zheng Dandan replied with a smile, "The problems you mentioned are not problems. I am a first-level official martial artist, and I can guide Liu Sheng in martial arts. Even if he doesn't get into Dongning Wuhan University, I can go to him by car every week. You know the conditions of my family, the house and the car are not a problem. Taking a step back, even if Liu Sheng can only be an ordinary person, then I will be an ordinary person with him at the worst. I wasn't very interested in martial arts at first. If it wasn't for my family's pressure and my desire to enter a university with you, I wouldn't have practiced so desperately back then. If I can be an ordinary person without practicing martial arts every day, I don't know how happy I will be. I feel that recently my calves have been trained again. Besides, our Liu Sheng is just ordinary." Zheng Dandan shook her head, pointed to Liu Sheng who was holding her daughter's hand in front of her, and said proudly, "In my heart, he will always be so handsome and dazzling." Lin Zishan was dumbfounded. "You are really crazy, you actually want to give up the martial arts that you have insisted on for more than 10 years for a high school student?" Lin Zishan touched Zheng Dandan's forehead in surprise, "If your parents hear these words, they will definitely break your legs." "Hey, it's too early for me to say that you are worried." Zheng Dandan hugged Lin Zishan's arm and strode forward. "Let's wait until I catch up with Liu Sheng to teach me these words." Neither Zheng Dandan nor Lin Zishan saw it. In front of a small stall 7 or 8 meters away from them, Liu Sheng, who was picking out small handmade pendants with his daughter in his arms, showed a speechless expression on his face. With his current strength, even if he doesn't release his mental power, he can still hear the conversation between the two clearly. "It's outrageous." Liu Sheng couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. The girl in her arms turned her head to look at him after hearing this. "Big brother, what does outrageous mean?" "Nothing." Liu Sheng thought for a while, and said casually, "It's just to praise a sister for being beautiful." Nanan nodded thoughtfully. She turned around suddenly, pointed at Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan who were walking towards them and said loudly, "Big brother, these two sisters are so outrageous." Liu Sheng was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and nodded 5 times. Right. Zheng Dandan and the two looked stunned, not knowing what happened. At the same time, on the highway hundreds of kilometers away from Xianlin village, an extended car was speeding. In the luxurious carriage, a middle-aged man wearing a brown plaid casual suit was casually sitting in the back seat. The middle-aged man has snow-white skin, a cold temperament, and a pair of eyes that are strangely lavender, which makes his originally ordinary facial features a bit more evil charm. In front of the man, a bottle of red wine was suspended in the air, slowly pouring the dark red liquid into the glass. If this scene is seen by ordinary people, I am afraid that they will exclaim what a powerful magic show. The half-filled glass of red wine automatically flew into the hands of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man picked up the wine glass and shook it slightly in front of his eyes, sniffed the aroma emanating from the wine glass, and said, "How about it? Have you found Tang Mulin's whereabouts?" Only then did I notice that there were 2 people kneeling in front of the middle-aged man. Both of them were burly and strong men, and the muscles on their arms bulged out the black suits on their bodies. "It's been found, it's on Nihutu mountain in Kyoming city." Tang Mulin brought his wife and daughter, probably planning to enter the mountain. One of the burly men in suits replied with respect in his tone. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Tang Mulin has a bit of a brain. If he really plunges into the deep mountains and old forests and can't get out, I really have nothing to do with him. Don't worry, my lord, we have sent people to watch them. Even if he really intends to be a wild man, I guarantee that I can find out exactly which cave he is hiding in. The strong man replied quite confidently. The middle-aged man glanced at the strong man appreciatively, nodded and said, "Well done, you just need to be responsible for keeping an eye on him. When I arrive at Nihutishan, I will naturally take action myself." Although Tang Mulin is only a small character, he is a second-level spiritual teacher after all. You 2 4th-level fighters are not his opponents. Clear. Tang Mulin, don't blame me for being cruel. The middle-aged man took a sip from his wine glass, and said to himself, "You offended me this time, so I won't kill you. Others will think that Wu Zijing is easy to bully me, and more people will come to me in the future. Offend me, even stepped on my head to shit and pee. So, I can only wrong you and your family." The middle-aged man sighed softly, and silver-white silk threads protruded from the cuffs of his suit. Dancing in the dark carriage, like a spider's silk spit out from a spider's mouth. In front of them, the faces of the 2 strong men in suits became more and more respectful, and they buried their heads deeply. She stayed in the cottage until 9 o'clock in the evening, and she was so sleepy that she fell asleep directly on Liu Sheng's shoulder. After returning the daughter to the elegant man and his wife, Liu Sheng and his party went back to the hotel to rest. "Liu Sheng, see you tomorrow, remember to message me." Zheng Dandan waved to Liu Sheng, but was dragged into the room by Lin Zishan. The first thing Liu Sheng did when he walked into his room was to turn off his cell phone. "Go into the mountains tomorrow, find an opportunity to leave the group, and then slowly look for the location of the mithril mine." Liu Sheng thought about it, took out another marrow-nourishing pill and swallowed it, and then began to practice the stellar body refining technique. Wait until the last trace of physical strength is squeezed out by the stellar body refining technique, and then enter the dream space. Nothing to say all night. The next morning, the tour guide knocked on the door of each room, shouted everyone to get up, and assembled downstairs half an hour later. After breakfast, the group members of the Nihutishan Xianlin village 3-day 2-night tour group gathered at the door of the hotel. The young tour guide held a big yellow horn in his hand and told him all kinds of precautions before entering the mountain. "Please follow my footsteps and don't fall behind. It is very dangerous to get lost in the mountains." Liu Sheng stood in the crowd, silently listening to the nonsense of the young tour guide. Beside him, Zheng Dandan stared at him with wide eyes. Lu Sheng, did you not sleep well last night? Lu Sheng's face twitched slightly, and he nodded. Yes, I had a nightmare. Oh. Zheng Dandan was stunned, no wonder your complexion doesn't look good. Lu Sheng really didn't sleep well last night. To be precise, he died last night. Just yesterday, Lu Sheng sent out his first drop of blood in the dream space, and the first girl died. Now recalling the experience of last night, there is still a little shadow in Lu Sheng's heart. 098 Grandmaster Valkyrie, Brilliant Glacier, Disappearing and Finding, 1. Comprehending the 10 days same sky of the Grandmaster's technique, and forming the prototype of the Grandmaster's will, Lu Sheng's self-confidence was a little inflated. So last night, he rushed to find the second Grandmaster zombie. This zombie is located 2 streets away from the place where Grandmaster Sheng was found. Is a female guru. Wearing a Grandmaster combat armor similar to Sheng's, holding a broken spear weapon, her figure is well proportioned and perfect, just like a Valkyrie in ancient mythology. But it's different from Sheng. The battle consciousness remaining in this Valkyrie Grandmaster. It's just too much. Lu Sheng was discovered by her when she was within 100 meters of the Valkyrie Grandmaster. Then Lu Sheng lost sight of the other party. When he thought of releasing his mental power, he finally sensed the figure of the other party. But at this time, the Valkyrie Grandmaster had already approached him within 5 meters of him. In an instant, Lu Sheng felt countless red exclamation marks light up around him, accompanied by rapid and piercing sirens. Danger! 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 Before Lu Sheng had time to react, he was directly shot off by the Valkyrie Grandmaster. Before dying, Lu Sheng saw a bright and majestic glacier. Hiss! Too strong! Lu Sheng was deeply shocked. For a long time, Lu Sheng's exploration in the dream space has been considered difficult. After entering the advanced map several times, I can play those dull advanced monsters with my calmness and wit. So much so that he didn't realize it himself, subconsciously he was already a little floating. Grinding Shengning, a master-level zombie, and obtaining Sheng's martial arts treasure made this kind of exuberance swell to a peak. Then he finally rolled over. The consequence of the car rollover was that Lu Sheng retired instantly from the dream space. It was like waking up suddenly from a nightmare, flustered and with a splitting headache. In the second half of the night, I could no longer enter the dreamland. The dream space seems to be entering a cooldown. This cooling time will gradually shorten as Lu Sheng recovers his mental power. Dream space is not paradise lost as I thought. On the wasteland after the collapse of civilization, only blood and fire can create a real savior. Lu Sheng was completely enlightened. His state of mind returned to the original tranquility, and the negative impact brought about by the extreme expansion of his strength for more than 3 months disappeared at this moment. He is still the frail young man walking on the wilderness, trembling and walking on thin ice, trying to find a ray of light in the boundless black mist. If I hadn't taken it lightly, with my full state, relying on the control boxing technique and Grandmaster skills, it might not be impossible to deal with that Valkyrie Grandmaster. Lu Sheng analyzed afterwards. There is no doubt about the strength of the Valkyrie Grandmaster, and his fighting instinct far exceeds that of Shengning. It should be a Grandmaster who is stronger than Shengning, maybe even an 8th level Grandmaster. Lu Sheng thought of the glaciers pierced by the spear, perhaps it was the embodiment of the will and skills of the Valkyrie Grandmaster. If you can get it. It's too early to think about this now, let's talk about it when I'm stronger. Lu Sheng shook his head self-deprecatingly to dismiss the idea. Lu Sheng's face looked a little pale because of the shock of the mental power of the dream death. Zheng Dandan was so distressed that he kept asking him about his health, and his daughter's family also came over to care about him. Either don't go into the mountain today, rest up and go tomorrow. Zheng Dandan persuaded Lu Sheng. Liu Sheng originally wanted to say that there was nothing serious about him and that he would not delay entering the mountain. But after thinking about it, this is not a good time to take this opportunity to leave the group so that he can enter the mountain alone. Good. After speaking, Liu Sheng went directly to explain the situation to the tour guide. The tour guide was very talkative, and told Liu Sheng to take a good rest, but was urged by a group of ants to lead the team to set off. Hey, I should stay and take care of Liu Sheng. Zheng Dandan turned his head 3 times a step, sighing. Then why don't you stay? Lin Zishan gave her a sideways look. Zheng Dandan was a little shy, and said embarrassedly, after all, he and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. If we stay, it would be too unreserved. And how can we take care of it, and we can't enter Liu Sheng's room? Zheng Dandan didn't know if he thought of something while talking, his fair and handsome face turned red. Lin Zishan rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, Big sister, do you still know the word reserved? I see 4 words written on your face. Which 4? The heart of spring is rippling. Zheng Dandan snorted, turned her head and ignored Lin Zishan. At this time, the tour group had already entered the mountain, and Xianlin village was left behind by them, gradually disappearing. Both Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan are full-fledged warriors. Although the mountain road is uneven, it is very easy to walk. By the way, have you ever thought about whether it's really suitable for someone as weak as me to be your boyfriend? Lin Zishan talked to Zheng Dandan while walking. Even having a nightmare can make my face pale. How low is my vitality? I am afraid that it will be difficult to enter the first level in this life. From now on, when the two are together, who will carry the rice bags, flour bags, and gas tanks at home? Dandan, you can't be eaten for being handsome. Lin Zishan spoke with sincerity. Zheng Dandan looked indifferent. I am a first-level official warrior, what kind of bag can't carry it? Besides, Liu Sheng is just weak in constitution, not a handsome boy. Even if it's a little boy, what's wrong with me raising him? You are really hopeless. Lin Zishan shook her head with an expression of you are hopeless, and stopped talking. Thinking about it now, her ex-boyfriend Fade Chen seems to be pretty good. Although it is a bit scumbag, it is also a bit ugly. But at least Fade Chen is strong in martial arts. In the future, he can easily obtain good living conditions and support his family instead of relying on himself. Lin Zishan even started to think about whether to ask Fade Chen out to have a good chat after this trip. The two followed the tour group and gradually went deep into Niudishan. Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan didn't feel anything, but the ants in the regiment couldn't take it anymore, and they all started shouting tired, and some even just sat on the ground and couldn't get up. We are here to travel, not to suffer. That's right, I've been on my way, and I haven't taken a single photo yet. The ants collectively protested. The young tour guide looked puzzled, saw that there was a small stream next to it, and the surrounding scenery was not bad, so he simply announced that the whole group had a 10-minute rest in place. But before the ants were happy for a while, someone in the group shouted. It's gone. That family of 3 is gone. Everyone was shocked. The elegant man's family who followed the tour group into the mountain at the beginning disappeared. As for when and where, nobody knows. The young tour guide hurriedly took out her mobile phone and started to make a call, but she panicked suddenly when the prompt sound of the person you dialed has turned off came from the other end of the phone. Everyone helped to find. The young tour guide began to call on the whole group to help find someone, but he suddenly reacted halfway through the shouting. Already lost 3 people, if she loses a few more, then she doesn't have to be a tour guide. Quickly changed his mind. Everyone rest in place for an hour, I will go to the search and rescue team. After finishing speaking, regardless of the ants who protested again and again, they hurriedly ran to the side to make a phone call. Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan saw this scene in their eyes. The 3 good-looking people, why did they suddenly disappear? They were still there just now. Zheng Dandan muttered. Lin Zishan frowned slightly. Yes, they were all there just now. It stands to reason that a family of 3 with such a strong sense of existence suddenly fell behind, and no one should have noticed. Moreover, the husband and wife have a steady personality. If they really get lost, they should call the tour guide as soon as possible. Now the phone is turned off. There are only 2 possibilities. Or, it was a sudden collective accident, and it was too late to call for help. Or, they left the team on their own initiative, and they didn't want outsiders to find them. Reminiscent of the palpitation in the eyes of the elegant middle-aged man when he looked at each other before, it is obvious that the second possibility is greater. This family of 3 has mysterious origins, so they must not be ordinary people. Lin Zishan concluded with a serious face. Zheng Dandan looked indifferent. I don't care if they are ordinary people or not. Hey, you said that the tour guide is busy looking for people now, and the next itinerary is probably going to be ruined. Or we can just go to Lu Sheng and forget it. He has a good relationship with Nanny, so he should know about this news. Zheng Dandan suggested. Wang Zhaozhao, Lin Zishan thought about it, nodded and agreed. Good. The 2 immediately left the main force and returned along the way they came. According to the map, the mithril mine should be not far from here, and it's only a few kilometers away. Lu Sheng was walking in the mountains with a big hiking bag on his back. Like walking on flat ground. Subtlety and agility, coupled with a strong spiritual succession. Wherever Lu Sheng passed, the trees and leaves blocking the path on both sides gave way one after another, at an astonishingly fast speed. On the way, a large number of snakes, insects, rats, ants, hares, pheasants, hedgehogs and so on ran out one after another and fled in all directions, as if it was the end of the world. That is, in the depths of the dense forest, where there was no one, Lu Sheng dared to show his abilities so unscrupulously and make such a big commotion. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Sheng stopped suddenly. A bright golden light bloomed in his eyes, and he scanned the area in front of him indifferently. If someone else was present and saw this scene, they would be so shocked that they would kneel down and call out God. Searching through a carpet of mental power, Lu Sheng's eyes finally locked on a position, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Found it! Next second. Wherever his gaze fell, the earth and rocks cracked and the vegetation exploded. Like an invisible tornado raging across the border, it is extremely terrifying. 099 Mithril Mine, unfortunately, you are unlucky, too. Soon, a head-sized clod wrapped in wet yellow mud flew out. In mid-air, the clods of soil disintegrated, and a touch of silver flickered among them. After a few breaths, 7 or 8 silver nuggets of different sizes appeared in front of Lu Sheng. The largest of these silver nuggets was the size of a fist, and the smallest was only the size of a thumb. They were irregular in shape, with pits and pits on the surface, like silver soaked in sulfuric acid. But the color is brighter than silver, and it can reflect a faint color in the sun. Hardness is higher than ordinary steel. Lu Sheng reached out and made a clear fingerprint on the silver block. Spiritual power was poured into it, and the metal, which was stronger than steel, quickly softened and became like dough. It's indeed mithril, that's right. Lu Sheng compared Dong Qingxiu's previous introduction to the information he had given him, and after verification, he confirmed that the silver in his hand was the secret silver that was close to 100,000 yuan per gram. The mithril in his hand weighs about 4 to 5 catties, which means it is worth more than 200 million yuan. It's not that exaggerated. Lu Sheng said to himself, this is just the first mined mithril. If you want to use it to make a psychopath weapon, you need dozens of processes to smelt it. 4 or 5 catties of mithril can be left in the end for a catty. Not bad. It also depends on the purity of the mithril in this mine. But no matter what, it can save Lu Sheng a lot of money. Lu Sheng has already probed with mental power. The total length of this dense silver mine is about 20 meters, and the width is more than 4 meters. To say that it is small is an exaggeration, and the miniature is not enough. According to the Tinder Resource Bank, this mithril mine was later discovered by several mountaineering tourists. At first, it was sold as ordinary silver, but they were told that the silver content was too low and worthless. A few people simply reported it to the local government. After the government surveyed, only one first-level psychiatrist was sent, and it was finished in less than a week. This is also one of the reasons why LUSHENG 960 chose to come here alone. The mine is small, so it is convenient for him to dig, and it is also convenient to take it out. Although this mithril mine was only the size of a sesame seed on the map, the mithril extracted from it was more than enough to make him a set of psychopathic weapons. Liu Sheng didn't delay, and after confirming that the mithril mine was correct, he immediately used his mental power to quickly dig it. The huge spiritual power far surpassing that of ordinary third-level spiritualists came out of the body and penetrated into the ground. The ground suddenly seemed to be boiling, rumbling and shaking. Dalong turned over. Pieces of earth and stone wrapped in yellow mud flew out of the ground, and then quickly peeled off the surface of the earth under the action of mental power, exposing the mithril mine inside. Then fly to the side of the grass to pile up. Liu Sheng's progress is very fast, comparable to 4 or 5 small excavators working together. In just a few hours, he excavated about 70% of the entire vein. The main ore lode was hollowed out, leaving only some scattered parts around the main ore lode that have not been dug clean. In this way, the dug-out mithril mines also piled up into a hill in the forest. The ground is uneven, and if Liu Sheng hadn't protected it with all his strength, it might have been scattered all over the ground. Then Liu Sheng ran into a problem. How to ship it out? His original idea was to use his backpack to take out the mithril mine in batches. Dig a little, take a little. Save up enough mithril to build a set of psychiatrist weapons and stop for the time being. But Liu Sheng overlooked a very important point. Greed. Everyone has greed, and he is no exception. Looking at the 100,000 yuan per gram of secret silver piled up in front of him, he can dig it up with a little thought. How could he just stop it? How can this one be worth 5 million? This one is bigger, 10 million. This one is 8 million. 5 million, 10 million, 22 million. There seems to be a virtual wealth value in front of him, jumping up crazily. Call everyone the same. You can only dig harder and harder. It seems that we can only find someone to help transport it out. Some troubles will definitely be unavoidable during the transportation, but there is no way around it. At worst, contact Dong Qingxiu and ask her to send someone over to meet her. Liu Sheng made up his mind, and then put the mithril ore back into the big pit he dug before. Cover with earth and rocks. Although it is still obvious, it can be seen at a glance that the land has been moved. But fortunately, this place is really remote, and it is still far away from the most remote trail developed by the scenic spot, so basically no one will come here. The few tourists shown in the Tinder database were also coincidentally, they came here by mistake, and then discovered the ore lode. It happened 100 years later. Most likely there is no risk. The map shows that there is a small village where ethnic minorities gather a few kilometers away, and you can go there to find help. Villagers in small isolated villages are generally more honest and sincere, and if they are paid more, it should not be a big problem. If money really touches people's hearts, then you can just squeeze it to death. Liu Sheng thought naturally. In the next second, he froze for a moment, shaking his head somewhat self-deprecatingly. Damn, what do I think now? I'm getting more and more violent and brutal. Legal society, legal society. There are many ways to solve problems, Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng picked up his backpack and walked slowly towards the target village according to the guidance of the map. Etc. Zheng Dandan, who was on the way back, was suddenly stopped by Lin Zishan's low shout. What's wrong? Zheng Dandan turned to look at her suspiciously. Lin Zishan's eyes were fixed on a certain place in the forest next to the stone road, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. Lin Zishan quickly ran into the forest beside the road, stopped 7 or 8 meters away from the main road, picked up something with her body, and said to Zheng Dandan, "What do you think this is?" Zheng Dandan stared at the thing that looked like a red, akba, plastic cloth bag in Lin Zishan's hand for a while, suddenly called out. "Ball! It's the plastic ball my niece has been playing with." Lin Zishan nodded. What she picked up was the red plastic ball that Lu Sheng, Zheng Dandan and Nanan were playing with on the tour group bus on the way here. It's just that the ball is broken now, leaking air, and becoming deflated. It was left in the forest. If it wasn't for Lin Zishan's sharp eyes, she wouldn't have been able to find it. Nanan's ball fell here, and their family probably left the tour group here. Lin Zishan guessed. Then let's hurry up and notify the tour guide and the search and rescue team. Zheng Dandan said quickly. Lin Zishan shook her head, I don't think it's necessary. Nanan's family is not ordinary people. Since they don't want people to know where they went, it's useless for us to notify the search and rescue team. 11. Then let's go back and tell Lu Sheng. Zheng Dandan quickly changed his mind. Lin Zishan looked at Zheng Dandan with an idiot look, and said speechlessly, isn't it more useless to inform Lu Sheng? He is just an ordinary person, and can he be more powerful than a professional search and rescue team? So what do we do now? Zheng Dandan said helplessly. Lin Zishan casually threw the leaking red ball on the ground, clapped her hands, and said indifferently, the best way is to pretend that we haven't seen anything. When the search and rescue team finds out by themselves, it's up to them whether they can find the girl's family. It's up to you. As for us, let's wait for the news when we go back. It's not our business, so it's best not to get involved. Zheng Dandan hesitated for a moment, and was about to speak. At this time, a man's voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. That's right, it's not my own business, it's best not to get involved. Otherwise, if you get into any trouble, it's too late to regret. Who? Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan turned their heads immediately. I saw 3 people appearing 5 or 6 meters behind them. A middle-aged man in a brown plaid casual suit seemed to be wearing color contact lenses, his eyes were light purple, giving off an evil feeling. Behind the middle-aged man stood 2 burly men with a height of nearly 2 meters. They were also wearing suits, but the muscles in their chests were so strong that the buttons of their shirts were about to burst. The 2 stood quietly behind the middle-aged man, watching Lin Zishan and Lin Zishan indifferently, like 2 thugs. It's a pity, you can't get involved now. The middle-aged man glanced at the 2 women, and ordered lightly, catch them. Yes. The 2 thugs in suits nodded indifferently and took a step forward together. Boom! There was a crisp sound in the secluded mountain forest, and 2 thugs in suits left 2 clear shoe prints where they stood, and their figures disappeared instantly. Lin Zishan's pupils contracted violently, and subconsciously shouted, Go! But the 2 thugs in suits had already approached them. The rabbit rises and the falcon falls. Within a few breaths, the 2 thugs in suits had returned to their original positions. Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan, who were struggling endlessly, were still tightly strangled in their hands. My lord, how do we deal with these 2 people? The thug in suit asked in a low voice. The middle-aged man glanced in one direction, and said calmly, someone is coming, take them first, and then kill Tangmalin together when you find Tangmalin. At that time, you can just blame Tangmalin. The middle-aged man looked down at the terrified Lin Zishan and the 2 daughters, and said with a smile, I didn't want to kill someone extra, but unfortunately you were unlucky, and you found Tangmalin's trail, and the key is not ordinary people, a 2nd-level warrior, a 1st-level warrior. Tisk tisk. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed, just in case. After speaking, he quickly walked into the place where Lin Zishan found the plastic red ball with 2 thugs in suits, and disappeared in the mountains and forests in a blink of an eye. Not long after the few people left, a burst of noisy footsteps came from the mountain road. The young tour guide ran down hurriedly with a group of ants, his young face was full of anxiety and sweat profusely. Why are there two less people? Didn't I tell you to wait in place and not run around? Hey! 100 This guy has very pure eyes, I like it very much. 3. Okay, don't cry, Mom will buy you a new one later. Oh no, buy a bigger and more beautiful ball for my daughter than the previous one. The beautiful woman hugged the little girl and comforted her gently. The little girl's face was still stained with tears, her eyes were red, it was obvious that she had just cried. Mom, when are we going back? I want to find my big brother to play with. The little girl sniffed her nose and said pitifully. The beautiful woman was thinking about how to answer the little girl's question when her husband's voice came from the front. We've arrived at the village. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up, and she quickly looked up. They saw the dense jungle separating from the two sides in front, and a small village surrounded by mountains and rivers appeared in front of them. My niece is going to see my grandpa soon. Does my niece miss my grandpa? As soon as the little girl's eyes lit up, she immediately forgot about the broken red ball and the big brother, and clapped her hands and shouted happily. Grandpa! Girl misses grandpa! Okay, now take my daughter to see grandpa. The elegant man smiled and took the little girl from the beautiful woman's hand. The family walked out of the forest, and the hidden small village was completely presented in front of them. Looking from a distance, you can see several women wearing clothes that are very different from the outside world and with their hair wrapped, squatting by the stream to wash clothes. The laundry women found them too. One of them ran quickly towards the village. Not long after, 4 or 5 men came out of the village quickly, walking towards the direction of the little girl's family. As the people on both sides approached, a young man who was the leader among the 4 or 5 men suddenly froze for a moment, and immediately showed excitement and joy on his face, and turned his head and shouted. Big sister is back! Big sister's family is back! The little girl in the arms of the elegant man also clapped and cheered when he heard the sound. Oh! People on both sides burst out laughing, and quickly gathered together. Big sister-in-law, little girl. The young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and bronze complexion greeted the 3 of them one by one. The beautiful woman's expression was also a little excited, and she responded. Several people said a few words. Tang Milan said, go in and talk about it. Good. The young man led the 3 of them into the village, and greeted the people around on the way, hurry up and hunt some wild game, big ones, let's have a good time at night. The beautiful woman next to her smiled and said, little brother, the wild animal protection law is very strict now, so be careful not to be caught. Hey! The young man waved his hand and said indifferently, in the mountains, who cares about us? Besides, we are not completely closed, and we have to go out several times a month. Hunt a few deer, roe deer, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. The little girl suddenly yelled, my niece wants to eat bird soup, the kind I drank last time. Okay, I'll cook kite soup for my daughter at night. The young man pampered the little girl's face. The beautiful woman looked at the 2 of them with a smile, and asked, where is Dad? Are you in good health? Hearing these words, the smile on the young man's face slowly subsided. Father is resting at home and is not in good health. The young man smiled wryly and said, it's just that I'm not in a good spirit. What's the meaning? The beautiful woman was a little anxious. Tang Milan next to him said in a deep voice, is it because of hitting the 3rd level? The young man nodded, and said with a complicated expression, Daddy tried to break through the 3rd level half a year ago, but failed, and his mental state has been unstable. Originally, I wanted to inform you, but Daddy refused. I gonna go see. The beautiful woman could no longer bear the worry in her heart, and hurried forward with her daughter in her arms. Tang Milan looked at the back of his wife and daughter leaving, and said to the young man, it seems that Daddy has completely handed over the plug to you, and you have officially broken through the first level. The young man scratched his head embarrassingly, and said with a simple smile, "It's all because of Daddy's training, hee hee. Your talent is not bad." Tang Milan praised a few words, but his smile was a bit forced. A group of people quickly came to an old earthen house. The beautiful woman and her daughter had arrived early, and they were sitting beside a thin, wrinkled, stooped old man, talking softly. The little girl's voice was crisp and bright, which made the old man laugh non-stop, and the pipe in his hand kept shaking. Tang Milan and the young man walked in front of the old man. The old man raised his head and squinted his eyes to look at the two of them. "Coming." The old man tapped the cigarette stick on the stone steps. "Big Daddy!" Tang Milan shouted, with a complicated expression on his face. The last time he saw his wife's father, his eyes were shining brightly, sitting like a dozing liger, but now it became cloudy, as if he was 10 years older. It seemed that the other party's situation was worse than he had imagined. "What's going on this time, tell me?" The old man waved away the others, leaving only Tang Milan's family and the young man, holding his daughter and saying calmly. Tang Milan briefly explained the matter. The young man jumped up instantly. "Level 3. Big sister, how did you mess with a psychiatrist of level 3? The old man continued to sneer, and said, "I knew that nothing good would happen if you came, since you broke into the village and took away Minghua, I guessed that there would be such a day." Tang Milan's face was a little embarrassed. The beautiful woman called softly, "Daddy." The old man snorted, fell silent for a while, and said, "Now we can only use soldiers to cover it up. Anyway, old man, I have no hope of reaching the 3rd level in this life anyway. If the 3rd level spiritualist really finds the village, you take your whole family and run out with the people in the village, and I will resist for a while." The young man couldn't help but said, "Daddy, who can you run out to ask for help? Who are you looking for? Of course you are looking for the government and the police." The old man's eyes widened, he picked up the pipe and slammed the young man on the head, cursing angrily, "In a society ruled by law, even if he is a 3rd level psychiatrist, can he still kill people in the street?" The young man smiled embarrassingly, holding his head and daring not to speak any more. Tang Milan's expression was not optimistic. He knew very well that Wu Zijing, the purple-eyed demon spider, could do such a thing as killing people in the street. Moreover, the people in the village have been closed in the mountains for too long, and they don't even know how much privilege a 3rd level spiritualist has. If calling the police had worked, he would have done so. It's not like dragging your family to this deep mountain and old forest. Okay, you must be tired after coming all the way. Go down and have a good rest first, don't disturb me whispering to my granddaughter." The old man seemed a little tired, he waved his hand impatiently, motioning for several people to go down. Tang Milan nodded and said nothing. Now he only hopes that Wu Zijing can't find it here, so that the whole village can get through this in peace. Tang Milan and the others were about to leave the earthen hut when suddenly someone rushed in and whispered something in the young man's ear. "Zero looking for flowers." After listening to the young man, he said to Tang Milan, "The villagers who just went out to hunt came back and said that they encountered outsiders breaking in on the road." Tang Milan's heart sank instantly. Is this the earthen village marked on the map? Sheng was carrying a backpack, just like an ordinary mountaineering tourist, following behind a few villagers, looking curiously at the village in front of him. The entire stockade is not big, and you can see it at a glance from a high place. There are only a dozen households in total, and the total number of all the villagers does not exceed 50. The village is located in a valley with a quiet environment. There is a clear stream flowing by the gate of the village, and it seems that the sound of a waterfall can be heard in the distance. The environment is very good, just like Xanadu Genaki. Whether you can stay or not, you have to ask the old village master. If you have anything to do, you can also discuss it with the old village master. The old village master nodded before we agreed. A dark-skinned middle-aged man with a shotgun in his hand said to Liu Sheng as he walked. Liu Sheng nodded. When he was on his way in the mountains and forests, he ran into this group of villagers, and was brought here without a hitch. 0. Now it seems that there are still a lot of young and strong people in this village, enough to help him transport the mithril mine. Moreover, the villagers looked very simple. Although they were not surprised by foreign tourists like him, they were very pure and honest people. Not long after, Liu Sheng was taken to the village. As soon as he entered the village, Liu Sheng saw a group of people walking towards him. One of the skinny old men held a little girl in his arms. When he saw him, he immediately waved to him and shouted, "Big brother, big brother! Are you here to play with grandpa?" Liu Sheng was slightly taken aback, he didn't expect to meet the little girl's family here. When Tang Milan saw Liu Sheng, who was carrying a mountaineering bag and his face was full of astonishment and surprise, his heart sank heavily. It turned out to be him. He thought it was Wu Zijing who came to the door so quickly. "My boy, how did you come here?" Tang Milan stepped forward and asked Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng scratched his head embarrassingly, and said, "After you set off with the group, I felt better, so I wanted to come to you. I wanted to take a shortcut on the way, but I lost my way unconsciously." A group of people had really so expressions on their faces. It is very common for tourists to get lost in the mountains. Liu Sheng is not the first person to stumble into the village by mistake. After all, their Xianlin village is only remote, not truly isolated from the world. "Brother Tang, why are you here? Did you get lost too?" Liu Sheng asked curiously without blinking his eyes. Tang Milan laughed and said, "This is my grandpa's house. We come back every year to visit relatives. This time, we just joined a tour group by the way." Oh! Liu Sheng suddenly realized. Since it's such a coincidence, why don't we stay together at night? Tang Milan subconsciously looked at the skinny old man. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, looked Liu Sheng up and down, nodded and said, "This young man's eyes are very pure, I like it very much. Xianlin village welcomes such guests." Smiles appeared on the faces of Tang Milan and the others. The bronze youth grinned and opened his hands to Liu Sheng. "Foreigner, welcome to the real Xianlin village. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.